Picture this, the ultimate backstab. Suho, our main guy, and an absolute beast with a blade, is forced to his knees. Surrounded by the very squad he trusted with his life, his body is practically vibrating, veins turning a sickly black from severe venom. He hacks up blood, gasping for air as the realization hits him this isn't some low-tier toxin. This stuff is completely lethal. Looming right over him are two of his so-called teammates, but instead of dropping a heel, they just crack up. These psychos are genuinely getting a kick out of watching him agonizingly waste away. The party's tank hits him with a nasty smirk, mocking Suho for not playing along with their dirty little scheme. But Suho wasn't about that life. He was a true blue public servant who clung to his morals, flat out refusing to sell out and become corrupt. Get this, his raid party had literally just cleared one of the legendary 5 disaster gates, a total nightmare zone spawning horrific beasts. Yet these scumbags actually want to leave the portal wide open. They refuse to seal the deal. Their master plan? Keep the monster population alive just enough so they can treat it like an infinite farming glitch, coming back over and over. Because as long as the threat exists, they keep their massive paychecks, massive clout, and VIP status. No monsters means no spotlight, and they'd instantly lose their grip on power. Suho flashes back to all the grinding they did together, bleeding side by side, in hardcore raids, where he literally put his life in their hands. And now, they're just standing there, watching him fade out without a single ounce of guilt. They try to justify the hit by claiming Suho was the sole buzzkill holding them back. The rest of the guild was totally down for the hustle. Out of nowhere, the party's ranger steps up, casually extending a hand to offer a sketchy redo. He promises that if Suho just bends the knee and joins their racket, they'll toss him an antidote. But Suho isn't an idiot. Why would he ever trust the exact same snakes who just poisoned him and watched him rot? Plus, he can feel his system shutting down. His body is completely fried, and the venom is already pumping through his heart. He is way past the point of no return. Survival is a 0% chance. But if he's going straight to the grave, he is dead set on dragging at least one of these backstabbers down to hell with him. Running on pure adrenaline, Suho squeezes out every last drop of mana he has left. An insane, razor-sharp aura explodes around him, suffocating the area. 2 of the traitors freeze up instantly, totally paralyzed by the sheer pressure and stumbling backward in absolute terror. The female caster, sweating bullets and panicking the hardest, tries to play damage control, screaming at everyone to hold their ground. The ranger looks like he's about to wet himself, realizing they just messed up big time. And then, Suho blitzes. Blurring forward in one hyper-fast dash, his blade cleanly slices right through the tank's arm. Without missing a beat, he cleanly decapitates the loudmouth caster with terrifying accuracy. The archer scrambles backward just in time, violently yanking the healer out of the strike zone. All that cocky, arrogant energy they had a minute ago, completely wiped from their faces. Now, it's nothing but pure nightmare fuel. The support frantically spams healing magic on the bleeding tank in a total panic, but her spells fizzle out. Her jaw drops as she realizes the wound is completely blocking her magic. Shaking, she locks eyes with Suho. What she sees isn't just a dying guy anymore. Suho is practically glowing, supercharged by an insane level of raw willpower. And his weapon? It literally evolved. Now forged entirely from his unbreakable spirit, it has become the intangible sword, a mythical blade birthed from pure, unfiltered determination. But pulling off that ultimate move drains his final bit of health. The adrenaline spikes crash hard, Suho's legs give out, and his body finally shuts down. He staggers backward right over the edge of a massive cliff, plummeting straight into the abyss below. He vanishes completely, leaving behind dead silence. Cut to black. Suho slowly blinks his eyes open, and his ears are immediately assaulted by absolute chaos. People are screaming, sirens are blaring, and there's the frantic stomping of a massive stampede. A firefighter has him slung over his shoulder, but Suho is completely clueless. His brain is totally glitching out, foggy and spinning out of control. The whole scene feels like some kind of warped fever dream. The rescue worker carrying him is sprinting full speed toward a bunker, dodging through a horde of terrified, fleeing civilians. Suho's brain is lagging. The very last memory he has is taking his final breath. He knows for a fact he caught a game over back there, so how is he currently breathing, totally dazed, and getting evacuated? Suddenly, the pieces fall into place. He really looks at his surroundings. A massive portal just spawned in the city. It's a full-blown dungeon break, and hideous mobs are flooding the streets, specifically, savage green goblins. Dozens of them are swarming the block, relentlessly jumping anything with a pulse. Scanning the wreckage, Suho's eyes lock onto a busted subway sign half buried in the rubble. Sindorum Station. Boom, his mind instantly clears up. He wasn't tripping, this is the exact same location that got totally wrecked during a massive portal breach back in the day. He has lived through this exact disaster before, but before he can even process the timeline shift, A stray arrow violently snipes the heroic first responder right in the back. The guy screams and collapses, sending both of them crashing hard onto the pavement. And those bloodthirsty goblins? They are closing the gap fast. Coughing through the agony, the wounded first responder practically begged Suho to bounce. But our boy stayed completely glued to the pavement. Instead of fleeing, his gaze zeroed in on the heavy steel axe, discarded by the hero. Zero hesitation, Suho snatched it up, measured the distance, and chucked that heavy blade with absolute primal force at an incoming monster. The steel sliced the air and embedded perfectly into the creature, tapping the beast instantly. And right as the dust kicked up, reality glitched. Something bizarre materialized right in his face, neon text floating in midair, resembling a holographic video game, HUD, a system prompt. It was throwing a literal welcome party for his awakening. He stood there paralyzed for a hot second. It was giving major déjà vu, displaying the exact same interface from his past life. The screen prompted him to lock in a combat class. Muscle memory totally hijacked his hand, hovering dangerously close to the warrior icon, but he yanked it back. Nope, not this run. He slammed the brakes on choosing a path and whipped his head toward the goblin pack, who were currently cackling like maniacs. Their high-pitched shrieks rattled through the chaos. These ugly little gremlins were acting totally cocky, giggling their brains out like they already bagged the W. But our guy was absolutely unbothered. Skipping the warm-up, he catapulted himself headfirst into the swarm. He glided through the battlefield like water, dodging their clunky strikes like he was simply dodging raindrops. One overly confident mob thought it was slick and tried to blindside him. But the millisecond it made eye contact with our MC, its blood ran ice cold. Because looming right in its face, Suho was already gripping that exact same bloodied axe he had yeeted 10 seconds ago. The little beast knew it was cooked. Pure, unfiltered terror warped its ugly mug. Frankly, if these dungeon creeps wore jeans, bro would be needing a fresh pair. Suho was entirely out of mercy tokens today. Before the nasty thing could even squeak, he cleaved right through it with one buttery smooth swing, silencing the monster before it could pollute the airwaves any further. And he was just getting warmed up. Snatching a rusty short sword off the concrete, he kept his momentum rolling. He had these mobs fully figured out. Sure, to a rookie, they were a nightmare, but to a seasoned survivor who had crawled through literal hell? Stomping these green rats was basically a tutorial level. Light work, honestly. He turned into an absolute blender, dicing up the horde without dropping a single bead of sweat, flashing footwork and strike accuracy that totally eclipsed his past life. Give him 3 minutes, and that entire invasion force was reduced to pixels. He cleared the zone so fast it genuinely felt like he was using cheat codes. As the smoke finally cleared out, Suho inspected the dripping blade in his palm. He took a breath, realizing he had totally let the adrenaline drive. He wasn't playing 4D chess out there, he was just mashing buttons on pure, savage instinct. Sure, going beast mode gets results, but in this cutthroat reality, he desperately needed to stay frosty. Then again, the universe didn't hit the reset button on his timeline just for giggles. This was the ultimate redo, a 1 in a million shot to wipe the slate clean, and there was zero chance he was dropping the ball this time. Bam! A massive barrage of glowing notifications flooded his vision, practically showering him with achievements for unlocking advanced blade masteries. Right then, a heavy gaze snapped him back to reality. The injured hero was gawking at him, eyes wide with absolute disbelief. That flawless massacre was impossible to ignore, leaving the poor guy mentally scrambling to figure out if this kid was a legit awakened hunter. Offering nothing but a crisp, silent nod, Suho pivoted his attention straight back to the hovering interface. The debate was over. He smashed the confirm button on the healer class. Strategy locked, he strolled right over to the battered man, and calmly offered to patch up his massive gash. The dude blinked, totally short-circuiting. 5 minutes ago, he was playing human shield for this teen, and now the kid was playing medic. The math wasn't mathing, but Suho didn't wait for permission. He triggered his restorative mana, and an intense, soothing aura immediately washed over the brutal wound. Blink and you miss it, the torn flesh knitted perfectly back together. The responder was flabbergasted. How on earth was this guy running support magic when he just witnessed him butchering a dungeon raid like a grandmaster assassin? Before the poor guy could demand a lore drop, the system flashed again. Time to claim his starter gear from the digital armory. Bro didn't even skim the catalog. Knowing his exact build, he summoned a basic iron longsword, the very same trusty blade from his previous life, and squared up to raid the swirling dungeon rift. That ice-cold confidence sent a spike of pure anxiety through the older man. Marching solo into a fresh gate was basically a death wish, but our MC had a massive loophole up his sleeve. Securing those weapon mastery perks prior to officially locking in his job, that was the cheat code. Any abilities grinded out through raw physical talent stayed permanently active, completely ignoring your official class restrictions. Meaning, as he scaled the levels, both his lethal blade arts and his holy magic would infinitely stack and mutate. A memory sparked in his mind. Isabella's ultimate divine aura, the absolute peak evolution of base-level healing. If he had secured that god-tier buff in his first run, history would have been a totally different script. But this time, he was flipping the board and playing his own game. He was building the ultimate broken meta, a frontline butcher who could infinitely regenerate. And as a dark grin crossed his face, he thought about the absolute snakes who backstabbed him in his past life. The fear was completely gone, replaced by pure ice in his veins. He stepped right up to the swirling portal, the exact same death trap that practically flatlined him in his previous life. Back in the day, he was basically walking prey. But today, with absolute sword mastery hardwired into his DNA, he was built totally different. Zero hesitation. He just locked in and strode straight into the abyss. The scenery warped instantly, dropping him smack in the middle of a pitch-black, suffocating woodland. A glowing holographic system screen popped up right in his face, tagging the zone with a weird title, Green Red. Bizarre name, sure, but he wasn't there to play tourist. He pushed deeper into the brush, and it didn't take long to find out why the vibe was so off. He practically tripped over an absolute massacre, a massive pile of mangled goblin bodies littered all over the dirt. Reading the crime scene, you could tell these guys weren't just fighting, they were sprinting for their lives from a way bigger menace. Their faces were frozen in pure terror. Right on cue, a nasty, bone-rattling growl echoed through the trees. He whipped his head around and instantly locked eyes with the culprits. Two absolute units, massive, hulking hobgoblins. They were casually dragging the shredded remains of their last meal. Forget those annoying little green grunts from before. These guys were the real deal. Hobgoblins are built like tanks, savage, jacked, and insanely lethal. The second they clocked the boy standing there, their ugly mugs lit up like it was Christmas morning. Human flesh is a premium delicacy in the dungeon, so they wasted zero time. Dropping their trash loot, they aimed their rusty, blood-stained blades right at him, drooling at the thought of a fresh, warm snack. But here's the hilarious part. They were totally clueless. This human they wanted to snack on wasn't some helpless NPC. They were sizing up the apex predator. The first oversized brute rushed him like a freight train, ripping its sword through the space where his head just was. Suho ghosted the attack effortlessly. Now, stat-wise, he was severely underleveled for this mob. His current blade couldn't easily chop through that leathery armor, but raw strength wasn't the play here anyway. He needed a critical hit. Blurring forward like a shadow, he closed the gap on the first giant and drove his steel straight through its eyeball. Bullseye. The monster unleashed an ear-bleeding shriek that violently shook the surrounding canopy. Being the quote-unquote nice guy he is, Suho put the beast out of its misery by snapping its lifeline completely. Honestly though, that was a total fail on his end. His muscle memory kicked in too hard, and the strike was way too lethal. He literally just wanted to farm the guy for combat XP and system skills, but accidentally one-tapped him instead. Pivoting to the leftover brute, he resolved to milk this one dry. Seeing its buddy drop dead, the second beast lost its mind, screaming bloody murder and charging with reckless, unhinged swings. Meanwhile, our boy was just chilling, perfectly dialed in, floating like a butterfly. He sidestepped every frantic slash. The giant hacked left and right, flailing like an absolute scrub. Not a single strike even grazed his jacket. In this reality, spamming a specific movement is actually a cheat code. It forces the system to hand over a related ability. Knowing the meta perfectly, he dodged a few more heavy chops until a sly smirk crept onto his face. Boom. Evade skill unlocked. But he was just getting warmed up. Time for round 2. He switched up his stance and started perfectly deflecting the incoming slashes, batting them away with flawless timing. A solid parry isn't just flashy, it's the absolute bread and butter of melee fighting and the main prerequisite for unlocking god-tier combat arts. It's an absolute must-have in his arsenal. A couple of flawless blocks later, the magical ping echoed in his head. Parry skill acquired. Sadly, his oversized training dummy was officially running out of gas. It stumbled backward, gasping for air, absolutely burnt out. Seeing the tank on empty, he gave the monster a permanent dirt nap, cleanly slicing its head off. Nothing personal, just business. Strapped with 2 brand new abilities, the adrenaline was pumping. He was itching to plunge deeper into the horde, but not because he's some battle junkie. He was addicted to the grind. More XP, more abilities, ultimate power. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the vibe was getting seriously toxic among the local raid squad. They were fuming. Word just dropped that some random dude had hijacked their legally assigned dungeon. Once the rumor hit the crowd, absolute chaos broke out. Egos were bruised, profanities were flying, and these guys were highly offended that a rogue player had the audacity to poach their turf. A few of the heavy hitters were already plotting to jump the guy, the millisecond he stepped back into the real world. No way this disrespect was sliding. Just a few blocks down, though, a local first responder was locked in a highly classified chat. He was spilling tea to a group of men in sharp suits, officials straight from the big leagues at the association. They were on a manhunt for answers, and their target subject was none other than Suho. The fireman gave them the raw, unfiltered truth. From his frontline point of view, this kid was miles above your average low-rank trash. He literally solo-wiped an entire wave of infected deadites, actively auto-healing his own battle scars while tearing through the meat grinder. Hearing this unbelievable flex, one of the suited agents just froze. The dude was absolutely floored. He showed up right on schedule, but the entire goblin camp was already reduced to a graveyard. The craziest part? The guy behind this massacre was supposedly a healer. At first, he just laughed it off as a bad joke. Pure cap, right? In his entire career, a support class dropping this kind of solo DPS was straight up impossible. But facts are facts. If this mystery dude actually solo cleared a goblin-infested gate, keeping him off their radar wasn't an option. They had to snatch him up immediately. Cut back to our boy Suho, who was currently deep in the trenches. Man was treating these hobgoblins like an endless XP farm. He glided through the chaos like a ghost, slicing off multiple ugly heads in a single, fluid motion. Every swing was surgical, with zero wasted energy. He purposely left one ugly survivor breathing. Suho flashed at a death stare so cold, the monster dipped out of there at Mach speed. All according to plan, obviously. He was using the trembling freak as bait to pull the rest of the aggro. Taking a quick breather, he pulled up his system interface. That little slaughterfest had juiced up his stats and skills beautifully. Staring down at the mountain of green corpses, a light bulb went off in his head. This wasn't just a graveyard, it was a literal gold mine. Tucked inside those grotesque guts were magic stones. Sure, they were low-grade trash, but at 50,000 won a pop? That adds up real quick. That kind of cash was definitely worth getting his hands dirty. Normally, digging through monster guts was beneath him. Ain't nobody got time for that. But let's be real, his bank account was looking way more homeless than high-rank hunter right now. So, passing up free loot was a hard no. He crouched down and started harvesting the glowing rocks from the lifeless meat sacks, stashing every single piece into his digital inventory. Brushing the dirt off his hands, he gave a genuinely satisfied smirk. Talk about a lucrative side hustle. But before he could even exhale, the vibe instantly shifted. A suffocating wave of pure, unfiltered bloodlust slammed into him. He whipped around to find 30 massive hobgoblins stomping his way. Leading the charge, the exact same snitch he had intentionally spared moments ago. Spotting their target, the entire horde roared and rushed him simultaneously. Did our guy flinch? Not even a little. Instead, he blasted off the ground like a shadow. He moved with the terrifying speed and pinpoint accuracy of a master assassin. In the blink of an eye, half a dozen bodies hit the dirt. Ugly green heads bounced across the dungeon floor. He danced through them, carving through tough muscle like it was warm butter. And right on cue, the system chimed in with that sweet level-up notification. Fresh stat points flooded his profile, surging his raw power to a completely new tier. Riding that high and having milked enough XP, Suho realized playtime was officially over. Time to wrap this up. He threw himself into the center of the swarm, blades turning into a lethal tornado, shredding the horde without an ounce of mercy. Suddenly, a brave little freak tried to bum rush him straight down the middle. Did Suho back down? Nope. A wicked grin spread across his face. He was living for this. The adrenaline was actually hyping him up, because stepping up to the plate was the dungeon boss, a level 20 chief hobgoblin. Flexing its boss status, the giant brute lunged first for a devastating strike, only to whiff completely. Trying to capitalize, a squad of lackeys attempted to blindside him from the rear, but Suho possessed literal eyes in the back of his head. He casually diced them up without even looking. Realizing raw strength wasn't working, the boss popped its debuff skill, Fear. This wasn't your average spook. It locked up your muscles and shoved your brain into absolute, crushing dread. The higher the mastery, the harder it crippled you. Coming straight from a boss, this CC attack was no joke. Honestly, seeing a psychological attack this potent inside a low-tier gate was wild. The real issue here? Suho was rocking zero mental resistance gear and had zero passive skills to block mind games. He was completely exposed to the illusion. Sensing victory, the chief roared and bulldozed forward for the kill shot. But this ugly giant messed up big time. It forgot Suho wasn't some squishy noob. Our boy was a hardened veteran who ate nightmares for breakfast. He knew the exact cheat code to break the stun. Without blinking, Suho grabbed his own blade and slashed his left arm. The sudden jolt of agonizing pain instantly shattered the paralysis. With his vision cleared, he effortlessly deflected the boss's massive swing. Then, he pulled an ultimate Giga Chad move. Ignoring the giant threat entirely, he locked onto the remaining small fry. Blurring across the cavern, he painted the walls green, turning every single minion into confetti. In less than 10 seconds, the entire mob was exterminated. The room was dead silent, leaving nothing but the boss standing. Before spinning back around, he popped a quick heal to close up that self-inflicted gash. Distractions erased, HP restored. Now, it was time for the true one-on-one. Just the two of them now. Zero distractions. And judging by the absolute panic flashing in that beast's eyes, its cocky attitude had completely vanished. The brawl exploded into pure chaos, with both of them trading brutal, earth-shattering strikes. Suho left absolutely nothing on the table, gripping his blade and unleashing massive, heavy swings. But here was the reality check. His stats were just too low. His attacks barely scratched the creature's armor, proving that rushing in like a tank was a total dead end. Time for a pivot. Ditching the brainless button mashing, Suho calculated his next move and plunged his blade deep into the monster's massive thigh. He crippled its mobility with pinpoint accuracy. Panicking, the boss immediately spammed its signature fear aura, desperate to freeze Suho in his tracks and flip the script. Too bad that trick was outdated. Once you conquer terror, it becomes utterly useless. Suho had already stared down that nightmare and completely shattered it. Completely immune to the debuff, he locked onto that open wound. He carved into the mangled flesh repeatedly, mercilessly punishing the exact same weak point. A couple of devastating, surgically precise strikes later, the massive behemoth crashed to the dirt, gasping for air and clinging to its final sliver of health. But Suho wasn't about to let it off that easy. Instead of executing the kill screen, he suddenly triggered his healing light. Yep, a pure recovery spell dropped straight onto his enemy. The battered beast, already dizzy and bleeding out, was utterly mind-blown. Why on earth was the dude who just butchered it now acting like its personal medic? Meanwhile, Suho was grinning like a menace. He had just unlocked an infinite glitch to drag this brawl out forever. By constantly shredding the boss and patching it back up, he turned the deadly encounter into his own private gym. Hours melted away in this twisted loop. Slash, break, heal, rinse, and repeat. With every single rotation, Suho leveled up his combat flow. His mastery skyrocketed, eventually pushing multiple abilities straight into the A and B tiers. On the flip side, the once unstoppable dungeon boss was now shivering in pure, unadulterated trauma. It couldn't even force itself to make eye contact with the kid. Having totally milked this run for every drop of experience, Suho hit the ceiling. The beast had officially outlived its usefulness. The tutorial was over. Wearing a deadpan expression, Suho casually lobbed off the creature's head, wrapping up the grind without flinching. Boom, dungeon cleared. Standing tall amidst the wreckage, the system crowned him the undisputed MVP of the raid. Soaking up all that sweet bonus experience, his character icon dinged level 10, a massive turning point for literally any awakened fighter. Even his starter heal spell leveled up to rank E, but the real prize? He unlocked a brand new ability called Cure. Sure, it sounds pretty basic right now, but if he keeps snowballing at this insane rate, it wouldn't be a shock if he eventually wiped out 10,000 different lethal toxins with a snap. This was just the prologue, but his trajectory was absolutely cracked. With the loot secured and the boss handled, it was time to bounce. Suho pivoted and strolled toward the glowing portal out. Back in the real world, the vibe was thick with anxiety. The rift began to violently shudder, sparking terrified whispers across the crowd. Was the raid actually over? Before the rumors could spiral, the portal rippled and out stepped Suho. He sauntered out with effortless swagger, completely unfazed by the apocalyptic mess he just left behind. Not a single drop of sweat or ounce of fatigue ruined his vibe. He was pure ice. The bystanders just gaped at him, racking their brains trying to identify this absolute anomaly, and guess what went down inside? And Suho? He didn't owe them a backstory. He just let the hype simmer. Within seconds, top-tier guild reps began swarming the scene. They were all hunting for the lone wolf who just solo cleared a dungeon. But Suho cold-shouldered every single pitch, brushing past the flashy business cards and aggressive recruitment tactics. He wasn't buying what they were selling. Instead, he carved a path through the mob and stopped dead in front of a guy rocking a sharp corporate suit. With a completely chill tone, Suho tossed out a greeting to a guy who was way above a standard paper pusher. This was the heavy hitter of the South Korean Hunter Association team leader, Young Chul-min. And based on the deer in headlights look plastered on his face, he definitely wasn't prepped to be casually approached by the guy who just broke the portal. Cut to the slick offices of the Hunter Association, where team leader Young and our boy Suho are now chilling on opposite sides of a desk. To anyone walking by, it looked like a boring paperwork session, but Chulmin's brain was practically short-circuiting. He couldn't stop rewinding to what just went down outside. He vividly recalled their bizarre first interaction, the super casual handshake, and how Suho effortlessly dropped that he was actually heading to the association headquarters anyway. Initially, Chulmin figured the kid was just stopping by to refresh his license, a totally routine errand for veteran fighters. But as they kept talking, a wild truth bomb dropped. Suho was actually here to register for the very first time. That totally threw Chulmin for a loop. He was desperately struggling to compute how a completely unranked rookie like Suho, whose class was supposedly just a squishy healer, had somehow managed to solo an entire dimensional rift. And it was his attitude that was the craziest part. Totally relaxed, munching on snacks, acting like surviving a death trap was just a standard Tuesday. Chulmin kept aggressively refreshing the kid's test stats, trying to make the math make sense. Suho gave off zero healer vibes. Honestly, his stats were screaming straight-up DPS. The dude possessed the raw muscle and killer instincts of a vanguard, paired with the ice-cold chill of a veteran brawler. The math simply wasn't mathing. But right as Chulmin started spiraling into his own head, Suho sliced right through the silence. He casually asked if something was wrong, instantly yanking the recruiter back to reality. Shaking off the daze, Chulmin launched into the standard interrogation protocol. You know the drill. Past history, schooling, the boring stuff. Suddenly, the weird inconsistencies started clicking together. Turns out, our boy Suho had actually ditched university midway through. Before dipping out, he was majoring in physical education. Now, typically, jocks from that program lock in as heavy hitters, rolling as warriors or rangers the second they awaken. Yet Suho completely swerved everyone. He actively picked the support route. His reasoning? Bro literally just despised taking damage. After dropping that bombshell, he casually broke down the dungeon raid. He laid out the timeline with zero emotion, keeping his tone flat and clinical, deliberately leaving out one massive flex, the fact that he absolutely steamrolled the entire zone. He played it cool, claiming he just scrapped to stay alive. End of story. However, the second Suho casually name-dropped a hobgoblin boss, Chulmin froze. Alarm bells started blaring in the veteran's mind. Dungeons spawning those heavyweights are absolute death traps. Catching onto the recruiter's sudden panic, Suho didn't even blink. He simply accessed his spatial storage and dumped his entire loot haul straight onto the desk. A massive mountain of drops crashed down with a deafening slam. Chulmin practically jumped out of his skin, his jaw dropping to the floor. For a split second, the recruiter totally short-circuited. Sitting right in front of him was a massive pile of monocores ripped from the goblin horde. The standard shards came from the grunts, but resting dead center was a massive, ultra-pure crystal the boss drop. Completely clueless about the insane bag he just secured, Suho politely asked if the association could cash them out for him. Chulmin tried to keep his cool, but his eyes were glued to the jackpot. It was a legendary stash. Forcing himself to breathe, he locked eyes with the kid and asked dead serious did he honestly want to walk the path of an awakened. Suho gave a single, firm nod. Instantly, a massive spark of hype ignited inside the recruiter. Fighting to keep his professional mask on, Chulmin probed to see if this was just some spontaneous teenage phase. But our boy just smiled softly and shut that down immediately. While the recruiter was internally celebrating securing a prodigy, the atmosphere in the room took a sudden, dark dive. Suho finally dropped his true motive. He didn't care about clout or chasing the bag. It was pure, unfiltered hatred for the beasts. He despised the rifts that spawned them. Back when he was just a kid, a brutal dungeon break wiped out his entire bloodline. Ever since that nightmare, he was tossed into the foster system, surviving completely solo. Initially, he figured slicing through beasts would finally cure the burning rage inside his gut. But even after catching multiple bodies in the raid, the heavy weight in his soul never flinched. The trauma refused to fade. Right then and there, a flip switched in his mind. He knew he couldn't rewind time, but he sure as hell could dictate who survived tomorrow. He refused to let another kid experience his personal hell. He wasn't swinging his blade for vengeance anymore. He was swinging it as a shield. He craved the front line, eager to put in the actual grind. That was his core drive to awaken, and he wasn't looking to sell out to a corporate guild. He wanted to enlist directly with the government squad. Chulmin was absolutely floored by the sheer aura of this kid, but as a seasoned vet, he had to hit him with a brutal reality check. He laid it out straight. The government paycheck was absolute trash, compared to the massive contracts Private Corps threw around. Surprisingly, Suho couldn't care less about the financial downgrade. As long as he scored VIP access to farm dungeons, first dibs on entry, and the legal right to legally humble rogue awakeners, he considered it an absolute win. The recruiter's brain practically short-circuited. Here is the wild part. While the state theoretically holds priority over the rifts, they usually just sell those permits off to the highest bidder. The logic is painfully obvious. Zero bureaucrats are willing to risk getting packed up for a measly public servant wage. Everyone acts like a hero on paper, but low-key, they just want a comfy desk job where they can farm a pension without ever staring down a monster. Hence the massive line of applicants begging for paperwork duty. But looking at Suho, Chulmin saw a completely different breed. This kid despised the safe route. He was a unicorn in this greedy industry, a legitimate guardian practically begging to dive into the meat grinder for civilians, a guy who actually believed in the oath. The sheer joy of finding a diamond in the rough nearly made Chulman pass out. Forcing himself to lock back in, he pivoted back to appraising the mountain of monocores. Here was the catch, though. To score an official license, rookies gotta crush both a written theory and a brutal live-action trial. The major roadblock? The deadline to sign up was already dead and buried, and the actual trials were kicking off tomorrow. But lucky for our MC, he just made a massive fan out of Chulman, and solo clearing a dungeon definitely earned him a golden ticket. On his own, he could probably finesse the higher-ups and score some special clearance. That was the easy part. The real headache, keeping Chulman up at night, the written exam. Passing that thing with barely 1 day of prep was straight up impossible for an NPC. But our guy Suho? He was built different. His mindset was simple. If a door opens, you kick it down. The only catch? Our boy was dead broke. He couldn't even scrape together the cash for the entrance fee. So, swallowing his pride, he hit up team leader Chulman to fence the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, absolute legend that he is, took the job without batting an eye. Right now, this big bro figure was the absolute only lifeline Suho had. And honestly, he respected the hell out of that. Fast forward a bit, they crushed the physical tests, and team leader Chulman wired over the cash from the crystal hall. Cut to the next scene, and Suho is raiding Chulman's snack stash like he owns the joint. The crystal payload netted him 3 million won. Toss in the tax breaks from his shiny new civil servant hunter status, and he was sitting pretty. But he wasn't done yet. He needed one more solid. He knew the association had a hidden gem of a library, and he wanted to grind for tomorrow's written test. He dropped a polite ask for access, and without skipping a beat, Chulman grinned and gave him the green light. He even played tour guide, walking Suho right up to the doors and letting him know he could bypass the ID check. Before dipping out, Chulman hyped him up for the big exam. Watching his back, Suho couldn't help but admire the guy's rock-solid loyalty. In his gut, he knew that one day, Chulman was absolutely destined to run the whole association as president. With his bro out of the frame, Suho locked onto his real target inside the library. He needed a breadcrumb from his past life. He had flashes of massive, world-breaking events, but the actual details were pure static. Human brains just aren't wired to drag memories across different lifetimes, and he was stuck in that exact same boat. But the cheat code was hiding somewhere in this room, a specific skill he desperately needed. After tearing through the aisles, he spotted an anomaly, a colossal, ancient-looking tome that literally defied the shelf space. Intrigued, he snatched it up. The second he popped the cover, a weird system notification chimed in. This book was totally alien to their reality. The prompt hinted at a hidden mechanic, something way beyond just flipping pages. Suho instantly knew the drill. Without a second thought, he hoisted the massive book over his head like a gamer unlocking a secret achievement. For a hot minute, he felt like a total clown. Absolutely nothing happened. His arms started burning, and frustration spiked hard, because he bet his life this was the trigger. Just as he opened his mouth to roast the stupid book, the system chimed again. The Library of Memories found his background lore fascinating. Cue the magic. The cover pulsed, reality glitched out, and before he could blink, the dusty archives dissolved around him. He was suddenly staring down a massive, otherworldly tree. Its roots dug into glowing bedrock, branching up into a sky that looked like a digital illusion. A giant spiral staircase coiled around the trunk, disappearing into the void. Welcome to the Library of Memories. Here's the kicker. This place grants you absolute photographic recall of everything you've ever experienced, right down to your worst nightmares. Normally, humans survive trauma by forgetting, but this skill locks you in, with a flawless, unerasable mind. The original player who rocked this power was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, an ex-employee of the Hunter Association. While pulling a study session for a career switch, she accidentally unlocked this god-tier ability by using the book as a makeshift pillow just because sleeping on her face sucked. Suho laughed at her insane luck, but felt deeply thankful she paved the way. He mentally noted to buy her a 5-star dinner down the road. A new system window flashed, demanding Suho sacrifice his own story to the library. He let the sheer weight of this ability sink in. It was the ultimate patch to fix his corrupted past memories, since human recall always fades and glitches out over time. Knowing it was the ultimate power-up, he realized getting this skill was a must to keep his past perfectly intact. A ding confirmed his lore was accepted. Instantly, a massive gale whipped around him, and the system broadcasted that the library was downloading his life files. Gravity vanished as Suho drifted into the air, wrapped in glowing runes while a mystic hologram booted up above the book. One final alert popped off, confirming the Library of Memories was officially online. It would archive his entire existence, acting as a search engine for his brain and feeding him crucial intel on demand. Speechless, Suho just stared at his own hand. Something's totally off about this recording process. It's glitchy, almost like this whole dimension is just a massive, twisted illusion. With this new skill unlocked, he doesn't waste a single second. He shuts his eyes, plunging straight back into a past raid, only to find himself staring at his own battered, bloodied body. The trauma hits him like a freight train. Pure, unfiltered rage boils in his veins, proving this isn't just a dream, this memory is terrifyingly real. There they are, the backstabbers. He glares at the pathetic cowards who stalled, sealing the gate, perfectly willing to let him die just to save their own skin. He carves their faces into his mind, vowing absolute vengeance. Suddenly, his mind drifts, suspended in a void, surrounded by endless, glowing system screens. The whole flashback leaves him physically sick. Honestly, he kicks himself for not picking a lighter memory to test drive. But then, boom, a single holographic panel flashes red with a jaw-dropping alert. The system is offering him a literal cheat code to scale up his power. Because he hit the ultimate cap, becoming the absolute first. Transcendent, the entire system is doing a hard reboot exclusively for player on Suho. His jaw drops as the digital void shatters, snapping him back to the real world. Wait a minute. Did this crazy system actually just rewind time? He flashes back to the moment he unlocked the Realm of Unity, wielding the divine sword and claiming that very first double S rank skill. Yet here he is, standing at the absolute peak of transcendence, gifted a total reset that literally no one in history has ever pulled off. Suho grins this time slip. Yeah, it's definitely no accident. Cut to the next scene. A cab screeches to a halt, dropping him off at his target location. Stepping onto the pavement, the gravity of this second life hits him. He's playing with a loaded deck now. This is his shot to rewrite history, to obliterate those random, catastrophic gates before they can wipe out thousands of innocent lives all over again. He's got to speedrun these dungeons. The clock is ticking, and slacking off isn't an option. He pulls up to a towering skyscraper. This is Nexus. Staring up at the massive glass facade, he has to admit, the place looks pretty intimidating. It's the undisputed titan of private hunter academies nationwide. Better yet, it's his personal piggy bank to fund his massive future plans. Pushing through the revolving doors with total confidence, he walks straight up to a super upbeat receptionist who asks how she can help. Suho doesn't miss a beat. He demands a face-to-face with director Kim Swa. Caught off guard, she stammers, asking if he actually booked an appointment. Nope, he shrugs, totally unfazed. He leans in and drops a bomb. Just tell her the guy who solo cleared the Sindorum station pre-catastrophe gate is waiting in the lobby. Boom. We're instantly upstairs in a massive corner office. A totally composed executive introduces herself, Kim Swai, the head honcho of Nexus Academy. He throws out his name, An Suho. She motions for him to grab a seat, giving him a deeply calculated look, while praising his insane solo run at the Sindorum dungeon. Leaning across her sleek desk, she asks what brings a monster like him to her turf. His answer? He wants a full-ride scholarship. That totally throws her for a loop. He nods, doubling down, casually dropping that he's also sitting for the official hunter license exam tomorrow. Her brain is practically short-circuiting. Desperate to make sense of this kid, she asks exactly how long ago his awakening triggered. Today, he answers, deadpan. Her jaw practically hits the floor. She aggressively flips through his paperwork, repeating his stats like she's losing her mind. So, an unregistered nobody who got his powers literally hours ago wants to take the licensing exam tomorrow, right after soloing a boss-level disaster zone? He smirks, confirming every wild detail. He even flexes that he pulled some massive strings inside the Hunter Association just to bypass the waitlist. His game plan? Take first place. Period. The sheer, terrifying confidence radiating off him leaves the director utterly speechless. Then, he lays his cards on the table. When he crushes the competition and ranks #1, he wants VIP status at Nexus with every single expense paid in full. Look, Suho isn't dumb. He knows an absolute rookie claiming the crown sounds insane. Good thing he's secretly holding a New Game Plus ticket. Underneath this fresh face is a ruthless, blood-soaked veteran who's cleared more dungeons than most guilds combined. Haters can doubt him all they want, he couldn't care less. They can take the deal or leave it. Meanwhile, Kim is sweating. She knows surviving a lethal outbreak gate completely solo requires god-tier talent, but she tries to bring him back to earth, warning him that the official exam is a literal meat grinder with a brutal, sub-20% survival rate. Suho doesn't blink. He slaps down a zero-risk guarantee. If he doesn't clinch that top spot, they can shred the contract and pretend he never existed. Hooked by his insane wager, Kim squints at him. Why pick Nexus over elite powerhouses like Hexagon or Prime? Suho doesn't sugarcoat his answer. Sure, they're physically the largest, but they've been falling off hard lately. They haven't cranked out a single S-tier prodigy in years, and their enrollment numbers are totally tanking because of it. Kim physically winces, unable to argue. Her empire is dying for a miracle, and her current roster of students is painfully mid. But if this crazy kid actually pulls off a first-place sweep, Nexus would monopolize all the massive media hype. His wild gamble is the exact lifeline she needs right now. However, she stares at him, deeply unnerved. What kind of absolute psycho walks into a boardroom and gambles his entire career without breaking a sweat? Intensely curious, she presses him, asking what kind of payout he's actually hunting for. Suho flips the script, demanding to know the exact loot dropped for the valedictorian. She breaks down the prize pool, total tuition forgiveness, a massive 30 million won cash bonus, and a VIP fast track straight into the elite Nexus Guild. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across Suho's face as he nods. A massive flex for the nation's top academy, sure, but Suho flashed a wicked smirk, dropping a bomb. 300 million won would definitely sweeten the deal. Director Kim practically short-circuited at that insane price tag, but Suho didn't even blink, laying out exactly why dominating as their star pupil, combined with the sheer, ridiculous size of this elite institution, made that payout an absolute steal. Let's be real, 300 million was pocket change for a powerhouse like Nexus, and deep down, Kim knew the kid was dead right. Gritting her teeth, she finally caved, locking in the contract, snagged the rank 1 spot, and that 300 million bag was all his. Fast forward to Suho, prowling the nighttime campus, his jaw slowly dropping as the absolute magnitude of the place sank in. We're talking bigger than a literal theme park, a self-contained city where a student would never need to step foot outside. His exhausted tour guide let out a proud little chuckle, flexing that Nexus held the crown as the most massive academy in all of South Korea. Catching those heavy bags under the guy's eyes, Suho quickly pieced together that this poor dude got dragged out of bed just to play VIP chaperone. A wave of guilt hit him, so he threw out a genuine thanks for the midnight stroll, getting a polite smile back as the guide insisted it was standard protocol for a top-tier guest. Suddenly, the rhythmic thud of a weapon caught Suho's attention, revealing a lone figure sweating it out on the training grounds, immediately sparking his curiosity. The guide gave a respectful nod, hyping the guy up as the ultimate grinder, who stayed on that late-night hustle every single day without fail. Suho's eyes locked onto Daehan, heavily intrigued, while the guide shouted across the field, playfully warning the absolute unit not to work himself to death. Flashing a humble, exhausted smile, Daehan shot back that as a third-year student, going beast mode was basically a survival requirement. Memories instantly clicked into place for Suho. This was the exact same guy he used to run life-or-death raids with in his previous life. Back in the day, Daehan was a literal brick wall, revered across the nation as an untouchable meat shield with god-tier defense. It was just a brutal tragedy when the ruthless meta evolved, leaving pure, heavy tanks completely in the dust. But watching Daehan awkwardly swinging a battle axe instead of gripping a massive shield, Suho instantly knew the poor guy was totally nerfing his own true potential. Talk about a golden ticket. Suho could fix this guy's build right now and groom him perfectly for a spot in his future squad. After a quick round of intros from the guide, Suho cut straight to the chase, questioning if Daehan was seriously locking in that battle axe as his main. The bulky guy nodded confidently, prompting Suho to press harder, demanding to know the actual logic behind that clunky choice. Daehan confessed he was gunning for the front line, and his clueless instructors had slapped an axe in his hands, claiming it fit his massive frame. The guide even jumped in to defend it, glazing the battle axe for its unmatched, bone-crushing raw damage. Suho raised an eyebrow, asking if the axe was his only flavor. Daehan sheepishly agreed, admitting he was totally useless at picking up new skills. He figured weapon hopping was just a massive waste of energy, especially since it took 2 agonizing years just to stop embarrassing himself with the axe. And even now, his moves were clunky as hell. Suho's analytical brain immediately diagnosed the fatal flaw in this whole setup. The dude was out here sweating buckets, putting in mad work, but the simple, painful truth was that the axe was basically a cursed item for his playstyle. His hustle was a 10 out of 10, but his roadmap was garbage. He should have tossed that weapon the second his stats flatlined. It honestly baffled Suho that the so-called best academy on the peninsula was blind to something this glaringly obvious, so he dropped some serious reality check wisdom. Since the system inevitably hands out crazy stat boosts anyway, forcing yourself to use a weapon that feels unnatural is basically throwing the game. Yeah, system assists can artificially carry your proficiency rating, but surviving a real dungeon totally hinges on raw combat IQ and natural reflexes. The battle axe was straight up sabotaging Daehan, sure. It hit like an absolute truck on impact. But those agonizingly slow swing animations left massive openings, and with a hitbox as huge as Daehan's, defending him was a total nightmare. That brutal truth drop hit Daehan like a physical blow, entirely shattering his entire 3-year weapon identity in mere seconds. Suho gave the guy mad props for his relentless grind, but flawlessly pivoted, revealing that his true, overpowered calling was acting as an unbreakable vanguard. He laid out the ultimate meta build, strap a massive kite shield to the left arm, and grip a bone-shattering, one-handed mace in the right. According to Suho, swapping to this exact loadout would instantly skyrocket his actual survival and threat levels on the battlefield. Panic flashed in Daehan's eyes, completely hard resetting his playstyle. A mere 24 hours before the most crucial exam of his life felt like a massive gamble, but Suho stared right through him, forcing him to really question who actually carries a raid party when all hell breaks loose. The noobs always hype up the flashy mages, but in reality, the absolute spine of any squad is the tank, the immovable object dragging all aggro to keep everyone breathing. And to dominate that role, you need a heavy shield to eat the damage, plus a blunt secondary weapon to stun-lock the mob and control the chaos. The logic hit so incredibly hard that the puzzle pieces finally clicked. Completely hyped up by the vision, Daehan committed to making the ultimate switch. A satisfied grin crept onto Suho's face, loving that this future juggernaut didn't freeze in fear, proving he had the elite adaptability to survive. Throwing up a quick peace sign for good luck, Suho watched him bounce. Then, the guide piped up, casually mentioning that Director Kim personally ordered this midnight VIP stroll, which is why he just dropped the special guest title earlier. But now the guy's brain was totally spinning. Was this kid actually a master instructor in disguise? His combat IQ was just way too terrifying for a rookie. Suho quickly played the "I'm just an instructor" card. Deep down, he totally knew dropping expert-level knowledge without a proper license looked sketchy as hell, so he smoothed things over by calling himself a private stakeholder. The official just nodded along, noting that a message had just come through. Paperwork sorted. It was time to head back to the director's suite. Fast forward to the highly anticipated Hunter exam day. The plaza outside the association headquarters was absolutely swarming with nervous applicants. Gripping cold steel, these rookies were dead set on snagging their official badges. Every single one of them had grinded non-stop for this exact moment, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit. But in a hilarious twist of fate, Suho, the literal beast who just solo cleared a dungeon, was running on fumes. Stepping out after crushing the written portion, he thought about the exam's true purpose. The whole setup was basically a massive anti-doping sting. Honestly though, Suho thought their methods were totally garbage. The real frauds weren't popping pills, they were sneaking in hidden stat buffs. He had spotted one girl, along with a whole squad of others radiating mana spikes way above a normal level 5 baseline. Right on cue, the system pinged, confirming his sensory stats were practically off the charts. He had completely maxed out his magic detection passive. This made sniffing out anomalies absolute child's play. Even without any formal whistleblowing, the widespread buff abuse was painfully obvious to him. It was time to shut this clown show down. Catching sight of Cholman, Suho was just glad to see one genuinely straight-edge dude in the mix. Strolling through the corridors past groups of applicants stressing over their scores, he could not shake the weird feeling that his own overpowered existence felt like a walking cheat code. Cholman jogged over, checking in on his exam results. Suho casually brushed it off, knowing he had aced it, before questioning why the older guy was even hanging around. Cholman sighed, admitting he was playing glorified security, because the association was severely understaffed. He mentioned rumors that this year's paper was brutally difficult, making Suho's chilled-out vibe seriously impressive. Our boy just shrugged off the praise and smoothly pivoted the conversation. Cholman gave him the green light, warning him not to ask for answer keys. Suho smirked, hinting it was definitely exam-adjacent. He casually dropped the bomb. Why weren't the proctors scanning for active aura enhancements during the evaluation? Cholman blinked, totally lost on the concept of buff checks. Suho broke it down. Sure, they drew blood and took urine samples to block steroids and stripped away magical artifacts, but they were completely blind to invisible skill enhancements. He tossed out a pro tip. Deploying sensory hunters would instantly weed out the fakes. Cholman's eyes lit up at the golden advice, vowing to lock that loophole down before the physical trials kicked off. Mission accomplished. Suho excused himself to prep. Right before he dipped, Cholman stopped him, dropping a genuine wish to see our main character crush the trials so they could team up in the field. He threw him some good vibes for the combat phase, which Suho graciously accepted. Fast forward 30 minutes to the arena, where a loudspeaker blared, slapping the crowd with a 2-hour delay due to supposed technical glitches with the simulation pods. The intercom ordered the restless mob to hit the food court and kill time in the holding pens. Suho was not buying that cover story for a second. It screamed damage control. He instantly knew his bro Cholman was already making moves, aggressively purging the roster of anyone radiating fake stats, acting with ruthless efficiency. Out of 1,200 hopefuls facing a brutal 10% survival rate, filtering out the trash. would totally tank those odds down to maybe 7%. Whoever survived this bloodbath was guaranteed to be absolute elite material. Suho leaned back, scanning the room to scout for any hidden gems worth watching. Out of nowhere, a heated argument shattered the quiet. Some loudmouth was aggressively trying to force a duel. The victim barked back, telling the instigator to chill out and step back. But the aggressor just smirked, playing it off as friendly practice, and mocking the dude for being terrified of exposing his trash-tier skills. Fed up, the defender shoved the bully away, demanding some personal space. The bully's grin twisted as he raised a wooden training blade, daring the guy to see what happens if he swings first. But before a brawl could break out, Suho flashed into the mix, effortlessly parrying the strike with his own wooden weapon and forcing the punk to recoil. The victim stared in shock, asking if our boy had a death wish, but Suho kept his cool, smoothly claiming the situation. He told the victim to stay out of it. The bully sneered, demanding to know if Suho was undercover security. Suho gave a deadpan response, just another candidate, but threw shade at the attacker, warning the victim that fighting this absolute clown would only tank his exam score. So stepping aside was the big brain play. The punk glared, demanding to know why this random extra was playing hero. Suho just flashed a dangerous smile, dropped his name, and boldly offered himself up as a punching bag since the guy was so thirsty for a fight. But the bully was not buying the hype. He literally scoffed, declaring he didn't waste sweat on pathetic weaklings. Hearing the word weak aimed at him completely short-circuited Suho's brain. The arrogant fool claimed Suho's parry was pure luck, telling him to crawl away before things got ugly. But oh boy, Suho was about to flip the entire script. You actually scared? Suho tilted his head, flashing a mocking grin that instantly got under the attacker's skin. He dared the guy to prove this wasn't just beginner's luck, practically begging him to step up or back down. The bait worked flawlessly. The dude completely lost his mind, spitting out insults and branding Suho a massive coward. Without breaking a sweat, Suho accepted the challenge, but insisted they keep it strictly by the book, grab an official supervisor, and hit the regulation sparring ring. The second they got the green light and stepped onto the mat, every single student in the vicinity completely dropped what they were doing to watch. The referee stepped between them, laying down the law. Strictly standard issue wooden training blades only, and he would instantly pull the plug the second things got too brutal. The bell rang, and the attacker exploded off the starting line, launching a vicious, wide swing. Suho parried it like he was swatting a fly. Desperate to land a hit, the guy vaulted into the air, aiming a skull-crushing downward strike. But Suho just casually sidestepped. Boiling with rage and absolute shock, the attacker screamed that he was going to rip Suho to shreds. Instead of fighting back, Suho simply slammed his boot down, pinning the guy's wooden blade to the floor. "You're genuinely pathetic," he sneered, totally shattering the man's ego. This aggressive hothead was Park Yong, a certified battle junkie whose entire personality revolved around hunting down heavy hitters and picking fights. His toxic obsession with raw power had morphed him into an absolute menace inside the ring. Suho instantly recognized him from his past life, remembering exactly how lethal Yong used to be, and seeing him in this rookie testing batch was a massive red flag. He knew right then and there he had to completely shut this guy down before history repeated itself. Out of nowhere, Suho launched a devastating roundhouse kick that sent Yong skidding across the floor. Looming over him, Suho ruthlessly threw the guy's earlier trash talk right back in his face. Completely shell-shocked, Yong choked out a demand to know how Suho was hitting so hard. Suho coldly dropped a reality check, warning him that rushing in blind was pure suicide, and heavily implying that the battle junkie had never tasted the terrifying power of a level 10 fighter. Up until now, Yong had probably only been bullying level 5s. Wiping his mouth with a twisted smirk, Yong noted Suho's chilling composure and declared he was completely taking off the training wheels. "Bring it on," Suho challenged. Yong erupted into a furious hurricane of strikes, but Suho practically danced through the onslaught, untouchable. Even gripping the sword with just one hand, Yong was swinging with genuine lethal intent now. Suho actually felt the heavy, crushing pressure behind those hits. Pushed to his limit, Yong finally burned his ultimate trump card, the legendary Dragon Sword technique. The entire arena exploded in a blinding flash as their wooden blades violently collided. Yong was already mentally doing a victory lap, convinced he had just cleaved Suho in half, but as the dust settled, Suho was just standing there, casually brushing off his shoulder without a single scratch. He had perfectly deflected the entire nuke. Trembling and wide-eyed, Yong demanded to know how he survived. Suho just laughed, ruthlessly calling the ultimate attack sluggish. The brutal truth? Yong had only managed to pull off a cheap, watered-down knockoff of the Dragon Sword. Without an official hunter's license to unlock his true stats, executing the real technique was literally impossible. Blinded by the utter humiliation, Yong rushed back in, swinging wildly, but Suho ghosted past every single desperate attack, Dropping into a low crouch, Suho intentionally left himself wide open, pure bait for a raging bull. The second Yong screamed his victory cry and lunged for the kill. Suho detonated a flawless uppercut straight into his jaw. Lights out. Yong crumpled to the mat, eyes rolling back, his brain scrambling to process the absolute beatdown he just took. Standing over the wreckage, Suho delivered the final emotional blow. Like I said, way too slow. Paralyzed and practically vibrating with rage, all Yong could do was stare at the ceiling, bitterly whispering Suho's name like a curse. Watching the defeated swordsman, Suho smirked, knowing Yong's toxic obsession was now completely locked onto him, which meant the other rookies were finally safe. With the human wrecking ball neutralized, Suho figured the testing facility might actually get some peace and quiet. Meanwhile, the evaluators up in the observation deck were completely frozen in shock. Snapping them out of their paralysis, Suho waved a hand, casually shouting up that he had accidentally knocked Park Yong out cold, and asked them to maybe send down an ice pack. Cutting to the next phase, Suho strolled into a massive, high-tech lab packed with dive pods. Scanning the room, he instantly spotted some serious heavyweights mingling in the crowd. He easily pegged them as undercover anti-doping narcs posing as lab geeks. As the waiting room buzzed with nervous chatter, Suho practically rolled his eyes, desperately wishing everybody would just shut up and leave. A tech waved him over to a station and told him to kick back in the chair. The guy quickly ran through the emergency abort protocol, just in case Suho's brain started melting mid-dive. Suho threw up a thumbs up, totally unbothered. The massive rig hummed to life. Suho laid back, and heavy neural cables locked onto his temples. A sleek holographic interface popped up in his vision, Hunter Practical Exam Program Online. As his consciousness ripped out of his body and plunged into the digital void, the loading bar rocketed upward. 5%, 40%, 77%. Boom. 100. Neural link established. The brutal healer class evaluation officially booted up. Suho's eyes snapped open, and reality instantly shifted into an absolute nightmare dimension. One look around, and he immediately understood why the fail rate for healers was so insanely high. The street was a literal war zone. Civilians were bleeding out, screaming for medics, and trapped underneath massive slabs of shattered concrete. Right in front of him, a girl was tearing her hands apart trying to heave a gigantic boulder off a victim. Taking in the sheer chaos, Suho silently roasted the Hunter Association for designing such an unhinged test. The simulation was absolutely brutal, turning what should have been a simple exam into pure nightmare fuel. But hold up, let us break down how this practical exam actually works before we move on. This trial is literally the main event of the entire Hunter qualification. The whole point? To see if these rookies actually have what it takes to survive playing their specific character classes. They switch up the twisted scenarios every single year, meaning the passing grades totally fluctuate. Usually, we are talking intense solo duels or surviving endless mob waves. For your average fighter, racking up kills and staying breathing equals a high score. But for the support squad, it is a whole different ballgame. The graders do not just care about how much health you can restore. Sure, magic output matters, but the absolute holy grail for a healer is their willingness to become a meat shield. Throwing yourself into the meat grinder so your teammates can live, that is the ultimate ticket to a flawless grade. Staring down a fresh horde of creeping beasts, Suho processed the twisted logic of this trial. The script literally demands that the medic bites the dust to shield the VIP. Here is the massive glitch though. His overpowered real-world stats carried over. Striding straight toward the snarling pack, his eyes locked onto a discarded blade resting in the dirt. Scanning the weapon, a ridiculous realization hit him. With his current durability, these monsters would have to chew on him for hours just to drain his health bar. While normal recruits would just take the loss, Suho instantly rejected the idea of playing the victim. He had already tasted the afterlife once, and he was not about to catch a second fade. All around him, desperate voices shattered the air as people panicked over the monstrous invasion. Yet, our guy remained completely cold, knowing every single shriek was just generated code. Strip away the virtual reality, and he was standing in a graveyard of fallen avatars. Closing the distance to a trembling NPC girl, he casually checked her status. Quivering in pure terror, the pixelated survivor begged him to flee before the beast wave crashed down again. Suho, however, kept his eyes locked on the true objective. His sole directive was keeping her breathing until the timer hit 0. Flashing a confident look, he guaranteed backup was on the way and swore no monster would touch a single hair on her head. Grip tightening on the hilt, he anchored his feet into the earth, dead set on slaughtering anything that dared to step up. Cutting back to the control center, exhausted applicants were popping out of their VR capsules like burnt toast. One dude stumbled out, totally regretting his trash performance. A female staff member hit him with the standard corporate thank you, telling him to pack up his gear and hit the exit. Pivoting to the next station, she tapped the monitor to pull up the logs. The screen flashed the profile of a bow user named Kang Jin Young. The clock maxed out at exactly 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Sighing at the tablet, she muttered about how brutal this year difficulty spike was totally tanking everyone metrics. Catching a glimpse of a specific active pod, she casually asked Director Shin about Suho current survival timer. Shin casually dropped a bombshell, 30 solid minutes. Her jaw practically hit the floor as she echoed the number, refusing to accept that insane duration. Sprinting straight to our boy terminal, she stared blankly at the glowing digits. 30 freaking minutes. Brain completely short-circuiting. She demanded to know if this guy was running a tank build. Shin calmly corrected her, stating Suho was locked in as a medic. Thinking he was trolling, she called absolute cap on that claim. Smirking, the director just tapped the glass, pointing straight at the blood-soaked blade in Suho hands. Leaning in, they both glued their eyes to the live combat feed. Witnessing this absolute menace styling on monsters, the examiner questioned reality itself, asking once more if he was actually registered as support. Mind blown by his relentless aggression, she out loud wondered if surviving would trigger an automatic fail condition. But Shin shut that down instantly. Nowhere in the manual did it mandate kicking the bucket. The ultimate win condition was simply keeping the target breathing until the buzzer. Hearing the loophole, she slowly nodded, finally grasping the genius play. Breaking it down, the director pointed out that our protagonist was literally hitting every single checkbox of the exam. Bro never strayed from the VIP, held the front line right next to her, and spammed recovery spells the entire time. He was putting his neck on the line for her safety, just doing it offensively. With every parameter satisfied, kicking him out was literally impossible. Connecting the dots, the staff member realized the valedictorian of this entire bracket was already locked in. Cut back to the digital battlefield, and Suho was currently putting on an absolute masterclass in violence. He cleaved through armored beasts with effortless single strikes. Yet, standing amidst the fading polygons, our guy was not satisfied in the slightest. His kill speed had to increase. As fresh waves of horrors spawned in, he executed them with mechanical precision, his eyes locked in a dead stare of pure concentration. After turning the entire map into a ghost town, a glowing blue alert flashed in his vision. His mastery over evasion mechanics had peaked. He had officially unlocked the max tier of the footwork skill. Scanning the text box, a massive brain blast hit him. Because this VR rigged its physics to perfectly mimic reality, the overarching system was actually tracking his neural movements. The interface recognized his manual inputs, proving that he could literally grind out real-world combat abilities while plugged into the Matrix. Sure, the experience drops were heavily nerfed compared to actual dungeon diving, but it was still basically a free, zero-risk training room. Beyond just swinging a blade, he had absorbed a ton of utility perks, pushing every single foundational slashing art straight up to A tier. The simulation did not drop any shiny loot or character levels, yet the monumental stat growth was a massive dopamine hit. He realized that if he pushed all his blade arts past the A rank threshold, he could potentially forge an ultimate custom move, just like the legendary Dragon Sword form. Suddenly, another holographic banner ripped across his sightline. Monumental milestone unlocked. His weapon proficiency had officially eclipsed every other player in the server. The artificial intelligence was literally geeking out over his completely original combat flow and demanded to permanently log it into the database. A prompt demanded to know if he wanted to fuse his core striking arts with his evasive dashes to birth a brand new ability. A wicked grin spread across Suho's face. It was time to cement his legacy. Guardian Sword. A flashing query popped up asking if he wanted to lock in that exact title. Without hesitating, our boy smashed the accept button, triggering yet another system alert. A glowing blue system window pops up, hyping him up for his insane mastery and officially registering a brand new, one-of-a-kind sword art. Boom, Guardian Sword rank S is born. This broken new ability straight up buffs every single blade attack and movement technique by a massive 50%. And the system isn't done blessing him. It drops 10 raw stat points as a reward, flashing a message, begging Suho to keep dominating the way of the sword. Then, the ultimate flex drops. He unlocks Sword Mastery S, a legendary tier, reserved strictly for absolute sword gods. Just like that, the system shatters every single level cap and restriction on learning. New blade arts, stacking yet another 50% damage multiplier on top of his already busted stats and completely wiping away any weapon penalties. Suho just stands there, flashing back to his previous timeline. Back then, grinding this out took him an agonizing 10 years. But now, armed with all his regression, cheat codes, and past life memories, he's speedrunning the entire progression system. He knows exactly how lethal he just became. Snapping his focus back to the trial, he runs the math. The mob count in this dungeon was hard-coded from the start, leaving him totally blown away by the insane budget and prep the Academy dumped into this test. Now, with every single quest marker checked off, he only has two options left: get ripped apart by the horde, or slaughter them all. Meanwhile, outside the zone, the exam proctors are literally clutching their monitors, completely speechless. Their jaws are on the floor. For the first time in the academy's entire history, a student just solo cleared the entire dungeon. They aren't just shook by his god-tier combat mechanics, but the crazy part is, he actually kept the VIP patient fully healed too. One proctor just laughs, saying they might as well toss the grading rubric out the window. First place is locked in. Flash forward a few days to the ultra-luxurious Hexagon Guild headquarters. One of their executives is smirking, totally hyped that their elite rookie, Keon, is about to take the crown. The rest of the boardroom nods along, patting themselves on the back for the insane resources they dumped into him. But then, a scout rips open the official results letter. He reads it out loud, and the room goes dead silent. Keon didn't take first place. The golden boy sitting at rank 1? On Suho. Total shockwave. The vibe instantly turns super toxic and panicked as an exec screams out, demanding to know where Keon went. Right as the guildmaster's phone starts blowing up, we cut back to our boy. Suho is chilling, taking a call from the Great Hunter Association team leader. The guy sounds exhausted, apologizing for the late props because he's been drowning in paperwork, but he makes sure to gas Suho up for clutching the flawless top score. He straight up admits he never expected a rookie to perform with such terrifying consistency. Suho plays it cool and humble, trying to pass the credit to the leader's guidance, but the veteran instantly shoots that down. He tells Suho this massive W is all his. Plus, he spills some tea. Suho's crazy performance actually outed a whole ring of tryhards, who were using illegal stims to fake their stats. Now, the association is cracking down hard on future tests, and the leader is taking that as a huge win. Then, the leader shifts his tone, getting super serious. He asks the million-dollar question, does Suho still plan on signing with the association? Suho doesn't hesitate. Even though he's farming XP with his current guild for now, his endgame hasn't shifted one bit. The association is still his main target. The leader lets out a huge sigh of relief, promising to shoot him a text the second the official recruitment and draft schedules are locked in. Suho grins, totally down for it. Right before hanging up, the leader goes full dad mode, telling Suho to actually eat some decent food and watch his HP in real life. Suho tosses the good vibes right back. Click, the line goes dead. Back at HQ, the leader stares blankly at an item in his hand, muttering that he really needs to grab a bite himself. Meanwhile, Suho just stops walking. The leader's voice is ringing in his head. Something is super sus. He can literally feel that something bad is brewing. But suddenly, his phone buzzes again. Suho glances at the screen, instantly recognizing the caller ID. He picks up, hitting them with a smooth intro. It's Kim Soo. She's practically vibrating through the phone, hyping up his victory, and letting him know the massive bag of cash just hit his account, exactly like they agreed. Suho tips his hat to her speed, impressed by how cleanly a massive guild handles their business. Then comes the real reason she called. She drops the pitch, begging Suho to sign an exclusive contract with the Nexus Guild, swearing to give him perks that would make those other trash guilds cry. Smirking, Suho tests the waters, asking just how deep their pockets really go. Kim Soo doesn't flinch, swearing she will pull every string to give him exactly what he wants, because he's basically the undisputed valedictorian and their own sponsored prodigy. Tearing up the standard contract to write him a custom one is a total breeze. She's ready to meet up right now to ink the deal. But Suho? He plays hard to get. He casually turns her down, saying his schedule is totally packed today. He promises to check his calendar and hit her up later. But before she can panic, he drops a massive tease, hinting that since Nexus literally paid his tuition, they are basically the only guild he actually cares about. Kim Soo absolutely loses her mind. She screams so loud that the entire office turns to stare at her. She desperately pleads with him not to let any other scouts snipe him. Trying not to laugh at her total panic, Suho lets out a low chuckle and swears they'll meet up soon. The call drops, leaving him smiling as her crazy energy still rings in his ears. Right on cue, the cab driver taps the glass they made it to the drop zone. Suho tosses him a quick thanks and steps out into the city. Stepping out into the cool air, Suho let it all sink in. The test? Crushed it. The license? Secured. And that sweet payout was already chilling in his account. The prologue was officially over. Now, the real grind was staring him right in the face. Eyes locked on the prize, he hit the pavement. Before heading to Lighthouse General Market to start grinding for loot, Suho scrolled through his phone, mentally checking off his supply list. He was practically fully kitted out. All that was missing? A deadly piece of hardware. Hunting for the perfect blade, he ditched the mainstream storefronts and ducked into a shady, rundown alley shop. He knew the flashy megastores wouldn't stock the kind of hidden heat he needed. Lingering by the entrance, he prayed this dusty hole in the wall held a hidden gem. A bell chimed as he pushed through the door. The crusty shopkeeper eyed him up, barking for his order. Playing the part, Suho dropped the "I am a totally green rookie hunter" line, claiming he needed something light and agile. The old man practically scoffed, pointing a thumb toward the bargain bin in the back. Scanning the junk rack, Suho dragged a finger through an inch of grime. It was basically a graveyard of unappraised trash, F-tier gear, with 0 verified stats. But here's the crazy part. Unappraised does not automatically mean garbage. Some relics are just sleeping, waiting for a little ritual, known as liberation, to wake up their god-tier stats. These sleeper-overpowered weapons always leak a razor-thin magical signature, an invisible pulse that no average bargain hunter would ever catch. Smirking, Suho wrapped his fingers around a beat-up spear handle and flared his magic detection skill. A slow, villainous smirk crept across his face. Bingo. Walking out of the shop with his new toy slung over his shoulder, he almost felt bad. If that clueless shopkeeper ever realized he just sold a legendary artifact for pocket change, he would absolutely lose his mind. But no time to gloat. Suho gripped the shaft, shut his eyes, and started flooding the rusted metal with raw mana. Instantly, the weapon turned into a black hole. It was vacuuming up his energy at a terrifying speed. Feeling his core literally hollow out, Suho violently ripped his hands away, crashing to his knees in a cold sweat. His chest heaved. He knew instantly that if he held on for one more second, his brain would have short-circuited from total mana depletion. The unlock requirement for this beast? A magic stat of at least 100. Sure, it was basically an oversized paperweight for now, but this thing was his golden ticket. He swore right then and there to speedrun his leveling and shatter that seal. Cut to the towering PBS headquarters, where hotshot reporter Jinhui was staring at his ringing phone. The caller ID? Suho. Right off the bat, Suho dropped his resume, the absolute highest scorer of the latest hunter exams. Oh, and he casually tossed out that he was the lone wolf who solo cleared that massive, chaotic gatebreak at Sindorim Station. Jinhui literally stopped breathing. His brain was short-circuiting, trying to process this flex. This kid eradicated a catastrophic dungeon boss before he even had a laminated ID card? To the veteran journalist, Suho was not just a prodigy, he was a straight-up anomaly. Recovering his cool, Jinhui demanded to know why this freak of nature was calling him directly. Suho kept it chill. He had done a deep dive on the web and stumbled onto Jinhui's personal blog. He made it crystal clear he knew all about the reporter's crazy rich family background, but he totally respected the guy for slumming it in journalism out of pure, unadulterated passion. Then, Suho laid out his master plan. He promised he was about to break the internet and dominate the front pages. His pitch? He wanted Jinhui to be his one and only exclusive hype man. Jinhui narrowed his eyes. Was this rookie seriously trying to leash a trust fund baby to be his personal media dog? Deep down, he was ready to write Suho off as just another ego-tripping wannabe drunk on his own hype. The logic made sense on paper, but Jinhui absolutely hated the vibe. Sure, he was utterly addicted to landing exclusive scoops, but being some hunter's pocket journalist? Hard pass. Sensing the hesitation, Suho pumped the brakes, clarifying he wanted a co-op partner, not an underling. Unfazed, Jinhui fired back, accusing the rookie of using media play to artificially pump his stock price before getting scouted by a massive guild. Suho let out a quiet chuckle, admitting the reporter was half right, but missing the bigger picture. This was not a cash grab. Suho was hunting for pure, unadulterated clout. His endgame? Earning a comfy spot as a government employee? Jinhui literally dropped his jaw. Wait, did this psycho mean enlisting in the Hunter Association? Grinding for superstar fame just to land a desk job sounded absolutely unhinged. But Suho was not joking around. He wanted boots on the ground, operating directly inside the bureaucratic machine of the Hunter Association. That, Jinhui immediately side-eyed his whole backstory. Like, was Suho just another trust fund kid treating this deadly hunter gig like some weekend side quest? Turns out, the guy was a legit gate orphan. That dark trauma wasn't holding him back. It was literally the fuel driving his obsession to protect people and absolutely demolish every gate in his path. Glaring at his glowing laptop screen, Jinhui squinted, trying to read the guy's vibe. Was he capping? The hunter world was swarming with total weirdos lately, so filtering out the fakes was getting impossible. Whatever. Tossing his doubts aside, Jinhui gave a slow nod to Suho's pitch, but hit him with a hard pass anyway. As a journalist, he chased his own leads. End of story. But Suho? He wasn't taking no for an answer. He threw down a high-stakes bet. Hooked, Jinhui leaned in, waiting for the terms. Suho promised to straight up buy his trust by proving his raw hunter skills. The flex? He was going to solo raid the Tower of Challenge. Today, right now. Jinhui's jaw practically hit the floor. That specific dungeon was a notorious meat grinder. Even a fully stacked, elite squad treating it like a raid boss would wipe out. Running it completely solo sounded like a straight-up death wish, but Suho didn't even blink. He knew surviving this nightmare would instantly lock in Jinhui's respect. The price of victory? Jinhui had to become his personal, ride-or-die exclusive hype man. Gazing at him, Suho unlocked a flashback of the reporter from his past life, an absolute titan in the broadcasting game over at PBS, dripping with elite prestige and pure ego. The dude built a massive fan base, because he never bowed to corporate sponsors. Back in Suho's original timeline, they had actually crushed it together as a duo, completely riding on Jinhui's razor-sharp instincts and god-tier media control. But that exact same genius painted a massive target on his back, turning him into a massive headache for the higher-ups. Eventually, the corrupt political machine chewed him up, forced him out of the spotlight way too early, and practically erased his legacy. Not this time. Suho made a silent, unbreakable vow to rewrite that tragic ending. Gripping the phone, he laid out his final ultimatum. If he managed to speedrun the Tower of Challenge, with zero backup, Jinhui was signing his life away as his private journalist. Still reeling from the shock, Jinhui took the bait. If this crazy kid actually survived, the reporter swore on his entire career to back him up 100%. The call abruptly clicked off, right after Suho coldly announced it was showtime. Tossing his phone down, Jinhui dragged a hand down his face, totally tilted and feeling like this rookie was driving him insane. He just could not shake off that out-of-nowhere, aggressive pitch, his brain doing backflips trying to figure out the guy's actual endgame. Yet, underneath all that blazing annoyance, a tiny spark of hype flickered. Something about the kid's raw intensity felt incredibly authentic, and Suho definitely didn't give off cheap scammer energy. Trapped right in that sweet spot between major frustration and burning curiosity, Jinhui just mumbled that he was officially losing his mind. Shaking his head, he let it slide. It was basically a zero-risk gamble anyway. If the kid actually pulled off the impossible, huge win for him. If he died trying, whatever. Smash cut straight to the looming Tower of Challenge. Suho planted his feet right at the menacing entrance, flashing his shiny new hunter badge at the guard on duty. The gatekeeper immediately clocked the lack of a squad and flashed a warning look, stressing that flying solo here was basically a death trap. Glancing at the fresh ID number, the guard figured he was looking at a total noob straight out of the academy. He urgently pushed him to find a party, warning that even the absolute bottom-tier floors regularly handed out brutal beatdowns or worse. But Suho just locked eyes with him and doubled down. Recognizing that crazy determination, the guard sighed, mentioning the 70,001 entry fee, telling him to just cover the tab once the official invoice dropped. Suho shot him a quick, grateful nod. As he crossed the threshold, the guard yelled out one last desperate warning, begging him to smash the escape button if things got too spicy. Without even looking back, Suho tipped his head and plunged into the shadows. Strolling down the dark corridor, he broke down the dungeon's lore. The community viewed this place as a massive sandbox for low-rank players, stuck under level 20. It was a fully government-funded public gate, literally designed to help rookies grind XP and scale up their stats. Since his entire system got completely wiped and reset, this was the ultimate spot to trigger his comeback arc. Shoving the heavy iron doors wide open, a digital system alert instantly blared in his head, locking him in. The automated voice reminded him that he could tap out whenever, and shouting the safe word would instantly beam his body back to the lobby. Suho casually manifested his blade from thin air, just as the glowing interface kicked off the floor, one boss rush. Boom, a massive slime monster spawned in and instantly lunged for his throat. Dodging the strike, Suho quickly realized this gelatinous freak was packing way more mass and lightning-fast agility than he expected, which legitimately threw off his rhythm for a split second. Even though it was basically a trash-tier level 1 mob hitting like a wet noodle, its unpredictable, bouncy movements were crazy annoying, and getting bogged down here would totally ruin his speedrun pace. Deciding to wrap this up fast, Suho brutally plunged his blade dead center into the slime's glowing core, shattering it to dust. But suddenly, the plot twisted. This specific monster had a cloning passive. That absolutely toxic mechanic meant that a shattered core just spawned a swarm of mini-slimes. Sure, the system capped how many times they could duplicate, but getting swarmed was still a legit hazard. This insane healing factor was the exact reason normal hunters absolutely refused to run this dungeon without a full squad. Mob packs literally swarmed every single zone in this hellhole. Skipping the overthinking, Suho immediately went on a slashing frenzy to clear the multiplying trash mobs. Launching himself skyward, he perfectly skewered one in mid-air, then violently hurled his weapon to snipe a second target across the room. Free-falling back down, a slime whipped a gelatinous tentacle right at his face. Suho snagged it mid-flight, killing his downward momentum, and violently ripped on the appendage to slingshot himself back into the air. Flexing some insane combat geometry, he carved through the chaotic mess of tentacles and completely wiped the room clean of threats. A glowing prompt flashed in his vision, confirming he had absolutely dominated the first stage, and hitting him with the prompt to continue. Suho tilted his head up, eyes burning with icy determination, knowing he still had 48 brutal floors standing in his way. Stopping to rest wasn't an option. The digital bell rang again, unlocking the nightmare of floor 2. Gripping his blade, Suho let his mind drift back to the true nature of this twisted tower. Flashing back to his previous life, he recalled the absolute peak of human achievement capped out at the 48th level. Right now, the current world best was hard stuck on the 29th floor, and mind you, both of those flexes required an entire squad to pull off. Normally, pushing the tower meant squatting up, where head counts directly cranked up the aggro and mob scaling. Stacking your roster tanked your overall XP gains, but hey, it kept you from getting one shot out of existence. Most elite tryhards chasing leaderboard clout rolled out with strike teams packed with level 20 members. Smirking at the meta, Suho utterly decimates the 18th floor. Staring into the abyss above, he knows he's about to rewrite the rules. Zero hesitation. He smashes that next stage prompt, instantly warping into the 19th floor's arena. Forget the usual mob swarms. This zone drops one absolute unit of a boss monster. The dude is built like a tank, but it also meant catching a solo body was the only win condition. The second this beast spawns in, Suho blitzes forward. One lethal sword swipe, and it's game over. The system flashes his victory screen, unlocking the gateway to the 20th level, but Suho hits the brakes. Scanning the fresh kill, his eyes lock onto a glaring glitch in the matrix. Unlike regular mobs that instantly disintegrate into pixels, this corpse leaves behind a glowing red gain. The tower was practically screaming at him to investigate. Plucking the mysterious loot from the carcass, he realizes this isn't just junk, it's a literal key. Tapping into his mana radar, he tracks down a secret dimensional rift, anchored to the red gain. Jackpot. He just stumbled into the personal subspace stronghold of the notorious Fortress King, Jang Pyung-ho. This wasn't your average pocket dimension. Unlike basic inventory vaults, you could literally walk living, breathing beings straight inside. Stepping through the portal, Suho drops into a dank, underground cavern. A floating sphere of light materializes as a system prompt chimes in, declaring the original owner flat out dead. Now, it's practically begging Suho to claim the throne. He snatches the glowing orb, and instantly, it absorbs directly into his veins. The system hardlocks him as the absolute ruler of this dimensional base, meaning it isn't just a shiny piece of gear anymore. It's evolved into a permanent, soul-bound skill. The interface hits him with a wild mechanic. The entire hideout shapeshifts based on how much raw mana he pumps into it. Right on cue, reality warps. The grimy cave morphs into a slick, fully tricked-out VIP lounge. Suho's mind is blown. This spatial tech is next-level broken, expanding endlessly with his power scaling and auto-customizing to his exact vibe. A wave of pure relief hits him. He just permanently gate-kept Jang Pyung-ho from exploiting this god-tier base. In the old timeline, that scumbag hoarded everything in here. Illegal stashes, black market relics, and even literal human hostages. Flashing back to the absolute nightmares that Psycho caused makes Suho's blood boil. But plot twist, the keys are his now. That dark future just got cancelled. By wiping the Fortress King's legacy before it even began, and scoring an overpowered secret sanctuary in the process, Suho just secured the ultimate W. Fired up and locked in, he squares his shoulders for the next grind. Cut to Jinhui, furiously doom-scrolling his feed and hyper-fixating on a trending thread. It looked like the entire student body was currently obsessing over the Nexus Guild. Suho had previously dropped hints about wanting to sign with the Great Hunter Association, but these leaked puff pieces screamed that Nexus already thought they had him in the bag. Jinhui was sweating it. Who was actually pulling the strings? Still, his brain couldn't stop glitching over Suho's insane floor-clearing speed. Out of nowhere, a massive server-wide notification blasts across everyone's screens. Floor 30? Obliterated. The unbeatable tower record had just been turned to dust, and this absolute madman was already stepping onto the 31st floor. The entire street went dead silent, jaws on the floor. Panicked, whispers erupted. Was it a glitch? A massive raid squad? Or was some solo god actually breaking the game? The hysteria spiked into absolute chaos. When the system instantly rang out again, the 31st floor was wiped clean before people could even process the last alert. Jinhui physically froze. If this absolute monster was actually Suho, he had wildly underestimated the guy. Up until now, Jinhui was coping, calling Suho a lucky fraud. But if this god-tier speedrun was legit, Suho was about to be his absolute worst nightmare for a very long time. Over at the Hunter Association HQ, Director Kim caught wind of the absolute madness and practically choked. She frantically verified the live data. It was real. Suho was currently speedrunning history on live servers. Realizing they were staring at a literal goldmine, she knew they had to drop a blank check that he absolutely couldn't walk away from. She barked orders at her crew to instantly ping the big bosses and sprinted toward the main executive office. At the same time, Chulmin was staring at the system logs, his brain melting as he realized this tower rush was a completely unprecedented global event. If Suho was genuinely eyeing the association, they were looking at a once-in-a-century draft pick. Right on cue, Chulmin's phone started buzzing. It was the association's vice president. Heart pounding, Chulmin swiped to answer. The VP immediately demanded his exact coordinates. Hearing that Chulmin was basically camping outside the Pangyo Tower, the VP snapped into action. His order was simple: secure Suho at all costs. Chulmin's eyes lit up, hyping himself up to play the hero recruiter, but the VP instantly humbled him and shot that delusion out of the sky. Bro didn't even care about drafting him, just wanted that clout-chasing photo op with the president. Click. Chulmin was left standing there, absolutely ghosted and fuming. This right here? This is exactly why everyday people looked at the higher-ups and saw nothing but power-tripping, brain-dead suits. Chulmin firmly believed only real hunters belonged in the driver's seat. He locked his eyes onto the massive spire, racking his brain for a pitch that would actually pull Suho onto their roster. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, our boy had just wiped the floor with level 48, casually shattering the leaderboards yet again. But the grind was getting real. Non-stop dungeon diving was absolutely frying his stamina. He seriously started questioning when this hellish marathon would wrap up. Then the holographic blue screen popped up, and his whole vibe shifted. Seeing that sweet level 39 badge was the ultimate dopamine hit. Crushing a zone meant 5 shiny new points to play with, and he wasn't about to waste a single one. Since he practically breathed the system's mechanics, min-maxing his stats felt exactly like leveling up a high-tier RPG avatar, practically a digital twin. And no cap, the progression was insanely addicting. Points allocated, game face on. Suho braced himself for the endgame. Stage 49 was officially live. A blinding shard of light materialized, vomiting out the ultimate raid boss, a level 49 tower dragon. Suho just glared at the absolute unit, instantly realizing the devs definitely unbalanced this spawn. It didn't even need a pureblood pedigree, simply having that reptilian DNA made it a walking cheat code. Honestly, it felt like a trap room designed to guarantee a player's death. But Suho had a mission, and second-guessing wasn't in his vocabulary. Jaw clenched tight, blade gripped low, he blitzed straight toward the gargantuan beast, absolutely locked in for the kill. He closed the gap for a lethal strike, but the monster fired back with a brutal counter, launching Suho skyward just to dodge the blow. Hanging in the air, a terrifying realization hit him. For a creature built like a skyscraper, this thing moved with glitch-like speed. Out of nowhere, pitch-black energy exploded from its talons, acting like a literal black hole, yanking him directly into its throat. Mere inches from becoming dragon food, he latched onto its upper lip, vaulted flawlessly over its massive skull, and brought his steel down with skull-crushing momentum. The beast unleashed a deafening shriek, thrashing its neck with such psychotic force that Suho was swatted away like a fly, forcing him to tactical roll back to a safe distance. Chest heaving, a chilling thought crossed his mind. His ultimate heavy attack didn't even chip a scale. He practically just gave it a mildly annoying paper cut. Retaliating, the Titan stomped the arena with apocalyptic weight, ripping massive fissures straight through the stone. Suho scrambled behind a boulder, thanking the universe he'd dumped so many points into his defense. If he hadn't, that mere tremor would have instantly one-shot him. The math clicked in his head. Sure, its base level wasn't god tier, but its racial passives gave it impenetrable armor. Basic slashing was a total bust. He had to snipe the critical weak spot, the fabled reverse scale. Considering this overgrown lizard hadn't hit the level 100 cap, it definitely couldn't conceal that fatal flaw yet. His eyes darted across the armored hide until they locked onto a slightly shifted plate right near the base of its tail. Target acquired. Zero hesitation. He sprinted in and hammered that diamond-hard blind spot with absolutely everything he had. The monster screeched in pure agony, triggering a bright red alert window. Hitting the crit spot had officially thrown the boss into its enraged phase. He abandoned his weapon buried deep within the flesh, entirely aware this wasn't going to be a quick speedrun anymore. Playing the long game here was pure suicide. Flooding his arms with mana, he shoved the hilt even further in. Completely unhinged now, the beast popped its terrifying area of effect debuff. Suho's muscles instantly locked up as his brain plunged into a nightmare-inducing trip. The interface flashed status effect. Fear. He desperately tried to cast a cleanse, but the prompt bluntly rejected it, stating the crowd control level was way too high. Right as a massive spiked tail whipped around to splatter him, Suho ripped open a portal to his personal dimension and dipped. Safe inside, he practically shotgunned a cleansing elixir. A chime rang out as the liquid washed the terrifying visuals completely from his mind. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, he grounded himself with the fact that his pocket dimension was heavily VIP only. He had literally just picked that flask up from a random vendor, never guessing it would save his life this early on. This raid was sweating him way harder than anticipated. Clearing the debuff once didn't grant him magical immunity, and standard healing magic was a total joke against this tier. Basically, ducking into his hideout to chug potions on repeat was his only play, and that was a fast track to running out of supplies. He needed a galaxy brain strat, fast. Scrolling through his digital stash, he hovered over the summon button for the crazy pulverization scholar. But before he could lock it in, a pop-up revealed he had successfully absorbed a beginner crafting recipe from an old manual, spawning a mystical alchemy pot right in front of him. Instantly catching the drift, he tossed 3 wildly random drops inside. The bizarre loot consisted of the anonymous rogue's footwear, that sketchy bard's loot, and the mystery janitor's sweeper. The cauldron sparked to life, kicking off the merge. Suho grinned, knowing hard-coded recipes literally had a 0% fail rate. Turns out, all that supposed garbage loot was secretly meta. The blinding light faded, leaving behind an insanely rare, freshly minted artifact. Boom! First Mumu was born a ring forged straight out of a basic tier formula. And just for pulling off a world-first craft, the system hooked Suho up with 10 bonus stat points. He already knew the drill. First edition drops always hit S tier or higher, but this beauty? Straight up S+. Since it was a scaling growth item, he slipped that ring on without a second thought, and the system instantly soulbound it to his character. It hit him then back in his past life. He totally fumbled the bag on securing first Mumu. That clout-chasing mad pulverization scholar had found it first and leaked the recipe to everyone. But in this timeline, Suho snatched that massive W entirely for himself. Flexing those extra stats, he pulled up his interface and dumped 4 points straight into magic, bringing it to an even 100 as the system spammed him with congratulations. His magic stat lit up in glowing red, a crazy milestone he'd never even touched before, hitting level 50, making his old doubts about reaching the purple tier look like a joke. Now, that goal felt entirely within reach. Sure, unlocking purple demanded a massive 700 points, making it a serious grind. But he was dead set on making it happen. With his build locked in, Suho materialized his trusty, beat-up spear. He started flooding the weapon with raw mana, watching in awe as it chugged down the magical energy like a black hole. The second it hit maximum capacity, the system flashed a successful awakening alert, and the weapon morphed entirely into the legendary Shadow Spear. Time for round 2. The lore dropped hard on this one. The system revealed it was actually a lost relic belonging to the Shadow Lord. Crafted directly from the spine of a shadow beast, this god-tier weapon chose Suho as its first master, allowing him to literally pull it straight out of his own shadow. It fueled its own regeneration by siphoning magic and shadow energy. Suho instantly recognized how completely busted this was, mirroring the insane utility of Zhongpyeong's subspace fortress. We're talking about a weapon swung by the Shadow Lord himself, an absolute monarch-level powerhouse. If a boss like that was lurking inside the gate, Suho was now packing its signature heat, exhaling a massive sigh of relief that he swiped it before a villain could. Time for a field test. He ripped the spear from the darkness again, totally vibing with how insanely smooth the summon felt. Since dealing damage from the safety of his subspace fortress was a no-go, he had to pop out and snipe the sleeping dragon's reverse scale. Stepping into the open, Suho made his move. He scaled a jagged cliff staring right down at the massive beast, hoisted the shadow spear, and yeeted it dead center into the stone fused to the monster's tail. The dark blade punched clean through the armor, sending the colossal dragon thrashing in absolute agony. Suho leaped off the ledge just as the system screamed that the boss was entering an enraged phase, blasting the entire arena with dragon fear. But our guy instantly glitched back into his subspace, totally dodging the nasty debuff and keeping his toxic hit-and-run cheese strat alive. Strike, dip, repeat. He kept aggressively poking the beast and dipping out, turning the fight into a wildly drawn-out grind. Eventually, that reverse scale's durability tanked below 10%. While it wasn't shattered yet, its defense was practically non-existent. The sneaky strats were officially dead. Throwing stealth out the window, Suho shifted gears into a hyper-aggressive, full-frontal assault. Exploding out of his pocket dimension, he launched himself skyward and slammed the shadow spear ruthlessly into the dragon's eyeball, dropping a shockwave that cracked the ground. The blowback sent Suho flying, but the infuriated beast frantically ripped apart the zone hunting for him, giving Suho the perfect opening to flank around and sprint for its tail. The boss tried to pop Dragon Fear a second time, but Suho was faster, brutally crushing the tailstone before the roar could drop. The interface lit up with confirmation. The reverse scale was completely obliterated, rapidly bleeding out the beast's power, while Suho quickly downed a purification potion. Rocketing into the air for the final execution, he delivered one buttery smooth slash straight across its throat, sending the massive dragon crashing down into the dirt. The boss fight was officially over. The system flashed an epic victory banner. Suho had officially conquered the 49th floor. He didn't just win, he shattered the Tower of Challenge record, instantly bagging 10 bonus stat points, while a mountain of insane loot started flooding his screen. Sprawled out on the broken terrain, he just let the insane reality sink in. He had actually full cleared the entire tower. That was a monumental flex neither his past nor present self had ever pulled off. And hitting level 40 unlocked a broken new skill, Healing Spirit. It was a massive area of effect heal that, at max level, could keep an entire battlefield alive, but the system's evaluation was just getting started. Acknowledging his absolute god-tier run, the system blessed him with dragon blood, completely blowing Suho's mind since that was the iconic power of the monster player, Yoma. Suddenly, the pieces clicked into place. This was the exact spot in the Dragon Mountains where Yoma had farmed his broken abilities. The prompt broke it down. Absorbing that draconic blood meant gaining a dragon's sheer physical dominance, scaling directly with how hard the player grinded. Before he could even call back his weapon, an alert popped up warning him that the spear was aggressively reacting to the dead boss's massive shadow. It literally swallowed the dragon's shadow whole, triggering a wild secondary evolution into the heavily buffed Shadow Spear Plus. A secret passive called Shadow Devour, something completely hidden from the base stats, leveled up, awakening a terrifying fragment of the weapon's own consciousness. Peeking at the refreshed stat sheet left him absolutely speechless. Both Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had skyrocketed from A rank straight to S tier. The new Shadow Binding was insanely toxic, allowing him to literally tear a target's shadow away and instantly root them in place. Adding to the madness, Shadow Fangs would shred that shadow to pieces for infinite bleed stacks, proving that growth-type weapons were just built different compared to basic gear. Totally hyped with his haul, Suho turned to leave the zone, until something massive sticking out of the rubble locked his focus. A colossal fang. The system scanned the loot. A colossal dragon's fang. Its passive? An absolutely broken anti-heal debuff that permanently shut down any regeneration. Suho just stood there, completely mind-blown. He actually bagged genuine dragon loot, a drop rate so abysmal that most hunters thought it was an absolute myth. This proved that the monstrosity guarding the tower wasn't some cheap knockoff. It was a pureblood worm shedding raw, top-tier materials. The whole raid just turned into an absolute goldmine. Scooping up his epic haul, our guy finally pivoted toward the exit. He knew for a fact that Jinhui, the ever-persistent journalist, was definitely camping right outside the gate. Suddenly, the massive core crystal exploded into sparkling dust. Right on cue, the system's cold voice echoed out, officially declaring the impossible trial tower completely cleared. The MVP? Player Suho. And with the boss down, every other hunter stuck inside got instantly booted back to reality. A massive rift tore open, spitting out waves of disoriented players. They tumbled across the dirt, blinking in absolute shock. One dude just dropped straight to the pavement, gripping his hair like his brain was glitching. He kept mumbling that they had to be dreaming. Did some absolute madman actually solo the unkillable tower? His buddy, still eating dirt, desperately demanded to know who this Suho guy even was. The first guy just shakily aimed a finger straight ahead, pointing right at our protagonist. His partner slowly turned, gulping hard before whispering that, yeah, that was the raid boss killer himself. But the scene outside was absolute chaos. A suffocating tsunami of journalists had completely swarmed the protagonist, leaving zero room to even breathe. Paparazzi flashes turned the area into a strobe light. A chorus of desperate reporters screamed over each other, begging for an exclusive quote about his god-tier clear. Internally, Suho was practically running on fumes. That oversized lizard had chewed through his health bar way worse than he anticipated, and right now, he just desperately craved his bed. Dealing with a screeching press circus was literally the last thing on his to-do list. He genuinely didn't expect the media to go this feral. Scanning the perimeter, his eyes locked onto Jinhui. The journalist was slumped against the hood of his sedan, staring off into space like his soul just left his body. The guy was probably mentally labeling Suho as an absolute freak of nature, because let's be real, walking into that death trap alone and actually surviving, completely unhinged. Gliding over silently, Suho tapped the reporter right on the shoulder with a chill greeting. Jinhui instantly shrieked like a banshee and collapsed onto the pavement in pure terror, and then his jaw hit the floor the second he recognized the face staring back at him. Stumbling over his words, he desperately asked how Suho managed to ghost an entire mob of cameras. Flashing a subtle smirk, our boy casually brushed it off. He played it cool, making it sound like he just popped some high-level invisibility skill and vanished without leaving a single footprint. Offering a hand to help the shaking guy up, Suho tilted his head, asking why the reporter still looked at him with so much doubt. Grabbing his hand hesitantly, Jinhui stared up like he was looking at an alien. He bluntly pointed out that Suho sounded completely delusional. Without missing a beat, our protagonist shot back. If Jinhui was seriously getting cold feet, all he had to do was say the word, and Suho would happily find someone else to tag along. The journalist quickly scrambled up, slapping the dirt off his clothes. He fired back, pointing out he wouldn't have risked his neck this much if he actually thought the guy was a scam. Then, panic kicked in. He shoved Suho toward the passenger door, yelling at him to get in before the paparazzi spotted them. Once they were safely peeling away, Suho's phone suddenly buzzed. It was team leader Chulman calling to drop massive props for somehow obliterating the impossible dungeon, and the exec confessed he fully intended to shake his hand in person, but our MC had literally vanished into thin air. Suho kept his manners sharp, expressing his gratitude, and played the exhaustion card, admitting he ducked out just to avoid the headache. Chulman just chuckled, noting that Suho had a massive talent for shattering the status quo. The team leader probed to see if the kid was still hanging around Pangyo for a quick meetup, but Suho smoothly deflected, claiming his ride had already scooped him up, then cut to the chase, asking if there was a specific agenda on the table. Chulman played it off casually, insisting he just wanted to chat, but then dropped the bait, asking if the hero could swing by the Hunter Association headquarters. Our guy literally froze, echoing the word back with a heavy dose of suspicion. Chulman didn't deny it. He laid it out flat. Soloing a trial tower wasn't just rare, it was a literal glitch in reality. The entire world treated that specific gate like a permanent, unbeatable fixture. Since some madman actually beat it, the brass demanded a full-scale debriefing. But Suho wasn't buying it. He sharply pointed out that top-tier corporate guilds never got dragged into interrogation rooms for clearing high-rank dungeons. If the suits just wanted data, why couldn't they just send a simple email request? The line went dead silent for a tense heartbeat. Finally, Chulman backed off, wishing the tired hunter a solid recovery. Suho killed the call, sinking deeply into the leather car seat as his brain shifted into overdrive. He saw right through the corporate BS. The top brass definitely wanted to parade him around like a shiny new trophy for massive PR points. Sure, Chulman was a solid dude, but Suho couldn't care less about boosting the egos of some crusty executives. Slipping into their political circus right now? Absolute nightmare fuel. He mentally committed to ghosting the higher-ups completely until his official hunter license was locked in. Checking the rearview mirror, Jinhui nervously asked if he could pitch a question. Our MC just gave a lazy nod, greenlighting the interrogation. The reporter pointed out the obvious. With god-tier stats, the kid could literally write his own ticket. Why not secure a cushy government gig? Suho just smirked. Sure, federal money hit different, and despite private guilds flexing their wealth all over social media, the feds held the actual monopoly on violence. Jinhui blinked, totally thrown off, arguing that corporate hunters practically owned the culture with their insane clout. But Suho's voice went ice cold. Clout? That was just a fake filter, a fleeting trend. Right now, the masses treated these guildmasters like superhero icons. But fast forward a few years, society wouldn't idolize them anymore. They'd be terrified of them. Processing the heavy truth, Jinhui gave a slow, deep nod. Exhaling a heavy sigh, our protagonist laid down his ultimate endgame. If he actually wanted to shut down the monster apocalypse for good, he couldn't play lone wolf forever. He needed serious infrastructural backing, and that was exactly why he was playing ball with the association. Hearing the master plan, a sly grin spread across the reporter's face. Jinhui hyped him up, saying that his mindset was a straight-up cheat code. No other player out there possessed that kind of relentless drive and unbreakable conviction. Suho tossed out a quick thanks, a faint green glow wrapping around his arm as he casually patched himself up. Watching this, Jinhui popped the question. Was he actually going to bother with standard general recruitment? He flat out stated that a monster like Suho settling for a Tier 9 grunt position would be an absolute tragedy. Suho shot that down instantly. Jinhui threw out Tier 7 as a guess, but Suho looked him dead in the eye. Tier 5, he corrected. Jinhui practically lost his mind, yelling to ask if he was tripping. Suho just sighed and told him to quit questioning his sanity every 2 seconds. Leaning in with burning curiosity, Jinhui defended himself, saying anyone would want the tea on a flex like that. A faint smirk crossed Suho's face as he finally agreed to spill the details. There were conditions, though keep it entirely off the record, and maybe keep his eyes on the actual road. As the miles rolled by, Suho laid out his master plan. The reporter was left totally speechless, blown away by the sheer genius of it. Our boy just gave a chill nod, agreeing that, yeah, it was a massive brain play, but he hammered home that this could not leak yet. When the time was right, he wanted Jinhui to be the one to drop the official nuke on the internet. Once that info dropped, it was going to completely break the system. And Jinhui? He would be sitting on the ultimate exclusive scoop, leaving every rival news outlet eating his dust. Jinhui gave him a hard look, asking if our protagonist was just planning to milk him for every ounce of value he had. Unbothered, Suho hit him with raw logic. If you are buddies with a high-profile journalist, you absolutely exploit that connection for massive gains. Barking out a laugh, Jinhui surrendered, telling the guy to use him however he saw fit. Then, reality hit, and he asked if going back to his own apartment was really the move right now. Thanks to his completely doxed status, there was a high % chance that a massive mob of stalkers and reporters had already swarmed his front door. A cocky grin flashed across Suho's face. He shrugged, saying he would just pull a disappearing act, exactly like his flawless escape from the tower. But Jinhui pumped the brakes, suggesting a better alternative. Why not just crash at his place? He had a massive crib and practically lived like a ghost anyway. The guest suite was fully decked out, and the building's security was basically military grade. Not a single soul was getting through those doors. Suho paused, narrowing his eyes as he asked for the actual address. Puffing out his chest, Jinhui flexed that he stayed over at Kaiser Cheongdam. Suho's mind practically blue-screened. Those were hyper-elite penthouse suites casually worth hundreds of billions of won. Pulling up to the spot, Suho stepped through the front door and instantly froze in his tracks. And no, it was not because he was dazzled by the aesthetics. It was because this pad radiated massive final boss energy. This was that quiet, aggressive kind of wealth. The type of opulence that did not need to scream for attention. It simply existed and demanded your total respect. Treating this insane mansion like a cheap motel, Jinhui casually told him to make himself entirely at home. Suho gave a slow nod, making a mental note that this was exactly what reality looked like when you spawned in with the Premium Wealth DLC fully unlocked. Jinhui gestured toward a sleek, futuristic tablet resting perfectly on the coffee table, the ultimate smart home command center. Loaded up with a VIP resident app, Suho could literally swipe to order gourmet takeout, cop new clothes, summon concierge services, or even call in a rapid response healer if things went south. Looking him over, Jinhui pointed out that Suho's complexion was looking infinitely better than when he first jumped in the ride. Deadpan, Suho reminded him that he was, in fact, a healer. Jinhui blinked, totally glitching out, and asked him to repeat that. Suho said it again, letting a spike of irritation bleed into his voice because yes, he was literally a support class. Hand flying to the back of his neck, the journalist sheepishly apologized. He confessed that despite reading the viral stats online, his brain physically could not process the information. Because, let us be real, healers are supposed to hide behind massive guilds and farm-safe expod. They absolutely do not casually solo speedrun the Tower of Challenges like an absolute demon. Grabbing his designer bag, the rich heir announced he had to bounce back to the corporate grind, tossing Suho the door code on his way out. Waving him off, Suho told him to drive safe and not stress about a thing. The second that heavy oak door clicked shut, a glowing blue system window flared to life in front of Suho's eyes. It was finally time to cash in and dump all those juicy stat points he hoarded from dominating the tower. He played it smart, balancing out his stamina to match his offensive stats, before dumping every single leftover point straight into his perception attribute. Hitting this threshold meant he was no longer just grinding on an elite track, he was officially walking the path of an heir. Glancing over the numbers, even he had to admit his build was looking completely broken. With his level up sorted, our boy instantly switched into tactical mode. Back in his past life, he was an absolute god at sniffing out hidden surveillance tech. Factor in his newly maxed out perception, and nothing was slipping past his radar. Look, he trusted the reporter and all, but he definitely was not naive enough to believe a mega-rich conglomerate heir's penthouse was bug-free. Staying paranoid kept you breathing. After running a brutal, inch-by-inch sweep of the perimeter, Suho collapsed onto the plush leather sofa, his energy tank completely on empty. The square footage on this crib was absolutely astronomical, dwarfing even high-tier subspace properties. Honestly, sweeping this massive map for cameras felt way more exhausting than boxing that dragon earlier. Clearing the house is totally secure. He let his muscles finally untense. But the peace lasted exactly 2 seconds before his smartphone started vibrating like a jackhammer. A relentless tidal wave of notifications lit up the screen. One glance was all it took for Suho to realize his personal data had been fully leaked to the public. Some troll had blasted his digits across the web, and the spam texts were rolling in at light speed. Swallowing the hard pill, he knew right then that he desperately needed a burner phone and a fresh identity. Remembering that slick VIP tablet Jinhui pointed out, Suho booted up the community network. To his total shock, the interface was wildly overpowered and ultra-efficient. He quickly migrated all his critical data over to the secure resident device, locking it down for strict personal use. While his compromised phone continued to vibrate off the table, he drafted up a solid plan to swap his carrier digits as soon as possible. He flicked his wrist. Just past 5 p.m., enough time to catch a quick breather before heading back into the grind. But while he was chilling, across town in some dead-silent building, the air suddenly distorted. A shadowy portal ripped open, spitting out a squad of masked figures. They did a quick sweep. 0 cameras, 0 witnesses. Coast completely clear. Without a word, they unzipped their heavy duffels and started rigging explosives like absolute pros. But right in the middle of planting the payload, Suho just materialized behind them. Dude was so laid back you'd think he was crashing a study group, not interrupting a literal terror plot. Blowing up public property? Yeah, not the best look, he dropped casually. The whole squad froze in their tracks. They panicked. This spot was supposed to be a ghost town today. Suho just shrugged. Normally, yeah, but I kind of figured you guys would pull a stunt like this. Total chaos broke out. Fall back, one guy screamed, making a mad dash for the portal. But one of the girls in the crew tripped hard, slamming into the concrete. Her squad paused. You good? A teammate tried yanking her up, but she was literally glued to the floor. Grab her and let's go, another shouted, but her legs were completely anchored down. What they hadn't realized yet was that Suho had already dropped his shadow bind, wrapping her in pitch-black chains, fighting against the grip. The guy yelled that something was seriously messed up. The girl just looked up and dropped one cold order. Ditch me. He shook his head, refusing to leave a man behind. But she wasn't having it. Take him out, she barked. Fueled by pure adrenaline, the remaining 3 lunged at Suho all at once, but they didn't even land a single footstep. An invisible, crushing weight slammed them face first into the dirt. Suho's intimidation skill had them totally paralyzed. Looking down at the bodies, Suho casually asked if they were rolling with Banshee. Now, for context, Banshee wasn't just some street gang. They were an infamous terror cell, infamous for sparking massive explosions and pure chaos. Sure, they got busted back in the day, but the sheer destruction they left behind was insane. And the craziest part? Only 4 people pulled it all off. Hearing their crew's name, the squad was completely shook. How do you know that name? One spat. Suho just strolled over, swiping the cap off the closest guy's head. Kwak Duho, Suho called out. The muscle. Working day labor gigs to cover up your heavy lifting. He casually shifted his finger to the next guy. Q1, the explosive expert moonlighting as a middle school science teacher. He didn't even miss a beat before tagging the third. Kim Hyun-min, the getaway guy. A regular delivery driver who spams movement skills to ghost crime scenes. Finally, Suho locked eyes with the girl on the floor, Koo Yoon-hwa, a random college student, and the actual mastermind behind Banshee. Her ridiculously OP EMP skill could literally wipe out electronics and magic barriers like it was nothing. Yoon-hwa's jaw practically hit the floor. Who the hell are you? She demanded. Suho just smirked. Dig deep enough, and all secrets come to light. You of all people should know that. She wasn't buying the mysterious act, demanding his real identity again. Suho gave her props for being sharp, but reminded her she already had the pieces put together. Look, if you think I'm capping, he stated loud and clear, I could just drop you off at the cops right now. Seeing zero hesitation in his eyes, she finally caved. What do you want? Should have started with that, Suho replied. He glanced around. Vibes are way off in here. Pack up your little toy. We're taking this convo to your base. She just glared at him, her mind racing, trying to figure out exactly how deep this guy's intel went. Reluctantly, she nodded. Suho pivoted to Hyun-min. You good to walk? Pop the portal, because I'm definitely not calling an Uber for this. The second they stepped into the gang's safe house, Suho told everyone to chill out and drop the masks if they wanted. Yoon-hwa stubbornly crossed her arms, but seconds later, she ripped the fabric off her face, snapping that she was only doing it because it was way too hot, not because he was bossing her around. Then she went right back to grilling him. How did he dox their whole crew? Why flex on them like this? And why would a high-tier gate clearer waste time hunting a rogue terror squad? Suho just let out a laugh, admitting she was rapid-firing so many questions he barely knew which one to hit first. He confessed to using his own hidden arsenal skills the public had zero clue about to hunt them down, playing the exact same stealth game they were. Dropping the attitude, she looked him dead in the eye. Bottom line, what's the goal? Suho laid it out. He wanted them on his payroll. He brought up his recent PBS interview and the master plan he leaked on air. Yoon-hwa rolled her eyes, guessing he was trying to drag them into the Hunter Association. Suho nodded, but before she could start tweaking out, he shut down the idea that this was some forced draft into government servitude. His roadmap was simple: crush the level 5 exam, speedrun a couple of promotions, and land a spot right inside the Special Forces Division. Yoon-hwa looked utterly disgusted. Suho waved her off, telling her to kill the sour expression. He fully knew they despised the Special Forces, which was exactly why every bomb they planted hit a government-linked site. He completely understood their rage. Why? Because he shared it. Suho dropped the bomb. He was a gate orphan. Growing up, he thought it was just a tragic roll of the dice. But the truth? That entire catastrophe was totally rigged from the start. Whenever a gate got wiped, the ground beneath it instantly skyrocketed into top-tier real estate. The suits in charge fully knew a gate break was imminent, and they sat back and let innocent people die just to cash in. Massive corporate projects were pulling the strings, and Suho already had the names of the VIPs who signed their death warrants. Suho's endgame was crystal clear: hijack the top seat of the special forces and make the scumbags who wronged him pay the ultimate price. He laid it out for them. This unit wasn't just a club. They held absolute power over the association, pulled strings across government sectors, and had the legal juice to lock up rogue hunters. He was serving up ice-cold revenge on a silver platter. No messy terrorism, just a calculated, totally legal dismantling of their enemies. Manhwa wasn't fully sold, clapping back that he still had to survive the brutal level 5 exam. Suho just flashed a dangerous smirk and told her to grab some popcorn, dropping a final, chilling ultimatum that one more ambush would end with him gift-wrapping them for the feds. He shut the negotiation down. Deep down, he knew he left their jaws practically glued to the floor. Flashing back to his previous life, Banshee was a complete phantom in the interrogation room. But now, Suho saw them for what they really were: broken souls pushed into their villain era by pure trauma, just like him. If they just had a mentor back then, maybe their timeline wouldn't have crashed and burned. So in this life, before they went full dark side, he was going to hijack their destiny and steer them right, even if it took an eternity. He knew Manhwa was going to bite. The deal was way too juicy, and honestly, his god-tier skills spoke for themselves. Leaving them with a heavy silence, he advised the crew to use their brains and choose wisely. Cut to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vibe was absolutely toxic. The vice president was aggressively flaming team leader Jung Chul-min for fumbling what should have been a cakewalk. The boss screamed that the president literally wiped his entire calendar clean just to get FaceTime with An Suho. Sparing him from the chopping block this once, the VP promised hellfire and brimstone if Jung dropped the ball a second time. Swallowing his pride, Chul-min just ducked his head, took the verbal beating, and scrambled out the door. The second the lock clicked shut, he let out a soul-crushing sigh. His brain was totally fried from enduring that marathon of boomer complaints. For a split second, the urge to rage quit his government job and sell out to a cushy civilian guild was incredibly real. But then reality hit. He flashed back to his core reasons for bleeding for the association in the first place. He had survived actual death matches. Chewing on some corporate misery was light work. Muttering a quick pep talk under his breath, he locked in. Out of nowhere, P. Seong-yul, the absolute menace running the Special Investigation Squad, materialized and clamped a heavy hand on his shoulder. Already operating on zero patience, Chul-min mentally screamed at the universe for sending this specific guy his way. Slapping on a fake customer service voice, he politely asked what brought the chief to his floor. Pai just flashed his signature, toxic, cheerful grin. He joked that rumors of his favorite team leader getting roasted were echoing through the halls, mockingly praising Jung for tanking the old man's endless yapping. Playing it painfully safe, Jung instantly threw himself under the bus, claiming the failure was entirely on him. Pacing down the corridor, Pai smoothly pivoted the chat, bringing up the massive tea spilling about Suho going rogue. Chul-min quickly pumped the brakes. Suho wasn't exactly a menace to society, though he admitted the gossip was moving at the speed of light. Noting that the leak was still contained to the inner circle, Pai randomly offered a lifeline. But when Jung asked for details, Pai dropped an absolutely unhinged strategy. His big brain idea? Slap Suho with a fake charge, drag him into an interrogation room in handcuffs, and sort out the misunderstanding after. In P.I.'s twisted logic, it was all about faking the optics of total control. Dragging the kid in would instantly pacify the president. The crisis would look managed, and Suho would walk free while the association maintained its alpha status. He justified the madness by pointing out that since the rookie wanted a badge anyway, it was basically a massive win for everyone. Jung just stared at him, blank-faced, before carefully labeling the chief's master plan as a bit too chaotic. Messing with a superstar talent like Suho was a guaranteed recipe for career suicide. Yet, Pai did not bat a single eye. Instead, he patronized Jung's golden retriever morality, genuinely baffled why a high-ranking official was sweating bullets over one singular hunter. Jung tried to politely disengage, but Pai went in for the kill. He coldly reminded him that the law still owned the hunters. He dropped a heavy hint that the Awakened used to be terrified of the suits, pushing Jung to toss the rulebook and start moving like a real shadow boss. The air practically crackled with tension before Jung offered a stiff nod, promising to chew on the idea. Flashing one last fake smile, Pai strutted off, leaving behind a chilling reminder that playing by the book was for losers. Finally isolated, Jung mentally played back the entire toxic exchange. It blew his mind that he used to actually look up to Pai. Back in the day, Pai felt like the only real one in a sea of out-of-touch corporate elites. Now, he seemed like a borderline psychopath. Power trips change a man, and Pai's vault of dirty secrets made him a walking nuke. Shaken to his core, Jung escaped the building to find an isolated corner, Slumping onto a bench, his brain went straight into overdrive. His thoughts immediately drifted back to the anomaly himself, Suho. The kid had been all in on the association, only to ghost them out of nowhere. Honestly, it made sense top-tier guilds were throwing around insane bags of cash that could easily buy anyone's loyalty. But Young couldn't shake the feeling that the rookie was playing a completely different game. Smash cut to Suho, boots hitting the pavement as he hopped out of a cab across town. Sparking up the legendary first Mumu ring on his finger, he let out a sharp breath, fully realizing just how unhinged his recent moves really were. The first time he fired off this skill, it was totally clunky. But post-Tower of Challenge, the guy was basically a walking masterclass. Time to get moving. He strolled right up to the Seoul Central Blood Center, flipping his magic detection on like a switch. His eyes swept the zone until he caught it a whisper of raw mana. Even top-tier stealth gates could not stop their own energy from bleeding out. Tracking that glitchy frequency, Suho uncovered a portal disguised as heavy fog. But this bad boy was locked behind some hyper-specific requirements. Zero hesitation. He whipped out a blade, slashed right across his palm, and let the crimson drops free fall into the mist. He already knew the entry fee was literal lifeblood. The portal drank it up until the system flashed green, clearing his access. Boom, hidden dungeon unlocked, handing Suho a sweet 5 bonus stat points. Welcome to the Blood Decree. Stepping inside, he chucked a handful of luminous powder into the pitch-black abyss, lighting up what looked like a massive underground cavern. He pushed deeper into the shadows until something wet splashed right onto his hair. Glancing up, he knew instantly that was definitely not groundwater. It was straight-up drool. The ceiling was swarming with level 63 vampire bats, and Suho just flashed a cocky smirk at the terrifying welcoming committee. Without missing a beat, he unleashed intimidation. Like gravity had just been cranked to 10, every single flyer short-circuited and plummeted to the bedrock. Ice in his veins, he casually walked over to a struggling bat and impaled it with his shadow spear, letting the dark weapon feast on its essence. That single strike triggered a chain reaction, instantly flatlining the entire swarm. Swiping open his status UI, he could not help but feel smug. This cheese strat was absolute perfection for clearing out trash mobs. When you are packing an S-rank fear aura, level gaps literally do not matter. While basic hunters dumped points into just 2 main stats, Suho had completely cracked the color-coded matrix and was running a perfectly balanced, all-rounder build. Staring at his ridiculously spiked numbers, he briefly wondered if he was way too overpowered to be farming simple winged rats. Skimming through his kill feed out of pure curiosity, something weird popped up. Tangled in the pile of bat carcasses was a random blood slime. The poor thing must have been camping in the swarm and got absolutely vaporized by his fear shockwave as collateral damage. Honestly, this sweeping phase was getting way too easy. Still, he had to respect the raw utility of the skill. Sure, heavy hitters could tank fear debuffs, but unless a boss had immunity, this trick was totally broken. Minutes later, he hit the boss gates, adrenaline finally kicking in. He shoved the massive doors wide open. The second his boots hit the floor, his blade materialized in his grip, just in time to intercept a massive, mutated vampire bat, diving straight for his neck. Deflecting the heavy impact, the system tagged the beast as a Great King Vampire Bat. Suho spun the momentum into a lightning-fast counter-slash. Out of nowhere, a hulking golem blindsided him from the rear, forcing a desperate barrel roll. But scanning their auras, neither of these freaks gave off actual boss energy, just oversized mini-bosses. He took them both on, carving chunks out of the rock monster while pirouetting to deflect the bat's aerial dives. The golem wound up for a skull-crushing haymaker, but Suho smoothly drifted backward, planting his blade deep into the dungeon floor. The earth shattered, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the arena and ragdolling both beasts. He assumed it was an instant knockout, but as the debris settled, those tanks were miraculously still on their feet. The tempo cranked up, and reality hit Suho like a freight train. Raw physical damage was doing literally nothing against these high-tier health bars. It was finally time to pull out his trump card. The duo coordinated a vicious pincer move, lunging from opposite sides. Suho just smirked and digitized a second blade into his free hand. Through the blinding clash, the dust cleared to reveal a cold-blooded pose he had buried, one blade deep inside the bat, and pinned the golem with the other. Spamming regular combos was a waste of stamina, but the puzzle finally clicked. Their ultimate kryptonite? Solid silver supercharged with divine energy. Right on cue, a golden notification pinged his vision. Holy magic was fully locked and loaded. The silver steel lodged in the bat erupted with blinding light before a literal bolt of holy lightning shredded its throat, deleting the monster from existence. Suho stood dominant, pinning the burning carcass under his boot as it exploded into ash like a squashed bug. Divine damage was absolute nightmare fuel. The golem tried to rush him again, but Suho blurred forward, dicing the massive rock into literal pebbles with his glowing blade. He kept hacking until the system finally flashed the kill confirmation. Staring down at his shining weapon, he had to admit this setup was beautifully toxic. Taking an exclusive support class holy buff and slapping it onto a DPS build had given him an insanely broken tactical edge. Fusing silver gear with holy aura basically turned every single slice into an automatic, guaranteed critical strike. It was the ultimate cheat code for this specific dungeon. But right as he was chilling, a suffocating, heavy aura materialized right behind his back. Pivoting around, he knew instantly the actual dungeon master had entered the chat. The menacing figure stepped out of the shadows, leaking pure, unfiltered bloodlust. The system tagged him as the Cursed Prince, a hulking level 76 elite. The monster lost his mind, screaming about Suho trespassing on his turf and butchering his entire crew. The royal freak demanded Suho drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Yeah, right. Suho was here to bag a trophy, not kiss the ring. That disrespectful vibe absolutely triggered the prince. Roaring like a maniac, he flexed his terrifying aura, branding Suho as nothing but an arrogant punk. The boss threw a devastating opening punch, but Suho casually swatted it away like a fly, deadpan asking if His Royal Highness was finally done yapping. Skipping the comeback, the furious prince bypassed the words and savagely plunged his massive fist straight into the bedrock. Out of nowhere, the entire zone morphs into an absolute nightmare. A thick, blood-red fog explodes across the battlefield, blinding everyone. You literally couldn't see a thing through this suffocating aura. Suho drops into a defensive stance, totally aware this royal freak could blindside him at any second. A split-second chill crawls up his spine. Suho whips around, flawlessly parrying a lethal ambush from the lunging monster. The dungeon boss looks absolutely flabbergasted, completely mind-blown that a human read his moves. Not missing a beat, Suho claps back with a savage, sweeping strike. It looks like a fatal blow, but the prince just cackles. He violently trashes Suho, bragging that such a pathetic flex could never scratch his royal hide. Suddenly, the blue screen pops up. The cursed prince just triggered Blood Scream. Without hesitating, Suho slams his blade straight into the dirt and fires off Healing Spirit. A massive shockwave of pure energy erupts, and you can see the boss physically flinch from the holy blast. Watching his own cuts stitch back together in real time, Suho flashes a cocky grin, dropping the ultimate plot twist he's actually rocking a healer class. The prince looks down, absolutely shook. A deep gash stretches right across his stomach, proving Suho's previous attack definitely left a mark. Suho gears up for round 2, but the boss absolutely loses his mind. Furious that a measly mortal actually drew blood, he rushes in like a rabid beast. Suho doesn't back down an inch. Steel violently clashes against demonic claws as the two lock into a high-speed, merciless bloodbath of a combo. For a hot second, the arrogant prince actually thinks he has the upper hand, unloading an insane hurricane of frenzied slashes. But Suho literally vanishes into thin air, only to manifest right behind his prey. He sinks a flawless critical hit, sending dark blood spewing from the monster's mouth. As the villain staggers backward, Suho instantly zeroes in to keep the pressure on, but the stubborn boss refuses to fold, cranking his aura to the absolute max and launching himself back into the fray. The two titans slam together with earth-shattering momentum, ripping insane shockwaves across the entire arena. As the dust settles, the vibe completely shifts. The cursed prince's severed head just detaches from its neck, casually tumbling across the rocky floor. Suho strolls over like it is just another Tuesday. He squats beside the decapitated skull, openly roasting the guy for dropping so easily. Out of nowhere, the dead skull leaps up and sinks its fangs straight into Suho's palm. The totally not dead boss starts screeching inside his brain, demanding his life force and vowing to make him his eternal pet. Looking utterly grossed out, Suho yanks the biting head away and tosses it like garbage, literally comparing this ancient terror to an annoying summer bug, just taking a cheap nip. Then, the dread hits as a notification blares. Kin conversion initiated. Suho's legs immediately give out, crashing hard into the dirt, while his vital fluids rapidly siphon away. Extreme vertigo and a skull-splitting migraine hijack his senses, paired with a savage, burning thirst tearing up his throat. Echoing in his head, the gloating monster claims it is game over, but Suho just rudely tells the voice to shut its trap, completely tuning out the villain's yap. While the phantom voice rambles, our protagonist calculates his real plan to hijack this vampire perk. The sync rate needs to hit a specific sweet spot. Once he hits that exact benchmark, he plans to instantly nuke the infection with holy water. The second the transformation gauge smashes 50%, Suho realizes he is moments away from scoring the rare skill and grabs his flask. But suddenly, the glass completely explodes in his grip. The demonic voice cackles, flexing that they are in his personal territory, making all of Suho's tricks entirely useless. It clicks for the hero that this dungeon boss is playing chess, not checkers. The absolutely wrecked hallway is suddenly spotless, and the decapitated corpse has literally vanished into thin air. The entire stage just hard reset for Phase 2. Still refusing to take a loss, our guy scrambles to cook up a backup strategy. But the system flashes a brutal warning: his veins are officially turning toxic. The smug vampire, dripping with confidence, announces that this is the end of the line. But Suho drops the wildest smirk, revealing he has an ace up his sleeve. Right on cue, the interface lights up. Every single hidden requirement to unleash the secondary Dragon Blood ability just checked out. He had officially grinded his way to level 50 and successfully tanked an absolutely lethal psychological and physical trauma. A fresh pop-up blasts onto the screen. Dragon armor unlocked. Suho lets out a dark chuckle, knowing his timing is ridiculously clutch. The hostile transformation freezes dead in its tracks, as the panel confirms that Phase 2 of his draconic lineage is fully online. The legendary dragon armor fires up. He just scored the insane dragon endowment and dragon skin buffs straight from his new gear. The absolute millisecond that endowment buff kicks in, it completely firewalls the vampire virus and launches a full system cleanse. The toxic sludge running through his veins forcibly transforms back into flawless life force, deeply merging with his core, while the leftover dark magic gets absolutely incinerated by his overwhelming draconic aura. Suho flawlessly hijacks the secret abilities buried deep within the cursed genetics, feeling an immediate, insane boost in agility. Originally, he plotted to cheese this exact awakening by running a custom dungeon right at the level 50 mark, but instead, the game dropped the epic upgrade right in the middle of a boss fight. Peeking at his fresh stats, he zeroes in on Dragon Endowment. It is a god-tier passive skill meant strictly for draconic heirs, basically a massive flex of absolute royalty and unmatched dominance. When this bad boy is running, it makes him completely bulletproof against viruses and dark magic. Plus, it auto-loots any corrupted energy to cleanse, heal, and literally level up his body. The blue screens never bothered dropping hints about this hidden quest, but Suho got the cheat codes straight from Yongma. Because that vampire bite almost flatlined him, the system registered it as the ultimate awakening trigger, and while his draconic perk totally sanitized his veins, it perfectly kept the overpowered vampiric buffs intact. He scans one last tab, a wild new bloodsucker skill, currently locked up for future use. This was hard proof he'd almost crossed over into full bloodsucker territory. Now, he was left wondering if he'd actually copped the official vampire status. Snagging those vampiric traits was the main mission from the jump. But let's be real, mixing pure dragon veins with vampire blood is a recipe for internal chaos. They just don't vibe. Still, the perks he did secure were absolutely busted, so he wasn't complaining. Then, the system dropped a shiny new toy in his lap, Blood Weapon. We're talking about a ridiculously rare skill locked exclusively behind the noble vampire tier. The catch? It guzzles a massive amount of life fluid to even activate. Bro realized he was going to have to wipe out an absolute ton of monsters to fuel this thing. Plus, grinding his Phantom Shadow ability at the same time was the ultimate power play. Right on cue, the cursed prince started yapping to himself again. Suho immediately told him to zip it, completely over the dude's annoying, brain-melting gibberish. The prince was practically crying, throwing a fit over how Suho survived the bite, just endlessly rambling about broken curses. Bro was straight up calling himself trash. But right then, Suho felt the Shift Boss Phase 2 was officially kicking off, and the system's ping confirmed the nightmare. The Cursed King threw a massive pity party while his aura absolutely skyrocketed. Without warning, the ceiling cracked, dumping a torrential downpour of blood. Stepping out from that gruesome red waterfall, the king made his grand comeback. Now sitting at a terrifying level 80, he was radiating pure, unfiltered rage. He went on an absolute villain rant, swearing he'd vaporize anyone standing above him. He wanted to burn them to ash, smash them to pieces, and drag them straight down to the abyss. Massive, grotesque wings of blood ripped out of his back, paired with a bone-chilling shriek that shook the entire dungeon. Suho instantly felt the suffocating pressure drop as the magic power spiked. This wasn't the pushover boss from 5 minutes ago. This guy was completely reborn. He had evolved into an absolute menace. Wasting no time, the king blasted a shockwave of dark energy that wiped out the zone in a massive, blinding explosion. But as the smoke cleared, Suho was nowhere to be found. Bro basically teleported, hanging dead in the air right above the boss's wing. He dropped a heavy, devastating sword slashed straight down. Insanely enough, the cursed king didn't even flinch. The monster laughed it off, flexing that a weak scratch like that wouldn't put him in the dirt. Suho clocked it immediately. The boss wasn't just hitting harder, his combat IQ was skyrocketing. Using his wing like a giant club, the king swatted Suho out of the sky with terrifying raw strength. Flipping backward, Suho stuck the landing, and instantly knew he was in deep trouble. The boss closed the gap at lightning speed, forcing Suho to parry the savage flurry of hits head-on with his blade. Igniting his holy power, he straight-up promised the boss that pure divine energy would absolutely eclipse whatever dark buffs he was packing. But a split second later, the king literally shattered Suho's weapon into pieces, smirking as he bragged that holy tricks were officially useless against his new form. Suho dashed back to create space, his mind racing. If a divinely boosted blade just snapped like a cheap toy, bringing standard gear to this fight was basically a death sentence. Without missing a beat, he summoned his bloody sword. The second the cursed king laid eyes on it, he lost his mind, screaming at Suho to cough up the weapon, while diving in for a brutal kill shot. But Suho simply wrapped the blood sword in holy aura, and effortlessly carved right through the monster's attack. The boss was left utterly speechless, his brain short-circuiting, trying to process the counter. That's when it clicked for Suho. Blood weapons literally scale off the user's raw stats. Thanks to his current grind, this blade was already sitting comfortably at the insane red rank. He was holding the ultimate game over button. Desperate, the cursed king ripped a spear of blood out of thin air, promising to shred Suho to ribbons, and blitzed forward. The thrust was blindingly fast, but Suho morphed his weapon into a massive blood shield, stopping the spear dead, and leaving the king looking completely goofy. Suho coldly reminded him that he wasn't the only guy in the room who could shapeshift blood gear. With a slick flick of his wrist, the shield reformed back into a razor-sharp blade, and he cleanly separated the cursed king's head from his shoulders in one gorgeous cinematic swipe. The decapitated head hit the stone floor, still locked in an intensely arrogant smirk. Even as just a head, Bro had the audacity to claim that taking his neck meant absolutely nothing. Suho's response? He just punted the dude's head across the room like a soccer ball, before spawning his shadow spear and violently driving it straight into the earth. Instantly, jet-black chains exploded outward, viciously snaking around the severed head. Shadowbind was active. With the boss fully locked down, Suho knew it was time to put this raid to bed before the freaky monster tried any more respawn tricks. Right on cue, the system flashed a prompt confirming his vampire blood was fully online, and all that life force he just sucked up was securely banked inside the blood jade. While the boss's disembodied head threw a massive tantrum, screaming at him to back off, Suho was busy inspecting his new loot. Seeing the blood jade in real life was a trip, and this thing was already overflowing with pure crimson energy. If the lore from the Blood Monarch was true, this legendary item was literally invisible to everyone except its master. Fun fact, the infamous Blood Monarch used to be an average healer punching the clock at the Central Blood Institute, until he got tragically sucked into the hidden gate known as Blood's Decree. Bro actually made it to the final boss, but fumbled the bag against the cursed king, catching a nasty bite that infected him with the vampire curse. 99% of the time, that's a guaranteed game over. You get bitten, you mutate into a brainless mob, and the dungeon permanently locks you inside. But this guy was built different. He heavily spammed his healing spells to fight off the venom, completely glitching out the monster conversion process. Because he hacked the curse, he awakened crazy new vampire abilities that completely re-rolled his stat sheet. Packed with OP energy, he went back and soloed the Cursed King, cleared the impossible dungeon, and rebranded himself as the Blood Monarch, an S-tier global menace that had the whole world shaking in fear. Fast forward, and Suho had utterly humbled that same villain, milking him for every drop of intel on minion conversion, the mechanics behind blood weapons, and the secrets of the vampire lineage. But back in the present, the Cursed King's decapitated head was still throwing a massive fit, screaming about vengeance, and completely refusing to accept that he just got clowned. Suho just smirked, practically begging the guy to make a move. Right on cue, the system flared to life. Phantom Shadow synced up with the Cursed King's lingering aura, swallowing the whole thing down until absolutely nothing was left. Boom. The Blood Decree was officially wiped from the board. The interface flashed, confirming this hidden dungeon was fully conquered and crowning our boy the MVP. A glowing portal ripped open right in front of him. Stepping up to leave, Suho took a second to process the absolute insanity that just went down. Bottom line, Dragon Energy was on a completely different level. That whole kin conversion trick looked scary on paper, but compared to Dragon Blood, it was literally child's play. Still, knowing that Bloodsucker managed to slip away definitely rubbed him the wrong way. Suddenly, a massive system alert dropped with some bonus loot. After scanning his specific playstyle, the game handed him a tailor-made ability alongside a massive 10 free stat points just to sweeten the deal. The new skill was called New Blood, something completely off his radar, but the second he checked the specs, his eyes went wide. This was an absolute game changer for his entire build, and it did not stop there. He actually bagged an S rank, true original vampire ability. We are talking about tier 0 power that even the Blood Monarch could only dream of holding. Considering his current vampire stats capped out at a measly A+, with zero royal lineage attached. Suho pieced the puzzle together. This massive upgrade was 100% thanks to the new blood passive. His original strat was just to hoard high-level abilities, but the random number gods totally blessed him today. Still, he forced himself to stay grounded. Catching a massive win right now did not mean he was invincible just yet. Dungeon cleared. Bag secured. Suho let out a breath and locked in. He got exactly what he needed, and now it was time to shake things up over at Nexus. Cut straight to the towering glass skyline of the Nexus headquarters, where corporate hunters are buzzing through the halls. Miss Sue struts past the double doors, walking right up to a guy chilling casually in a high-backed leather chair. This is the Guildmaster, and he waves her right into his office. She drops the bomb instantly. Hunter Sung Suho sent a direct message. He is pulling up tomorrow to officially join their ranks. The boss physically freezes, echoing her words like his brain short-circuited. He stays facing the window, letting the reality sink in before finally ordering a full-scale prep phase. Spinning his chair around to reveal his intense expression, he warns her that Sung Suho is a total wildcard. They need to roll out the red carpet before the kid suddenly gets cold feet and bails. The camera pans up the slick city skyscrapers before snapping into a hyper-modern, ridiculously expensive living room. Suho walks through the front door, only to find Jinhui totally passed out on the sofa, literally drooling in his sleep. Suho just deadpans, asking why the guy is using his couch as a bed. The reporter groans, peeling himself up, and slurs that Suho literally beat the Tower of Tests today. Plus, since they are technically roommates for now, and literal partners in crime, a party was mandatory. Clinging to a half-empty bottle of liquor, he hypes up the fact that a massive flex like this desperately needed a toast. He whines about coming home to an empty apartment, but since he could not let a historic moment slide, he just started throwing back drinks solo. Suho watches this absolute mess of a human, pointing out that juggling all the recent drama must have burnt him out, but then he hits him with a smirk, promising that down the line, they are going to have way crazier things to celebrate. The drunk reporter blinks hard, asking if Suho is actually capping right now. Suho just tells him to chill out. The future is going to be wildly entertaining. Glancing over at the massive late-night feast spread on the table, Suho asks the tipsy dude if he still has room for round 2, even at this ungodly hour. Jinhui flashes a goofy grin, instantly down for it. With a high-end glass of wine sitting right by the takeout, Suho drops a quick review, mentioning that the underground hunter app Jinhui put him on is actually top tier. He also gives props to the penthouse, admitting the vibes are completely flawless. Between bites of food, Suho brings up the personal blog of his roommate, noting that his lifestyle content makes it painfully obvious that he is loaded with generational wealth. Pouring up some more wine, Jinhui gets brutally honest, casually dropping the craziest flex. He is not just new money, he is the youngest son of a literal cable dynasty. We are talking mega billionaire status. Caught off guard, Suho raises an eyebrow, asking if he actually belongs to the 1%, before casually taking a sip. Jinhui nods, deciding that since Suho trusted him with his crazy hunter secrets, it was time to spill some tea of his own. He confesses that his dad is literally the big boss of the massive Daisen conglomerate. Suho instantly connects the dots, figuring this guy is the golden child heir to the throne, but Jinhui shakes his head, killing the hype. He admits his dad has a whole army of kids with different women, and his own mom was just a secret side piece. Long story short, he is the hidden illegitimate son. He swears he has never leaked this lore to anyone, but since they are going to be running missions together for the long haul, he wanted zero secrets between them. Suho looks at him, totally stunned by the info dump, and asks if playing the gritty reporter is just some rich kid's side quest. Jinhui laughs, admitting that is honestly pretty accurate. And the crazy part? He actually loved the grind. He casually dropped that his old man bankrolled his entire lifestyle, but he was completely cut out of the will. Zero corporate power, zero boardroom pull. They even tried handing him the keys to a whole subsidiary branch, but he passed. He flat out admitted he was a killer journalist, but totally clueless when it came to corporate warfare. Suho raised his drink, smirking as he pointed out that, if nothing else, Jinhui was an absolute beast of a reporter. Beaming, the reporter soaked in the praise, confessing that in all his years, he'd never crossed paths with a hunter quite like Suho. Pushing their chairs back, both guys got to their feet. Jinhui threw out the idea of a toast to their chaotic duo, and Suho was all in. Glasses clinked, sealing the vibe. Cut to the next morning, Suho dragged himself through the luxury apartment, letting out a massive yawn, while Jinhui, already buzzing with energy in the kitchen, tossed him a bright greeting as he poured steaming water for his morning brew. Suho just stared, asking if this guy seriously planned on grinding through the weekend. The reporter just shrugged duty calls. Leaning against the window frame and rubbing the blur from his eyes, Suho muttered that going that hard on the drinks last night was definitely a rookie mistake. Jinhui just cracked up, brushing it off and saying it was a totally epic night. Still half asleep, Suho asked why he was already rushing out the door, chasing his next big scoop. The reporter shot back that he couldn't milk the Suho hype train for the rest of his career. Catching that, Suho just smirked, dropping a casual flex that this relentless hustle was exactly why he respected the guy. Jinhui froze, totally caught off guard by the random praise. Taking a slow sip of his drink, he bounced the question back. What was Suho's move for the day? Suho's eyes sharpened. He reminded the reporter that today was the exact day he'd been hyping up. Before the reality could even sink in, Jinhui blurted out, asking if he was actually marching into Nexus. Suho gave a slow nod. Last night, he smashed through to level 50, unlocked insane new perks, and decided it was finally time to make his play. Jinhui practically short-circuited. He completely missed his cup, splashing boiling water onto his hand, mind blown because literally 24 hours ago, Suho was sitting at level 40. He whipped around, eyes wide with pure shock, practically demanding an explanation. How in the world does someone skyrocket 10 levels in a single day? Suho just gave an effortless shrug, acting like it was Tuesday, and casually corrected him. Actually, he had hit level 51. The reporter just gaped at him like he was staring at a glitch in the Matrix, muttering that the deeper he dug into Suho's life, the more insane the guy's aura became. Suho cracked a half smile, pointing out that his wording sounded totally sus. Jinhui awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, prompting Suho to ask why he was suddenly eyeing him up and down. Out of nowhere, the reporter started shoving him toward the massive walk-in closet, laying down the law. If Suho was about to step into a heavy-hitting guild, he needed the absolute maximum drip to match. Suho instantly pushed back, arguing he didn't need to flex, and his streetwear was perfectly fine. But Jinhui wasn't having it. He insisted on hooking him up with a tailored fit and a luxury timepiece. When our boy tried to dodge the makeover, the reporter laid down the brutal truth at a powerhouse like Nexus. Your image is your weapon. Plus, he dropped a major reminder. Suho had free access to his entire supercar garage. Rolling up to a top-tier guild in a basic cab or taking the bus? That was a massive vibe killer. Cut to a high-end, ultra-wealthy district. A hyper-sleek, cherry-red sports car purred to a halt, instantly snapping the necks of every bystander on the curb. The butterfly doors glided up, and out stepped Suho, absolutely rocking a razor-sharp, custom-fitted suit. He adjusted his collar, cleared his throat, and silently admitted to himself that he actually looked incredibly boss. Right on cue, a polished executive stepped up, sliding him a sleek business card, and dropping his name, Bae Dong-hyuk, the top dog of Nexus. Suho flashed a smooth, calculated smile, took the card, introduced himself as On Suho, and shadowed the guildmaster right into the belly of the beast. Minutes later, he was locking eyes across a massive boardroom table with 3 heavy-hitting Nexus execs. Dong-hyuk kept his cool, smoothly pointing out that Suho's power leveling over the last few days had been insane. He probed, wondering if this massive glow-up had shifted his endgame, especially since our hero had openly bragged about snagging a cushy government job. Suho didn't even blink. He boldly stated his master plan hadn't shifted an inch. The big bosses instantly traded bewildered looks, leaving Sue to demand what the heck that was supposed to mean. Dong-hyuk leaned in, his eyes narrowing, questioning why on earth Suho would sign with a private squad if his ultimate dream was playing bureaucrat. Keeping it 100% real, Suho confessed that using Nexus was basically his cheat code to the top. He casually dropped the bomb that he was targeting the elite 5th rank exam this very year. One of the suits blinked, asking if he was literally just farming them for bonus street cred on his evaluation. Suho smirked, technically yes, but that was just layer 1 of his massive big brain strategy. If he just blindly simped for the Hunter Association, they'd think they held all the cards. But by aligning with a massive powerhouse like Nexus, he was forcing a bidding war. The minute the government realized other guilds were throwing crazy perks his way, they'd have to desperately up their own game. He made sure to add that while he wore the Nexus badge, he'd go absolute goblin mode for their operations, making the whole deal a massive win-win. Dong-hyuk soaked it all in, listening dead silent, as Suho swore to give them 100%. Finally, the guildmaster leaned back in his leather chair, letting out a breath, and admitted he respected the hustle. But he had just one burning question left. He reminded our hero that during their very first meeting, Nexus was literally on life support, and Suho was practically a nobody with 0 proven stats. Rolling the dice on him back then was a wild gamble, but at least it made sense. Right now, every single guild in Korea would literally go to war to recruit him. So the million-dollar question is, why did he walk straight through the doors of Nexus? Suho just hits them with a calm, mysterious smirk. The guild leader keeps pressing, admitting the kid's got insane talent, but his actual endgame? Totally in the dark. Dong-wook interlocks his fingers, leaning in heavy. He drops an ultimatum: drop the act and speak some truth, or this whole partnership is dead on arrival. Closing his eyes for a split second, Suho finally drops the bomb. He's got his own personal agenda. He throws it right back at Dong-wook, bringing up that massive public speech. You know, the one where the boss man swore on his life that Nexus would burn down every single gate across Korea. Suho lays out the facts. Nexus actually backs up the victims' families more than anyone else, and their obsession with wiping out the dungeons? Unmatched. He looks the leader dead in the eye, saying he felt the raw honesty in that broadcast. That pure conviction? That is exactly why he chose them over the competition. He wants to throw his entire arsenal behind their cause. Flashing a massive grin, he smoothly pitches the idea of keeping this alliance going. Even after he inevitably gets scooped up by the Hunter Association down the line, Dong-wook breaks eye contact, giving a slow nod. The logic tracks. He is buying it. But the boss isn't done. He challenges Suho, asking why the association is even a vibe when Nexus is already out here grinding non-stop to clear gates and fund hunters. Suho nods, giving them their flowers. But then, he drops the reality check. If Nexus genuinely wants to wipe these threats off the map permanently, they have to step into zones that would absolutely obliterate normal hunters. We are talking about the ultra-lethal, red-taped gates, strictly locked down by the government. The camera basically pans as his eyes lock onto a photo of a massive, heavily chained portal. Forget your basic mid-tier dungeons. The real endgame is the 5 great gates. And to even breathe near those, you need that sweet, sweet government clearance. But until he grabs that badge, every single boss he drops will have the Nexus logo flashing right next to his name on the breaking news. The shockwave from that hype, it would totally shatter the guild hierarchy in Korea, skyrocketing Nexus straight to the #1 spot. Dong-wook plants his hands flat on the mahogany. He fires back that this golden era only exists as long as Suho is actually on their roster. Suho just nods. That is exactly why he is promising to bleed for them while he is around. Suddenly, Suhei's eyes snap wide open. She practically chokes, asking if this dude already handpicked his squad. Following up on their last chat, Suho doesn't hesitate. He drops the first name on his draft board, Kang Dae-han. Suhei literally freezes in her tracks, demanding a playback, looking like her brain just blue-screened. Suho just gives a chill nod, casually flexing that he was the mastermind who talked Dae-han into pivoting to the tank role. Suhei violently kicks her chair back, standing up and raging. What the heck is the backup plan if the guy completely fails at being a meat shield? Not even flinching, Suho raises one hand to kill the noise. He tells her to take a breath. This wasn't a blind gamble. He ran the stats and analyzed every single variable. He points out that Dae-han absolutely annihilated the entrance exams. Suhei's face twists up into a bitter frown, the memories of those insane test scores flashing through her mind. Out of nowhere, the guy had snagged the silver medal, placing 2nd overall. She begrudgingly admits she was actually planning to send flowers to whoever coached him up, but Suho just hits her with a lazy shrug, playing it off like it was light work. Big mistake that just makes her blood boil even hotter. Breaking the tension, the third suit in the room finally clears his throat. He admits the pitch is absolute fire, but they need to squash some plot holes. If this kid seriously plans on raiding those lockdown zones, he better realize the feds have those spots guarded like maximum security prisons. Private guilds? They have a 0% chance of walking through the front door. With civilian lives on the line, the suit grills him on the exact infiltration strategy. Suho's expression goes ice cold. He tilts his head, asking if they are seriously doubting his firepower. Then he lays down the law. The ink only hits the contract once he drops the official VIP pass right on this desk, proving he is the real deal. Wait, he stops. The gears shift in his head, and he instantly upgrades the wager. Scratch the VIP pass. He is going to solo clear a sealed gate first. Only after the boss is dead do they sign the papers. The secretary is literally sweating bullets at this massive flex, muttering under his breath that this rookie is demanding a king's ransom. Unfazed, Suho doubles down, claiming this is a perfectly balanced trade. But the secretary's internal monologue is screaming. Sure, the kid is a generational talent, but on paper, he is still just a completely unranked rookie without a shred of official clout to his name. But Suho wasn't backing down, claiming that was the exact reason he was about to solo a sealed gate right now and flex his actual skills. Dong-wook gave him a calculating look before nodding, totally convinced the kid was about to show out. Flashing a smug grin, the guildmaster admitted, this little meeting turned out better than expected. They agreed to iron out the fine print once the dungeon was wiped clean. Cut to a bit later, Suho was already out the door, tearing down the street in his ride. Up in the penthouse, Dong-wook and his assistant watched the red sports car blur into the city traffic. Without missing a beat, the boss dropped his next command. Put together an elite backup squad and fast-track all the VIP paperwork for Suho. The assistant paused, wondering if they should maybe hold off until the guy actually survived the raid. But Dong-hyuk just smirked like he already knew the future, insisting Suho was going to crush it, and backing him up right out the gate would lock down their loyalty. Shutting his eyes, he basically bet his life that the kid would deliver. The assistant, totally thrown off by this blind faith, had to ask why the boss was so dead set on this. Dong-hyuk shot back that it wasn't some wild gamble, and honestly, the assistant already knew the answer. The guy slowly nodded, having a total flashback to the raw intensity in Suho's eyes and the absolute zero hesitation in his voice. Smash cut to the towering headquarters of the South Korean Hunter Association. Deep inside one of the suffocating office blocks, Yang Cholman was literally having a meltdown, slumped over his keyboard and gripping his hair like he was losing his mind. He was racking his brain trying to figure out how to reel Suho into their ranks, especially since the dude had zero interest in playing nice. He toyed with the idea of tossing him a massive bounty for wiping out the test tower, but instantly trashed that thought. He knew damn well the bigwigs upstairs would veto it in a heartbeat. They weren't looking for a wholesome shot of giving the hero a medal. Nah. They wanted that prime PR material, a photo op of Suho cheesing next to the president, faking like they were best bros from day one. Even though Cholman absolutely despised using dirty tactics or twisting arms, Chief Pai's toxic advice kept playing on loop in his brain, an order that pretty much meant kidnapping the guy if he wouldn't come quietly. Cholman let out a miserable groan, face-planting right into his desk. He was seriously questioning every life choice that led him to this soul-crushing gig. Right as he was spiraling into regret, his phone started buzzing. The screen flashed an unknown caller. Sounding completely drained of life, he clicked answer and mumbled, "Yang Cholman speaking." His brain was doing gymnastics, trying to guess who was hitting up his line. But the second the voice dropped on the other end, his whole vibe flipped. It was freaking on Suho. Cholman practically leaped out of his gaming chair, eyes popping out of his skull, thinking he was hallucinating. The camera cuts to a cozy, hole-in-the-wall soup joint, thick steam rolling off the boiling pots. Suho and the nervous agent were locked in, staring at each other across a sticky table. Suho broke the ice, casually dropping that it had been a minute since he last slid through here, hyping up the spot for having the most insane boiled pork in the city. Cholman blinked like an owl, totally baffled, and blurted out asking how a guy like him even knew about this hidden gem. Flashing a chill smile, Suho totally capped, claiming he used to be a regular back when he was grinding a job in the area. The agent slowly nodded, buying the cover story without a second thought. Taking a hit of the broth, Cholman confessed he was low-key shocked the hunter actually initiated contact. Then he hit him with the obvious question, why the sudden phone number swap? Suho kept it 100, explaining his phone had been blowing up non-stop, so he straight up snagged a burner line to keep his sanity. And from now on, that was the direct line the agent could hit up. The suit nodded in deep sympathy, pointing out that the hunter had to be totally burnt out from all the toxic clout chasing and stalker energy. Dropping his eyes to the table, Cholman gave a genuine, heavy, thank you for actually reaching out. The guy confessed he was literally an inch away from accepting he had ghosted them forever. Suho just raised a brow, asking why he would even jump to that conclusion, while snatching up his chopsticks. Without missing a beat, he hit him with the real talk, asking if the corporate suits were breathing down his neck, sweating him to brainwash the hunter into signing his life away to the association. Completely caught lacking, Cholman froze up like a statue, slapping a hand over his face like he could hide the sheer panic. Voice shaking, he asked what gave him that crazy idea. Idly waving his chopsticks next to his face, Suho laid out the facts, pointing out how sus it was that the top dog of the association was suddenly begging for a face-to-face right after the tower raid. Because honestly, no matter how brutal the dungeon was, the guild usually just stamped the boring paperwork. They literally never played the aggressive headhunter game. Rendered completely mute, Cholman just stared at his soup bowl, a nervous smile glued to his face. Suho didn't stop there, casually dropping the nuke that after running the math, he figured out the higher-ups just wanted a flashy photo op to boost their street cred. Hearing his secret mission exposed, Cholman looked up with pure terror in his eyes, but Suho just waved it off like it was nothing. He admitted he just wished they hadn't played games and kept it transparent from the start, because wanting some good PR wasn't exactly a crime. The agent stammered out a desperate apology, but Suho shut it down instantly, telling him to drop the guilt trip. He had already read the room and connected the dots anyway. Honestly, he was actually vibing with Cholman and felt grateful. The stressed-out suit pointed a trembling finger at his own chest, mind blown, refusing to believe those words were actually directed at him. Suho kept dropping logic, explaining that when the brass gets desperate, they usually resort to shady blackmail or brute force. But through all the madness, Cholman kept it strictly professional and respectful, rubbing the back of his neck like a nervous wreck. The agent confessed the whole operation still made him feel like trash. Taking a bite, Suho then casually dropped the absolute bombshell that he was actually down to pull up to the headquarters. Chulman completely glitch-paused mid-spoonful, gasping out to ask if he was trolling. Slurping his noodles without a care in the world, Suho locked it in, revealing he was only doing it to pay the agent back for being a solid dude. Suho realized that rubbing elbows with the top brass might actually play right into his hands. Chulman gave a slow nod, fully catching on to the vibe. When Suho casually asked about setting up a meet, Chulman wanted to finish their meal first. But mid-bite, the light bulb went off. He practically launched out of his chair, eyes totally glued to the potential. Zero hesitation. He promised to lock down a time slot right then and there. Fast forward a bit, and our boys pulled up to the massive Korean Hunters Association headquarters. Camera flashes went off as Suho played nice, snapping a publicity pic right next to the big boss himself. President Yoon Kyung-won flashed this totally fake, picture-perfect grin, hyping up how thrilled he was to finally cross paths. He buttered Suho up, talking about his packed schedule, and played the gratitude card for him actually showing up. Right on cue, Vice President Park Hyo-man chimed in, glazing him up about how rare it is to land a rookie with this much hype. Suho kept the mask on, smiling like an absolute saint as he dropped the classic line, claiming it was a massive honor to meet the legends running the show. But mentally, he was fighting the urge to gag. The mere sight of these guys made his skin crawl. The years hadn't washed away the absolute disgust bubbling up in his chest. Oblivious, Kyung-won leaned in, testing the waters. He asked if Suho was actually dead set on joining their ranks. Eyes narrowing just a fraction, Suho fed them the perfect script, calling it his ultimate dream, mirroring the exact same sob story he dropped during his exam interview. The president took the bait, asking for the backstory. Dropping his gaze for dramatic effect, Suho played the tragedy card. He talked about losing his parents to a gate break, framing his entire drive around, wiping out portals as fast as humanly possible, to keep humanity safe. A flawless performance. But deep down, he knew the real agenda. Step 1 was saving the world. Step 2, ripping the association away from this corrupt president and his squad of yes-men before they could rot it from the inside out. Eating up every word, Kyung-won clapped his hands, throwing heavy praise at Suho's hero complex. Meanwhile, Suho was mentally clocking this dude, knowing full well this leech would grip his throne until someone physically dragged him kicking and screaming into the dirt. He was absolutely itching for the day he could watch the panic set in on that greedy pig's face. And honestly, Kyung-won was just the tip of the trash pile. Stepping up to the plate, Park Hyo-man opened his mouth again, yapping about how Suho was a public relations team's ultimate fantasy. Crossing his arms like he was dropping profound wisdom, the vice president claimed Suho was totally immune to greed, laser-focused entirely on shielding the masses. So brave, so respectable. Pressing his fingers together like a cartoon villain, he threw in some fake sympathy, saying Suho had turned into a total powerhouse, a real stand-up guy making his late parents proud. Suho kept the polite act going, bowing slightly, while his inner monologue went totally savage. He instantly pinned Kyung-won as the mastermind behind this whole clout-chasing stunt. To Suho, this vice president was nothing but a spineless lapdog, literally breathing just to shine the president's designer shoes. It was exactly because of clowns like these that the gates spiraled totally out of control in his past life. This time around, he was stripping away every single ounce of their power before they could fumble the bag again. Shifting the vibe, Chulman chimed in with a massive smile, asking where Suho wanted to get stationed. Suho played it cool, rubbing his chin like he was deep in thought. He mentioned tossing around a few ideas before dropping the bomb. He wanted the gate department. Chulman instantly froze, completely buffering. The vice president blinked, demanding to know why. Smooth as ever, Suho laid it out. Unlike those flashy private guilds, the association held the direct passes to the portals. They ran the first wave scouting and got their hands dirty in the actual raids. Kyung-won acted completely blown away by the pure selflessness of it all, loudly pointing out that Suho had just volunteered for the most lethal, red flag division in the entire building. Park Hyo-man nodded along like a bobblehead, gassing him up, saying that the front line was basically built for a guy like An Suho. Catching the drift, the president whipped around to Chulman, ordering him to show off their so-called gratitude. Playing the confused rookie, Suho asked for context. Kyung-won flashed a dark grin. If Suho was genuinely this thirsty to shut down gates, they were going to hand him the exclusive menu of active portals, right off the association's secret stash. Chulman nearly choked on his own spit. Panic mode activated. He desperately reminded the boss that those specific dungeons were either strictly quarantined or absolute death traps. He didn't even get to finish. Suho cut him off with a bright, chipper smile, calling the offer absolutely flawless. Sweating bullets, Chulman took another swing, begging him to understand the insane risk level. But Suho just clenched his fist, acting totally hyped up swearing he would personally crush the absolute worst threats humanity had ever faced. Kyungwon leaned back, completely satisfied, claiming this hardcore energy was exactly what he expected from the legendary An Suho. Still totally spiraling, Chulman tried to protest again. The president just shot him a cold, silencing glare. Taking the hint, Chulman backed down. He dropped his gaze, muttering that he would get the paperwork sorted and the gears turning. Kyungwon gave Suho the green light to gear up for the slaughter. Suho bowed out with perfect manners. Beside him, Chulman just stared at the floor, fuming. He knew the ugly truth. To these unawakened suits, these apocalyptic dungeons were just numbers on a spreadsheet. A total joke. This is exactly why he hated taking orders from pencil pushers who had never tasted real blood inside a portal. They were completely blind to the actual nightmare. Legions of high-tier hunters had already been shredded to pieces trying to conquer those exact zones. Yet here these two corporate snakes were, casually tossing Suho straight into a meat grinder. But while Chulman was practically cracking his teeth from the stress, Suho just kept that cool, calculating smirk. He wasn't walking into a trap. He already knew exactly what kind of loot was hiding behind those quarantined walls. As Hyoman leaned in to whisper some sketchy secret to the president, Suho read the room instantly. These corporate vultures weren't looking for a hero. They were just trying to secure the bag. They literally couldn't care less about the body count. As long as the raid was a dub and the association grabbed more power, hunters were just cannon fodder to them. Kyungwon locked eyes with our boy Suho, pressing him on what rank he was actually aiming for in the upcoming trials. Flashing a confident smirk, Suho dropped a bombshell he was gunning for the level 5 exam before the year wrapped up. Kyungwon scoffed, questioning if the kid even grasped how insane that test was. But Suho didn't miss a beat, explaining that hitting that tier would totally unlock his options. Plus, he planned to run with a guild in the meantime to grind some real-world XP. Throwing a hand up, Kyungwon totally backed the play. He admitted the higher-ups always favored applicants with a solid track record, then casually asked about standard guild contract lengths. Suho kept it real. He wasn't stressing over timelines. He just wanted that hardcore combat experience. If a squad matched his vibe and met his demands, he'd roll with them right up until his association exams. Stifling a yawn, Kyungwon basically wished him luck finding a crew that fit the bill. Inwardly hyping himself up, Suho realized that if the top brass gave this the green light, securing a spot in Nexus was a lock. He could practically see the master plan unfolding, acting as the ultimate bridge between Nexus and the association. But right then, the heavy doors swung wide open, and somebody announced that Pai Sung-yeol had entered the chat. Suho's face instantly went cold. Strutting in with absolute swagger, Pai cracked a joke about the big bosses hoarding all the good snacks without him. He froze mid-sentence though, catching sight of Suho at the table. A massive, knowing grin completely took over his face. He made a polite show of backing out, but Kyungwon waved him right back in. Pointing straight at Suho, he introduced him as the absolute legend who soloed the test tower. Pai tapped his chin, pretending to search his memory, before snapping his fingers and faking a sudden realization. Chuckling, he played up the hype, reaching out to shake hands, while dropping his title as the head honcho of the Special Ops Division. Suho gripped his hand, dropping his own name, and they traded totally fake pleasantries, even though Suho's eyes were practically throwing daggers. Settling into his chair, Chulman raised a hand to catch Pai up to speed, dropping the fact that Suho was eyeing the level 5 exams. Pai's jaw practically hit the floor, warning the kid that the difficulty spike was insane. Shrugging it off, Suho made it clear he was stepping into the arena regardless. Pai just stared, utterly speechless, while another suit chimed in. The exec revealed they were actually handing Suho the keys to the sealed gates, all because the rookie flexed that he could wipe them out. Pai straight up short-circuited, his eyes bugged out as he muttered to himself, slapping a hand over his mouth like he couldn't process the madness. Shooting Suho a look of pure panic, he questioned if the kid had a death wish, reminding him that those specific dungeons were nightmare fuel. Catching the raw anxiety radiating off the chief, Suho actually found the whole thing hilarious. He coolly fired back that he knew exactly what he was walking into. Looking visibly stressed, Pai folded his arms, admitting he had zero authority to bench the kid anyway, but he threw out a genuine wish for Suho's survival. In his head, Suho gave the guy some credit. Pai was a real hunter who respected raw power. The dread on his face was 100% real. He was legit terrified of watching a top-tier prospect throw his life away. Flipping the script, Pai slid in a sweet offer if Suho ever wanted to run with the special division, he'd personally roll out the red carpet for him. Chulman instantly shot a finger up, barking at the chief to back off his recruit. He made it crystal clear Suho was already locked in with the gate division. When Pai demanded a reason, Chulman dropped the cold hard truth. An Suho was out to obliterate every single dungeon, and he demanded VIP access to do it. Pai slowly bobbed his head as the puzzle pieces clicked together. He countered that if gate access was the only deal-breaker, his own squad could easily bankroll that mission. Pivoting hard, he flashed Chulmin a smug grin, daring him to deny it. Defeated, Chulmin threw his hands on his hips and gave a reluctant nod. Pai couldn't help but stir the pot, pointing out that if Suho actually crushed the level 5 trials, his dynamic with Chulmin was going to get super messy. Turning his attention back to the rookie, he threw in that they could hash out the politics later, wrapping up with a genuine good luck charm. Suho gave him a standard, polite thank you, while mentally flagging the guy as an absolute snake. Suho threw a side eye at Chulmin, completely aware that clearing this test would launch him above his own handler in the hierarchy, putting Chulmin in a brutal spot. Releasing a super quiet breath, Suho realized this was why navigating things with Chulmin was such a headache. He really didn't want to steal the guy's thunder or back him into a corner. Once the meeting wrapped, the duo hit the long hallway together. Chulmin kept his eyes glued to the tiles, shoulders totally slumped under the stress. Catching his handler's dark mood, Suho finally broke the silence, asking if Chief Pai's mind games were getting to him. Chulmin didn't even try to hide it. He was stressing hard. He acknowledged Suho's insane stats better than anyone, but warned that even with god-tier skills, stepping into a sealed gate was basically a suicide mission. Dropping all the corporate talk, he begged Suho to stay on high alert, promising he'd personally petition the president to rain down all the backup the association could muster. Touched by the loyalty, Suho hit him with a genuine thanks, saying he appreciated someone actually having his back. But Chulmin wasn't just doing the political song and dance. He was dead serious. He quickly reminded Suho that he was still fresh to the hunter game, drilling into his head one last time that these locked dungeons were a totally different breed of terror. Peering at him, he asked if Suho finally got why the government was so brutally paranoid. Expecting the top brass at the Hunter Association to just hand over a free pass was basically a total pipe dream. Suho didn't even blink. He hit him with the cold, hard facts. Thanks to strict national security lockdowns, even the most elite guilds rarely scored clearance to enter sealed gates. Chulmin froze dead in his tracks, spinning around to stare at the kid like he had completely lost his mind. He practically begged to know why Suho was still so dead set on diving into a literal death trap. Suho kept it ice cold and simple. He was 100% certain he'd crush it, totally brushing off the danger and promising everything would turn out completely fine. A cocky little smirk crept onto Suho's face as he casually dropped a massive bombshell. Out of all the restricted zones the association kept under heavy guard, he had his sights locked on one specific nightmare, the nameless sword gate. Chulmin's blood practically ran cold. He completely stiffened, warning the boy that this specific portal was hands down one of the most lethal hotspots on the entire planet. Did Suho flinch? Not even a little. His smirk just stretched into a full-blown grin as he confidently dropped the mic. He already had the perfect cheat code to clear the whole thing. Flash forward to the very next day. A heavy-duty military rover idled against the gorgeous, traditional architecture of the Gyeongju district, parked dangerously close to the heavily fortified perimeter of the nameless sword square. Two heavily armed guards completely blocked Suho and Jinhui's path, throwing up a hand and barking at the duo to hold their ground. Suho played it totally cool, just nodding along. Meanwhile, the reporter leaned in close, quietly whispering that the intense vibes in this place were absolutely terrifying. Without missing a beat, Suho smoothly pointed out the reality of their situation. Sure, the association technically held the leash, but make no mistake, this was a full-on, top-secret military installation. Suddenly, some movement up ahead caught the guy's attention. The guards snapped crisp salutes to a newcomer, before pivoting right back to interrogate the kid, demanding to know if he was actually the infamous hunter Sung Suho. Once he got the green light, the commanding officer finally stepped up. He introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the absolute top dog running the show at this heavily guarded zone. Showing total respect, Suho offered up a polite greeting, smoothly telling the commander that it was an absolute honor to finally cross paths. Major Kim didn't waste any time, stating that the operation's shot caller was already posted up inside. Jinhui nervously jabbed a finger forward, stammering out a question about whether they were marching straight into the belly of the beast, and got an instant, rock-solid yes. As the colossal, terrifying structure slowly materialized through the fog, the reporter's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. The sheer, mind-bending scale of the portal left him completely speechless, but the creator in him quickly took over, hyping up how this would be absolutely legendary material for his channel. Major Kim broke down the hardcore specs. Those towering, intimidating barricades wrapping around the gate, they were forged from pure iron and some insanely durable, top-secret alloy, specifically engineered to tank monster breakouts, while simultaneously choking the portal to keep it from growing any wider. Jinhui's jaw basically hit the floor as he took in the staggering magnitude of the setup, straight up admitting the anomaly was infinitely more massive than anything he had ever pictured. And as they slowly inched closer to the danger zone, He started picking up on some seriously wild, mind-blowing details. Suho chimed in, pointing out that the armed forces hadn't pulled any punches when it came to hardcore security measures, purposely designing the layout to make reaching the actual rift practically impossible. The squad pressed forward until Major Kim finally halted in front of Chulman, officially announcing that Hunter Sung Suho had touched down. A wave of relief washed over the government official's face as he flashed a welcoming smile. The two swapped a quick, knowing look, completely radiating that comfortable, glad you made it energy. Chulman quickly pointed out just how brutal the trek out here actually was, mentioning how incredibly relieved he felt that Suho had managed to speedrun the journey. Catching on that Chulman had actually beaten them to the punch, Suho curiously asked when he had pulled up. The official brushed it off with a chill vibe, claiming he had barely just stepped foot on the site himself, before his eyes suspiciously darted over to the random guy shadowing Suho. Before Chulman could even launch an interrogation, the journalist completely hijacked the moment, brightly introducing himself. He threw his hand out and proudly announced himself as PBS reporter Jo Jinhui, turning on the charm and saying it was an absolute thrill to officially meet him. They locked hands for a quick shake, but Chulman's face was still twisted in pure confusion. He straight up demanded to know why the media was creeping around a highly classified black site. Suho quickly jumped in to run damage control, promising that not a single picture would be snapped until the raid was officially conquered. He shot Chulman a look, smoothly asking for his VIP blessing. The official let out a sigh and admitted that since this technically wasn't a strictly classified bunker, he didn't exactly have a valid reason to kick the guy out. Even though he was still scratching his head over the whole situation, he confessed he was just completely blindsided by the fact that Suho had rolled up with his own personal paparazzi. Jinhui practically beamed with excitement, eagerly thanking the man for the all-access pass. Riding high on adrenaline, he confidently bragged that they'd be seeing a whole lot of each other moving forward, so he better commit this face to memory right now. Chulman let out a dry chuckle, promising that he absolutely would not forget him. The tension spiked again as Major Kim marched right back up to Suho, gripping a lethal M416 assault rifle. Locking eyes with the kid, he stated that the association's official intel had crowned Hunter Sung Suho as the designated raid boss, and the young hunter just gave a cool, silent nod to confirm. The hardened military man actually hesitated for a split second, awkwardly clearing his throat before apologizing and daring to ask the burning question, just what exact level was Suho currently sitting at? Without a single drop of ego, Suho casually replied that he had just hit level 51. Major Kim stared at him like he had just grown a second head. Utterly flabbergasted, he quickly broke eye contact, muttering a shaky confirmation as the squad finally dragged themselves right up to the literal point of no return. A ridiculously massive, heavily reinforced steel vault door completely dwarfed them. Major Kim switched back to soldier mode, reporting that the portal's inner drop zone was already prepped and fully locked down, meaning Suho had the green light to breach immediately. But then his voice dropped an octave, delivering a dead serious warning. The absolute second Suho crossed that threshold, the massive blast doors were locking shut behind him. Unfazed, Suho flashed a totally relaxed smile and thanked the commander for the heads up. Right at that exact second, a frantic voice completely shattered the tension, screaming out the hunter's name. Chulman came sprinting over, desperation dripping from his voice as he practically begged to know if the kid actually had a concrete survival strategy. Suho just gave a confident nod, confirming he had a master plan locked and loaded. Major Kim just stood there watching the bizarre exchange, completely mind-blown that these two were casually chatting like they were grabbing coffee right outside a literal death zone. Suho calmly explained that trying to verbally break down his insane tactics would honestly be a massive waste of time, but he promised to blitz this dungeon using the exact same aggressive playbook he used to conquer the Tower of Challenge. He leaned in just a bit, adding that the second he pulled off this massive win, Chulman better not ghost him on their little deal to fast-track the rest of his portal raids. With a deafening mechanical grind, the colossal barricade finally unlocked and slowly began to yawn open. Chulman desperately urged the young hunter to make it back alive in one piece. Suho just waved him off, telling the guy to seriously stop sweating it, because he'd wrap this entire nightmare up in exactly 1 hour. Chulman's jaw practically hit the floor. 1 hour? He echoed, totally stunned. Suho just threw a cocky smirk over his shoulder, promising he'd be right back. Boom! The heavy iron door slammed shut. Jinwei let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, confirming our boy had officially crossed the threshold. Squeezing his eyes shut, Chulman muttered that the waiting game had officially begun. Major Kim lowered his voice, genuinely sweating the details. He pointed out that you couldn't just brute force a hellhole like this solo, no matter how cracked your stats were. Then he dropped the million-dollar question. Wait, isn't Ansuho a healer? Jinwei just blinked, brain lagging, prompting the major to ask twice. The reporter flashed a massive grin, setting the record straight. Healer? Yeah. on paper. Now the Major looked completely mind-boggled. Chulman threw up a hand to stop the spiraling, swearing he had never witnessed a human wield a blade like Suho. Kim raised an eyebrow. Was the kid actually that overpowered? That's when Chulman spilled the tea about the hunter practicals. Suho was dead-ass supposed to be taking the medic exam, but instead, he literally went goblin mode, butchering every monster in sight with a sword while keeping his patient completely untouched. Easy pass. Jinwei white-knuckled his bag strap, admitting he was totally out of the loop on this lore. He questioned if that was even a legal way to clear the test. Chulman shrugged, confessing he was shook too. But hey, Suho technically checked all the boxes. 0 rules broken. The soldier and the reporter just stared at him like he had 2 heads. Connecting the dots, Major Kim realized Suho's sword mastery had to be god tier. Suddenly, the entire game plan made sense. He specifically targeted this exact gate. Staring at the ominous dungeon entrance, Chulman gave a rock-solid nod. The Major was spot on. Meanwhile, Suho was standing dead center in front of the nameless sword portal, a brutal, strictly one-player-only zone. The second, his boots hit the dungeon floor. Massive, towering cliffs instantly boxed him in. A system ping confirmed his arrival. Blade drawn, Suho casually strolled through the dense, eerie forest, taking in the sights. A wave of nostalgia hit him. It had been a minute since his last visit. The dirt trail snaking through the timber was crystal clear. Flashbacks hit of his past lives, getting absolutely wrecked and barely scraping by this gate. Without warning, a high-pitched ring pierced the air, and a pitch-black shadow glided through the canopy. The system flashed red. The boss had entered the chat. A heavily armored knight materialized from the void. The nameless swordsman. Level: unknown. Raising his greatsword, the atmosphere violently erupted into a blinding, neon yellow aura. The system alerted that the boss had triggered a custom domain. Within this glowing arena, the boss's stats would perfectly copy Suho's. Magic was nerfed. Skills were locked. It was swords only, down to the absolute bone. Suho just flashed a wicked grin, welcoming the monster like an old drinking buddy. The knight exploded forward. They collided point blank, metal screaming against metal as Suho perfectly parried the heavy slash. He whipped a lethal counter, but the armor brushed it off like nothing. Blazing white energy trailed the warrior's blade, forcing them to break apart. Eyes locked, Suho instantly downloaded the guy's footwork. He tracked how the Sword Emperor tweaked his center of gravity, maintaining insane balance to absorb the recoil of every hit. Another brutal swing came down, and reality checked Suho hard. Literally, nobody on the current timeline could solo this boss using just pure blade skills. Gripping his broadsword with both hands, the Sword Emperor flipped his entire combat style mid-clash, trying to juke Suho out of existence, with a completely alien technique. Worse, the strikes rained down from wild, glitchy angles, morphing directions mid-air. As the Juggernaut closed the gap, Suho faced facts. The most terrifying thing about this raid boss? His insane AI. He basically downloaded your fighting style and countered it in real time. Another lethal slice aimed for the neck. Suho ducked, fully respecting the sheer sweatiness of this opponent. But honestly, that's exactly why Suho farmed him for experience in his past life. Smirking like he knew a cheat code, he dug his heels in, watching the nameless swordsman launch into a massive jump attack. Suho found a microsecond opening and slashed, but the boss contorted midair. Still, steel shrieked against steel as Suho left a shallow gash in the armor. He playfully taunted the boss, asking if that little move caught him slipping. The Sword Emperor just stared him down, dead silent. Suho knew the lore by heart. This guy was practically mute. Well, until his hit points hit 0, anyway. The knight reset his two-handed guard. Suho blitzed in, scoring a direct hit, chaining it into a relentless combo, while casually dropping the flex that this was literally his 7th playthrough, fighting this exact dude. He went absolutely feral. The boss whipped a counterslash that shaved the hairs right off the top of Suho's head. With clinical precision, Suho cleaved clean through one of the knight's limbs, planting a brutal front kick that launched the Emperor flying backward and crashing into the underbrush. Standing over the wreckage, Suho thought about all the countless players who had theorized what kind of monster was actually hiding inside that suit. The knight scrambled up, balancing on one leg. Suho just looked down at him, asking if he had any idea how much of a letdown he used to be. The moment the truth finally clicked, he just tightened his grip on his blade. He deadpanned that the whole world knew this boss as the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor. But reality? Way less complicated. This guy was literally just the phantom of the sword demon. Ethereal energy materialized into a phantom leg, where his real one used to be, while one of his hands glitched into a spectral glow. The two titans collided once more, metal shrieking against metal, their shockwaves gouging massive craters into the bedrock. Suho deflected a bone-crushing strike, his own weapon flaring with violently red aura streams, before snapping back with a brutal counter. The blade punched straight through the boss's chest plate, like wet paper. He hammered the exact same weak point again. Sickly purple fissures spiderwebbed aggressively across the Emperor's spectral body. The Phantom Knight bounded backward to create space, but Suho stayed right on his neck, his eyes locking onto every micro-movement. Suho casually dropped the mic. His entire combat style was literally hardwired to hard-counter everything this guy could throw. Flashing a wicked grin, he unleashed the finisher. Chunks of heavy armor exploded into the air like shrapnel. When the dust settled, Suho was the last man standing over the defeated legend. The system chimed in, officially declaring the nameless swordsman dead, and the sealed dungeon completely cleared, stamping Suho with the MVP title. Staring down at the fading phantom with a hit of nostalgia, he admitted it was actually awesome crossing blades with him again. Honestly, he owed the guy a massive thank you, because without this insane rival, he never would have hit this absolute god-tier level of sword mastery. Glancing at a shattered piece of chestplate on the dirt, Suho remembered that this exact boss was the reason he originally bagged the Sword God title. Pitch-black aura spiraled around him, as he told the spirit to finally rest, jokingly promising to pour one out for him every teacher's day. Right on cue, the system flooded his vision with massive XP drops and sweet bonus stats. Holographic screens spammed his UI, a fresh level up, a +1 to his base attributes, a free skill point, and a juicy 5 extra points just for surviving such a hellish raid. A lone blade sat abandoned in the rubble. Suho let out a heavy sigh, super bummed that this phantom didn't drop any blood or a castable shadow, meaning his bloodsucker and shadow eater abilities were completely useless right now. But hey, he snatched up the weapon, inspecting the razor edge. Securing this drop alone made the whole grind worth it. Catching his own reflection in the polished steel, he watched the system scan it. It popped up as the nameless sword of the nameless swordsman. Rank, a straight-up F. Suddenly, the steel violently vibrated before literally exploding in his hand, hovering as glowing shards. The AI voice chimed that the nameless sword was successfully absorbed, unlocking a passive called Sword Understanding. A smirk crept onto Suho's face as he realized the weapon's raw soul just totally hardwired his combat mechanics and mutated the core of his Guardian Sword. A massive lore box dropped. Guardian Sword, rank S+. This ultimate art was forged by Sung Suho from the ground up, striking an absolutely flawless synergy between pure offense, ironclad defense, and insane agility. And after eating the soul of the nameless blade, its rarity spiked even higher. The skill had literally devoured the sword's willpower, unlocking infinite scaling potential. Suho was left totally speechless, realizing his masterpiece combat style had finally hatched. Cut back to the control room, where the peanut gallery was glued to the monitors. Jinhui muttered that the static feed was way too quiet. Chulman shot him a side-eye, confessing that while he backed Suho 100%, given how broken the boss was, clearing that hellscape was going to take a massive chunk of time. Jinhui instantly clapped back, pointing out it had barely been 30 minutes. Major Kim pushed to the front of the pack, requesting a green light from Chulman to run intel on the portal himself. Snagging the okay, he geared up to breach, a completely lost Pale inside, until the reporter practically shrieked at him to freeze. Completely lost, the Major spun around, watching a cold sweat drop down the journalist's pale face. Jinhui frantically jabbed a finger at the main monitor, screaming for everyone to look. Through the swirling portal rift, Suho just casually strolled out. Jinhui absolutely lost his mind, yelling that the impossible gate was done. Suho, squinting against the harsh daylight, was caught off guard when someone shouted out his pro status. Out of nowhere, Jinhui and Chulman were booking it straight for him, looking like hyped-up kids chasing an ice cream truck. Jinhui had his camera hoisted high, vlogging the moment like he was front row at Coachella. Suho tried to hit the brakes on their hype, but the reporter was literally radiating pure euphoria, aggressively demanding to know how anyone could chill after he just soloed a sealed death trap in under 60 minutes. He was screaming that the stats were fake. Chulman looked caught in a weird mix of sheer terror and pure joy, loudly reminding the squad that Suho just bodied the nameless swordsman, the exact same raid boss that had wiped over 200 different assault teams. He frantically patted Suho down, asking if he was secretly dying. Suho just flashed a grin, claiming he was at 100% HP, and casually dropping that the fight was a breeze. The Major just stared at him, completely paralyzed, his brain failing to process how a mutant that had massacred hundreds of elites could be called easy work. Chilling next to his two fanboys, Suho caught the Major's existential crisis in real time. The hardened soldier was mentally short-circuiting, trying to figure out what kind of absolute unit was standing in front of him. Breaking the tension, Chulman literally hopped up and down, insisting they shoot a squad selfie to immortalize this insane dungeon clear. The Major hesitated, clearly on the fence, but Chulman literally brushed it off. Just a formality, man, zero stress, he insisted. He nudged the guy, pointing out that as a regular grunt, He practically never got his face on camera anyway. Getting an actual Korean army major in the shot? That was the ultimate flex for credibility. Letting out a sigh, Jong-gu finally stepped into the frame. Smash cut. That exact photo was now glaring back from a sleek laptop screen, sitting dead center on the Nexus Guild leader's desk. Leaning back, Suho dropped the bomb just like he did on the call. He completely wiped out the nameless sword-sealed gate. No big deal. The picture was bulletproof evidence, featuring him right next to a Hunter Association rep and Major Kim Jong-gu himself. Suho casually pointed to the guy beside him, dropping the name Jo Jin-hui from PBS, explaining they teamed up for the shot. Cutting off any shady media spin before it even started, Jin-hui smoothly slid his business card across the table, dubbing himself Suho's exclusive PR guy. Dong-wook just massaged his temples. He pushed the card away, swearing that spinning the story wasn't even on his radar. To begin with, the guy was absolutely reeling. Staring Suho down, the guildmaster practically begged to know how he pulled off the impossible. Suho blinked, genuinely clueless. Which part? Dong-wook threw his hands up at, well, everything. How on earth did he bypass the red tape for a sealed gate? How did he speedrun the whole thing? And more importantly, how was he still breathing after facing a nightmare that slaughtered over 200 seasoned hunters? Without missing a beat, Suho shrugged. He just walked up to the Korean Hunter Association president and asked nicely. Then, he strolled right in and dropped the boss. Dong-wook's brain basically short-circuited as he dragged a hand through his hair, staring in pure disbelief. While the boss was still processing reality, Suho flipped the switch to business mode. Since the flex was verified, it was contract time. Flashing 2 fingers, our boy laid out his terms. Dong-wook had total freedom to write whatever zeros he wanted on the paycheck, but there were 2 hard rules. First, absolute, blank check backing from Nexus for as long as he wore their badge. Second, the exact second he crushed the Hunter Association exam, this exclusive deal was dead in the water. To twist the knife a little, he casually name-dropped that the association president already knew about his clear, and his DMs were flooded with rival guild offers. But he left them all on read, waiting for the one crew ready to go all in on him. Dong-wook's eyes narrowed, scanning for a bluff. For a second, the room went dead silent. Then, the guild leader just cracked up, throwing his head back in laughter before slapping a giant approved on the whole deal. He yelled for his secretary to rush the paperwork. Dong-wook was totally feeding off Suho's unmatched aura, his earlier doubts completely wiped out. He admitted he was crazy to ever second-guess the guy. Suho held out a hand, and they locked in a rock-solid handshake. Buckle up, kid. It's gonna be a grind, the boss smirked. Suho didn't even flinch. He was born ready. Cut to the evening gridlock. Chilling in the passenger seat, Suho cracked a smile, offering to take the wheel since his buddy had played chauffeur all day. Jinhui just laughed it off, completely leaning into his new gig as Suho's unofficial hype man and manager. When Suho questioned the title, Jinhui kept it real. The kid was handing him absolute goldmine scoops. Driving a car was literally the bare minimum payback. Plus, he bragged about the ride. This sleek sedan was a massive upgrade from his clunky old minivan, smooth as butter. He literally bought the car just for this occasion. Suho dead stopped, his jaw practically hitting the floor, realizing all over again that Jinhui had absolute trust fund money. Cruising down the highway, Suho finally asked if dodging the office all day was going to get him fired. Smirking, Jinhui flexed that his insane string of exclusive drops had the network eating out of the palm of his hand. 0 complaints from the bosses, especially since he baited the editorial team with the promise of bringing the rising star into the studio down the line. Suho mentally tipped his hat. The guy was a total shark when it came to content. Jinhui mapped out the master plan. Drop the sealed gate clear first to build the hype, and then ride that wave straight into the massive Nexus Guild signing reveal. By drip-feeding the algorithm, they'd keep the internet completely obsessed for weeks. Even though internet fame had the lifespan of a fruit fly, Suho just leaned his head against the window, giving him the green light to run the PR show. Suddenly, the vibe in the car shifted. Jinhui's grip tightened on the wheel. He genuinely wanted to know how did Suho download the nameless swordsman's attack pattern so flawlessly. Keeping it totally casual, Suho broke it down. The boss was basically a one-trick pony, and he'd already memorized the Sword Emperor's whole playbook. Since the entire raid locked them into purely physical blade combat, he knew what he had to say next was going to sound like a massive ego trip. But honestly, Suho said, my blade work is just straight up better. Jinhui practically hit the brakes, his eyes bugging out. Knuckles white on the wheel, the reporter listened as Suho explained that muscle memory and raw battle IQ dictated that fight, and his own stats? Completely maxed out. Jinhui had to drop a reality check. Dude, that thing deleted over 200 veterans. It literally clapped the nation's top swordsman. Do you even realize how insane that is? Suho didn't blink. He casually revealed the boss's secret mechanic. It perfectly mirrored its target's baseline stats. It literally scaled to whoever it fought. Once you stepped through that gate, magic and gear meant zero. It was pure, unfiltered swordplay. No buffs, no backup plans, just you and the blade. Staring at the road, Jinhui swallowed hard and finally asked the million-dollar question. Wait, do you even have a sword skill equipped? Suho casually dropped the bomb. Yeah, he possessed an S-tier skill. It just completely refused to pop up on his status screen. Jinhui nearly drifted the car into the next lane before violently face-planting right into the steering wheel. Completely mind-blown, he started grilling Suho on exactly how he bagged an S-tier blade technique and exactly when this madness went down. The dude was practically radiating literal fire from pure hype, forcing Suho to tell him to chill since he was totally losing his mind. He warned the reporter that heavy lore drops needed to happen step by step, instead of just info-dumping everything at once. Jinhui let out a massive sigh, promising that whenever Suho needed the rundown on his background, he just had to ask and he would spill instantly. Cruising at a safer speed, the reporter confessed that Suho possessed an insane knack for blowing people's minds, and honestly, he never pictured himself actually serving under somebody else. Suho smoothed things over, prompting Jinhui to express genuine gratitude for being his first call. Even apologizing for heavily doubting him earlier, Suho just chuckled, brushing the whole thing off as no big deal. The duo finally pulled up to their high-end apartment building, where Jinhui questioned if they were officially clocking out. Suho gave a tired nod, craving some downtime, prompting the reporter to instantly offer an escort right to his door, which Suho genuinely appreciated. Fast forward to later that night, with the city going pitch black, Suho finally collapsed onto his plush mattress and took a massive breath, silently hyping himself up, because today's grind actually paid off big time. Scrubbing his damp hair with a towel, it hit him despite the absolute chaos he survived. His energy levels were completely full. Tossing the fabric aside, he ripped open his system interface. The holographic screen flashed, displaying exactly 7 unspent stat points, and it instantly clicked. This was the exact amount needed to trigger the legendary unified trait. The unlock requirements were brutally unforgiving. Literally every single attribute, -1, had to sit at the exact same rank, carrying the exact same numerical value. Leaving even a single point unspent meant the system would forcefully drag the weakest stat up to scale. Suho navigated the digital menus with laser focus, watching the AI scan his progress. Suddenly, the golden text popped up. Every single milestone was officially cleared, and the unified trait went live. He blinked, totally starstruck as his leftover points scattered across the board, auto-balancing his entire build. His player profile reloaded, revealing a flawless stat spread, where every category perfectly mirrored the others, locking in at a solid red tier rank 14 across the board. Pure adrenaline spiked through his veins as he gripped his fists tight, realizing he actually pulled off the impossible. Back in his previous timeline, achieving a perfect build was just a myth, so he never bothered trying. Now, locking eyes with that glowing panel, a massive grin spread across his face as he flopped backward onto his mattress, knowing he just had to keep riding this massive wave of momentum. Suddenly, his phone started buzzing right next to his head. The screen lit up with a totally unexpected name, Gu Yonhua. Without even sitting up, Suho answered, joking that it had been a minute since they last spoke, but her timing was literally flawless because he was riding a massive high right now. She instantly fired back, sarcastically noting that he must be drowning in free time. Totally thrown off, he questioned what she was getting at and told her to drop the stiff, formal vibe. Yunhua cut to the chase, revealing she saw the viral news drop. Smirking, Suho hugged the phone tighter to his ear, honestly shocked the press moved that fast. He admitted he hadn't scrolled through the comment section yet and begged her to spill the community's reaction. But she hit him with that sir nonsense again, demanding a face-to-face link-up first. Suho doubled down, stating he only wanted a straight answer. Her tone turned icy as she snapped back that her crew still hadn't actually accepted his recruitment pitch. Playing it cool, Suho told her, if the squad wasn't vibing with the terms, he wasn't going to twist their arms. That totally caught her off guard, giving him the opening to demand her final choice. Yonhua squeezed her eyes shut, quietly asking what their next move was supposed to be. Suho finally pushed himself off the mattress, promising to break down the entire game plan tomorrow in person. He ordered the whole group to pull up to Nexus Academy right at 1 p.m. She instantly protested, complaining that 2 guys were stuck at their shifts while she was drowning in college classes. The playful smirk instantly vanished from his face. Ice cold, he muttered, that he clearly gave them way too much credit. Apparently, the whole squad was just obsessed with wasting time on pointless side quests. He literally had to yank the phone away from his ear, as Yunhua absolutely lost her mind, dropping a string of curses before screaming that she would show up anyway. She furiously confirmed her 1 p.m. arrival at the academy before violently hanging up. Suho just flashed a wicked grin, whispering a smug goodbye. Cut to the next day outside the massive, futuristic Nexus Academy. Manhwa stood with her arms crossed, fiercely snapping at him to drop the main character ego, aggressively claiming she only ditched her classes to catch a break, definitely not for him. The rest of the crew awkwardly gathered around Suho, who was just chilling on a park bench. He casually mentioned he literally never asked for her excuses, earning a fiery scoff in return. Totally triggered, she demanded to know why he dragged them all out here. Suho finally got to his feet, holding their attention as he announced a massive update. Flashing a dark smile, he casually dropped the bombshell he was going to absolutely massacre them all today. The Banshee squad froze in pure terror as he started passing out digital tablets, ordering them to sign the paperwork first. Manhwa glared suspiciously at the screen, fully expecting a dark magic death waiver, signing away their actual souls. But after skimming the text, she realized it was literally just a basic stat tracking questionnaire. She crossed her arms, asking if he was seriously demanding their personal files. Raising a hand to cut her off, Suho laid it out. The second he joined the special division, he'd need off-the-books operatives, and he already made it clear he wanted real shadow agents. He wasn't about to hand that role to just any random rookies. Turning his back, he dropped a massive reality check. Their upcoming boot camp was going to be an absolute nightmare. He planned to break them down to zero, drilling everything from raw combat basics to pushing their unique stats past the breaking point. Since this data stayed strictly between them, lying was off the table. This whole operation lived or died on mutual trust. He had already put his cards on the table, so now it was time to ante up. The squad just exchanged seriously nervous side-eyes. Cut to the Nexus Academy's elite training facility. Suho flashed a pitch-black keycard, a wicked smirk creeping onto his face as he announced playtime was officially over. His mind flashed back to when Miss Suye handed it over. She had explicitly stated this VIP pass granted zero restriction, clearance to the entire campus, including the ultra-exclusive S-rank training zones, keeping him totally off the public radar. She even tossed in the extra guest passes he asked for. Flipping the sleek plastic, Suho suddenly mentally facepalmed. He'd been sweating the big picture so hard that he completely ghosted Dewan, the very guy he promised to link up with here. He'd have to fix that schedule glitch later. A few feet away, the Banshee crew was already locked inside their VR pods. Whatever hurdles popped up, Suho figured he'd crush them on the fly. Boom. The digital world warped around them. Massive, jagged peaks pierced the sky. Welcome to the treacherous Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood front and center before the Banshee squad, opening his arms to greet them. He casually dropped the news that this digital hellscape was their new hangout spot whenever they had downtime. Scanning the crew, he grinned internally. Since every single one of them was hovering under level 50, they were basically wet clay he could mold however he wanted. Manhwa stepped up, demanding to know what exactly this so-called training looked like. Suho fired back that they were stripping everything down to the bare basics and polishing their sloppy combat forms. Why? Because playing with their current low-tier skill sets meant the special task force would bag them in no time. Did you honestly think those dollar store parlor tricks would keep the feds off your back forever? Manhwa bit back instantly, swearing their heist strategy was flawless and totally untraceable. Suho just crossed his arms, flashing a knowing grin as he reminded her that he had literally busted them single-handedly. Newsflash. The perfect crime is a myth, especially when you share a planet with literal superhumans. For that exact reason, they desperately needed to learn how to guard their own lives, and preferably, watch each other's backs. Snap. A massive arsenal of weapons materialized out of thin air. He ordered them to grab their poison, because nailing the fundamentals and conquering their battle panic was objective number one. Manhwa snatched up a blade, giving him a skeptical look while asking if that was seriously the whole plan. Suho tilted his head, asking if she recalled his trending street name. "They call you the Sword God," she mumbled. Right on cue, his right hand flared with blinding energy, confirming the title. Casually leaning against his own massive blade, he declared they were staring at an absolute grandmaster of the blade, so expecting him to teach anything else was straight-up delusional. To squeeze every ounce of potential out of this simulation, relying on their flashy side skills was heavily discouraged. He couldn't physically lock their abilities, but crutching on them now would only cripple their growth later. The squad's faces dropped. Suho's eyes locked onto them. "Try to kill me." Swinging his blade in a vicious arc, he declared the tutorial active and instantly blurred into their ranks. Heads literally rolled. Stopping near the shell-shocked survivors, he asked why. They were wasting precious seconds acting so surprised. Slash. He brutally wiped out the remaining two. A beat later, the squad glitched back into existence. Suho cracked his neck, pointing out that since they just experienced their first game over, freezing up like bots wasn't an option anymore. Panicking, the team immediately threw up their guards. He actually praised the quick reflex, calling for round two. Shadows fell over the crew as they snapped their eyes skyward, realizing his next strike was plunging straight down. Crash! Suho cratered the ground, sending bodies flying like bowling pins. He relentlessly trash-talked them mid-swing, violently roasting one guy by claiming his grandma had better footwork. He drove a brutal elbow right into another dude's chest, taunting how a supposed delivery driver could be caught lagging this hard, joking that his customers probably starved to death waiting for their food. The impact sent the kid rocketing into his own teammate. Pivoting to their resident teacher, Suho ridiculed his pathetic reaction time, genuinely baffled that he failed to parry a completely basic swipe. He ruthlessly asked what knowledge he could possibly drop on kids when they could easily run circles around him. The flustered guy swore he took the hit intentionally. Suho shot back that his lame excuse was worse than a middle schooler's, grip shaking violently around their hilts. The crew was hitting their breaking point. Someone screamed out a curse, bellowing for this maniac to finally shut his mouth. They lunged in a coordinated strike. Dodging smoothly, Suho noted that this newfound mental discipline would keep them from totally choking. The second they stepped foot inside a real dungeon, a massive shockwave ripped the ground apart. Suho's voice boomed over the chaos, declaring they were evolving into his elite shadows, not just some glorified errand boys, but hardened warriors built to raid gates. Casually pinning their weapons beneath his boots, his tone went ice cold as he delivered the harsh truth. Leveling up never comes cheap. True power only sparks when you realize walking away isn't an option anymore. The slaughterfest looped mercilessly. Hours bled away, leaving the completely battered Banshee crew violently trembling as they forced themselves off the dirt. Throwing a hand up, Suho announced he was officially vibing with their hustle, but his schedule was packed and he had to bounce. The squad's jaws hit the floor as he casually mentioned the VR system was programmed to log them out automatically when the time was right, meaning they were stuck getting slaughtered until the timer ran dry. Yunho's eyes went wide, loudly asking if this dude was seriously just gonna dip out on them. A pixel-perfect digital clone materialized right behind Suho's shoulder. Flexing his casual confidence, he assured her there was zero reason to stress this copy was packing his exact same arsenal of overpowered skills. Raising its glowing blade, the hologram started roasting them alive, calling the crew a bunch of garbage-tier pigs and daring them to step up to the plate. Boiling over with pure rage, the Banshee squad started spitting venom, cursing Suho out like an absolute villain. Ignoring the drama, he just popped the capsule open and stepped out, tossing a quick glance over his shoulder at the four guys sweating through their training. He figured they had suffered enough for one day. His phone buzzed, and Miss Sue's voice instantly filled the speaker. She dropped the bomb that a massive article had just leaked online about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, needing a hard confirmation on the facts. Suho immediately checked if Jo Jinhui was the one who penned the piece. She gave a quick yes, adding that it was an exclusive scoop, and the PR department was already itching to drop more details. Staring out into the city skyline, Suho smirked and called the timing flawless, demanding they actually prep a whole new article right now. Sue paused, clearly sweating the pacing and warning him they were rushing things. He brushed it off, predicting the internet was about to try and cancel him anyway. Since he had previously hyped up his ultimate dream of working for the government, pivoting this hard to a private corporate guild was guaranteed to spark massive hate. But Sue promised that if they just stuck to his master timeline, the comment sections would chill out before long. Suho's mind drifted to his absolute trump card, the fact that he was keeping his rank 5 exam totally under wraps, aiming to crush it by the end of the year, even though keeping a secret that massive was basically a ticking time bomb. Cutting the explanation short, he promised to spill the details later and immediately dialed up Jinhui, who answered the phone with pure hype. Typing furiously on his keyboard, the reporter asked what the boss needed. Suho casually mentioned the Nexus drop had already hit the streets, and the internet was absolutely losing its mind. Pitching a wild pivot, he demanded a follow-up piece highlighting his next insane flex, soloing another legendary sealed gate. Flashing a wicked grin to nobody, Suho dropped the mic. He was diving straight into the swamp of despair next. Boom. A fresh headline goes viral, breaking the internet with the news that Suho just absolutely dismantled the nameless sword gate. Netizens are left violently shaking. Like, how does this dude speedrun the Tower of Trials and instantly pivot to wiping out a sealed dungeon? One user starts typing in all caps, wondering if Suho just snatched the Sword King crown. Someone else replies with lightning speed, hyping him up as the literal sword god instead. Before the dust can even settle, article number 2 detonates, confirming Suho just locked in with the Nexus Academy. Keyboard warriors instantly pull up the receipts, reminding the timeline about his old speeches, swearing loyalty to the Hunters Association. The hate train leaves the station as people call him a massive sellout, dropping toxic comments left and right. But then, the third headline crashes the party. Nexus Guild's golden boy, Suho, officially intends to step into another sealed dungeon, the Swamp of Despair. Someone immediately tweets that he is an absolute madman. Another user starts clowning on the haters who called him a gold digger, daring them to show their embarrassed faces right now. Day 1 fans crawl out of the woodwork claiming they never doubted him, while others start treating the guy like an absolute deity, threatening to throw hands with anybody who disrespects his name. Scrolling through the absolute chaos on his glowing screen, Suho notices the vibes are overwhelmingly hyped. A satisfied smirk paints his face. He is playing chess, while everyone else is playing checkers. Right on cue, Chulman stumbles into the room looking completely drained of life, clutching his forehead like he hasn't slept in a decade. Wasting zero time, Suho asks if the green light for the Swamp of Despair is secured. Chulman sighs, admitting he just barely survived a meeting about that exact topic. Flashbacks hit him of the president's vein-popping face. The association head had literally screamed that locking Suho out was completely brain-dead, calling Chulman a massive clown for not rolling out the red carpet the second the kid asked. Rubbing his temples, Chulman confesses that from here on out, our overpowered protagonist basically owns a VIP pass to any dungeon he wants to raid. While the poor guy gears up for a mountain of bureaucratic nightmares, Suho tosses him a genuine thanks as they navigate the maze of office cubicles. Leaning in, Suho whispers his ultimate master plan, taking the rank 5 test before New Year's, demanding absolute radio silence on the leak. Chulman immediately mimes, zipping his mouth shut and tossing the key, vowing he will take this secret to the grave. Chuckling under his breath, Suho realizes the dude took his playful warning way too seriously, but the sheer panic was comedy gold. Tapping him on the back, he declares it is time to go hunting. Cut to Yeongjongdo, Incheon. A suffocating aura bleeds from the massive S-rank portal, known globally as the Swamp of Despair. Standing totally unfazed before the monstrous gateway, Suho ignores the flashing cameras documenting history. Anxious murmurs ripple through the crowd. This place is literally a graveyard where hunters go to die. Nobody has ever walked out of there breathing. Even with An Suho's god-tier track record, heavy skepticism hangs in the air about him surviving this death trap. Tucked away in the command center, a sweating Jinhui is glued to the monitors. Slapping a terrified technician on the shoulder, he tells the guy to chill out and decides to spice things up with a wager. Flashing a gambler's grin, Jinhui throws down 1,000,000 won that their boy cleans out the dungeon. Shaking like a leaf, the techie takes the bet, praying that the kid survives but fully believing this suicide mission is utterly impossible. Suddenly, Chulman freezes like a deer in headlights, his face draining of color. He screams that the portal is literally evaporating, causing the entire room to drop their jaws at the feed. Jinhui's eyes practically bug out of his skull, asking if the boss actually beat it already. The techie screeches that the math doesn't make sense, while a frantic Jinhui accidentally elbows Chulman, square in the jaw, violently demanding a timestamp. Was it 10 minutes? 20? Rubbing his bruised face, Chulman shakes his head in pure shock, whispering that 10 is a joke. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since his boot touched the dungeon floor. The unbelievable truth hits the room like a freight train. The system flashed a wild notification. The Swamp of Despair had 0 level caps, letting an absolute army of players walk right in. Our boy Suho locks his eyes on a gargantuan flight of stairs, piercing straight into a haunting, blood-chilling sky. He knows the dark history. This specific dungeon racked up a higher body count than the Nameless Sword, boasting a literal 0% survival rate. While the rest of the world remains clueless about the horrors inside, Suho holds the cheat sheet. There are absolutely no physical beasts lurking in the shadows here. Beating this dungeon sounds insanely basic, just climb to the top. But every single footstep triggers a catastrophic mental breakdown, bombarding your brain with straight-up psychological torture. Those grotesque statues lining the path? They are not monsters at all, but the petrified remains of fallen hunters. Luckily, Suho already cracked the code to beating this hellhole. You absolutely need S-tier mental armor or busted passives to survive. Without them, the crushing weight of pure depression just snuffs out your life force, permanently freezing your corpse into another stone decoration. That right there is why they dubbed it the Swamp of Despair. A total point of no return. Flashing a cocky smirk, Suho plants his boot onto the first step, completely unbothered by the deadly stakes. Bam! A tidal wave of pure agony violently crashes into his mind, nearly buckling his knees as toxic purple energy violently spirals around his head. Yet his grin only grows wider. A system prompt pings, announcing that his passive, Dragon Blood, just triggered absolute immunity against all psychological attacks. Armed with that overpowered draconic energy pulsing through his veins, this impossible death trap instantly becomes a casual walk in the park. Suho breezes up the steps, completely ignoring the horrifying figures looming in his periphery. He casually strolls higher, spotting a drastic drop in the number of stone corpses. Barely anyone possessed the mental fortitude to even reach the midway mark. Agonized, twisted faces stare back at him from the sidelines, locked in eternal torment. He knows damn well they are beyond saving. During his previous timeline, The guy who originally conquered this zone spent literally hundreds of days grinding his mental resistance just to attempt rescuing these exact victims. But the second he laid hands on those petrified bodies, they crumbled into ash. That hero ended up totally alone, utterly failing to pull off a rescue mission. Hitting the absolute peak, Suho stares down at the sprawling sea of lifeless statues, quietly acknowledging the sheer hell they went through. Clasping his hands in a silent prayer, he vows to grant them peace, knowing his only real option is to sever their chains and let their souls finally cross over. A glowing white exit portal materializes. The system goes crazy, crowning him MVP while showering him with a massive chunk of bonus XP and a fresh skill point. It then flexes his status as the first player in history to beat this dungeon, dropping an insane bonus of 5 extra skill points into his lap. A triumphant level-up chime echoes out, juicing up his core stats and tossing him yet another point. Smirking, Suho whispers that it is finally time to collect the ultimate prize. The system materializes the Ring of Emotions, a busted artifact that reveals human feelings as glowing colored auras and lets the user siphon both light and dark emotional energy. You can literally mold that absorbed energy however you want for an unlisted amount of time. Suho flashes back to his past life, remembering the original clearer who snagged this exact ring. That guy used it to cure psychological trauma, only to get brutally robbed by his rivals later on. Suho raises his hand, swearing to himself that history will not repeat itself on his watch, and smoothly slides the band onto his finger. Looming at the summit, the artifact immediately activates, aggressively vacuuming up all the dark, toxic vibes radiating from the graveyard below. Because his draconic passive shields him, Suho eats exactly 0 mental recoil. He presses a hand to the stone, triggering a system alert that the ring is intensely resonating with the heavy vibes. Pitch black aura violently swirls as the jewelry begins its feast. Suho holds up his right hand, realizing the artifact has officially hit its absolute maximum capacity. It is nowhere near enough to cleanse the entire mountain of corpses, but standing right in front of the exit, he has literally no other play to make. Pivoting toward the glowing rift, he mutters under his breath that it is officially time to dip out. The exact second he steps past the threshold, a massive mob of paparazzi swarms him, blinding him with an endless barrage of camera flashes. Throwing a hand up to block the paparazzi's glare, he ignores the reporters screaming for eye contact. Before he can even catch his breath, Chulman and Jinwoo sprint over like maniacs. The boys are absolutely losing their minds with hype. Chulman is literally throwing punches at the sky, desperately begging to know how Suho pulled off a flawless speedrun in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds. He hypes up the fact that this dungeon was globally ranked as way deadlier than the legendary Nameless Sword Raid. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is screaming at the top of his lungs about dropping an exclusive article right this second. Chuckling, Suho tells his squad to take a chill pill, gesturing for a quick celebratory selfie, which the duo instantly jumps in on. The internet absolutely shatters as the breaking news drops. Keyboards are blazing with skeptics, refusing to believe Suho soloed the infamous Swamp of Despair, a literal black hole where hunters go to die. But the receipts do not lie, he actually did it. Halfway across town, Dongwook is staring at his tablet like his brain just short-circuited, totally mind-blown that the clock stopped at under 5 minutes. He aggressively rubs his face, struggling to process the impossible stats glowing on his screen. Right on cue, his office landline starts blaring. Snatching the receiver, the voice on the other end drops a massive name, Jung Kyung-won, the head honcho of the Korean Hunters Association, asking super politely to steal a few minutes of his time. Dongwook instantly connects the dots, knowing damn well this is about On Suho. When the big boss requests an in-person meeting at HQ, Dongwook smoothly pivots and counters with a lunch date, locking in the plans. The second the call drops, a guy walks in trying to brief him, but Dongwook completely brushes him off, barking orders at his secretary, Kim Ki-gang, to fast-track an exclusive sit-down with Hunter. On Suho. Cut to a bit later. A sleek white ride rolls up to the curb, and Jinwoo taps Suho, letting him know they have officially hit their destination. Hopping out of the ride, Suho threw him a look. "You hitting up the broadcast station next?" Jinwoo waved it off. The Swamp of Despair scoop was already in the chamber, just needed a quick polish before going live. He even pitched a food crawl for their next hangout, totally flexing his foodie writer side. Suho was instantly down for the ride. Watching the taillights fade, Suho admired the ring on his finger. Jinho's insane grind had literally charged the thing with massive good vibes. Cut to the restaurant interior. Suho strolled up to a VIP table, only for Kyu-min to hype him up at maximum volume as South Korea's ultimate savior. The president gestured for him to pull up a chair next to Dong-hyuk. Playing it cool, Suho gave the association bigwigs a nod of thanks and settled in. He scoped out the table. Kyung-hwan, Kyu-min, Dong-hyuk, and the Special Force Division top dog, P. Seong-yeol, the whole squad of heavy hitters was here. Low-key weirded out by the sudden VIP treatment, he just sat back and let Kyung-hwan shower him with praise. The guy couldn't stop hyping up Suho's insanely fast clear time on those 2 sealed gates, basically crowning him the future of the whole damn country. Kyu-min called for a toast. Suho hoisted his glass, smoothly spinning it into a cheers for their mutual win. Crystal clinked, sealing the moment. Mid-bite, the president dropped a casual bomb. Word on the street was that Suho's guild contract didn't even have a set expiration date. Dong-hyuk backed it up. Sure, the standard gig was 3 years, but Suho, he was a generational talent. Tying him down would be a massive loss for the nation. Kyung-hwan chuckled, clearly thrilled that guild leader Dong-hyuk was playing ball with the association. He locked eyes with Suho, asking if he was cool with this setup. Keeping his poker face, Suho threw out a polite thanks, totally respecting the guild leader's power play. Chief Pai slid into the conversation, stating he was hyped for Suho to officially join the Hunters Association. A move like that wouldn't just buff their ranks, it would buff the entire country. Flashing a slightly sus grin, Kyu-min announced that the president had prepped a super exclusive letter of appreciation just for him. Internally, Suho was doing backflips. Getting this letter was basically a cheat code to passing the level 5 exam. Outwardly, he played the humble card, claiming he was beyond honored. Kyung-hwan then spilled that this whole dinner was originally just to celebrate the nameless swordsman clear. But then Suho blitzed through a second gate so ridiculously fast that the top brass couldn't even process it. Playing the perfect politician, Suho credited the president's VIP clearance for his success. The room literally ate that answer up. But Chief Pai wasn't done. Swirling his drink, he demanded to know exactly how Suho survived the infamous Swamp of Despair. With 0 survivors and 0 intel on record, Suho instantly recognized Pai's classic interrogation tactics, a nasty skill he remembered crystal clear from his past life. Shields up. Throwing on a fake smile, he casually dropped that the gate was completely empty. No mobs, just one endless staircase. The second his foot hit the first step, his survival instincts screamed. He just spammed his gear and kept grinding upward until he cleared it. The suits were completely jaw-dropped. Stroking his beard, Chief Pai was genuinely shook that Suho dodged a total mental breakdown, while everyone else heavily relied on safe strategies. Kyu-min swooped in, pressing him on his current level. Rumor had it the kid hadn't even cracked the level 100 milestone yet. Deadpan. Suho revealed he was only sitting at level 53. Chief Pai practically choked on his drink, instantly demanding to know what new skill he unlocked. Right on cue, the ring on Suho's finger pulsed with a blinding white light. In a flash, it clicked. These suits didn't want a hero, they wanted a leash on a pet monster. Playing dumb, he told them he was actually a healer, but since he vibed more with blades, he ended up rolling down the sword path. Chief Pai brushed it off. Running a sword build wasn't exactly wild, but slapping it on a healer class was definitely a weird flex. Mentally, Suho rolled his eyes. The special department was packed with freakish talents, so his little lie barely moved the needle. He absolutely hated feeling like an attack dog waiting for commands. Flipping the script out loud, he requested full backing to level up his healing kit, even if his main DPS came from a blade. Dong-hyuk and Kyung-hwan nodded grimly. The life expectancy of a hunter was brutally short, and the front line was practically a meat grinder. They hyped up the Nexus Guild as the ultimate sponsor for his growth. Smirks flashed around the table as Kyung-hwan officially crowned himself the bridge between Suho's guild and the association. Chief Pai threw his hat in the ring too, offering his personal backing. Honestly, the sheer amount of help being forced on him was getting suffocating. Pumping his fist, Suho boldly swore to wipe out every single gate in Korea. The room erupted in applause while Kyu-min topped off his glass. Fast forward to late night. The dinner wrapped up, and Suho stepped out into the cool air alongside Chief Pai, tossing a final goodbye to the big bosses. Suho dropped a polite great night as the VIP rides rolled out. The second they were alone, Chief Pai reached into his coat and slid a cigarette toward him. Suho passed on the smoke. Unbothered, the chief sparked it up himself, muttering about his post-party rituals, before slapping a crisp business card into Suho's hand. I dodge most calls, Pai exhaled, but I'll pick up for you. Then, out of nowhere, he casually demanded to know where Suho was crashing. Suho shrugged. His old apartment was completely mobbed by crazy stans, so he'd been living out of a hotel. Chief Pai scowled, calling the public obsession a straight-up national crisis. S-tier hunters always attracted unhinged mobs, but Suho just brushed it off, chalking it up to basic fan love. Boom, Pai's entire aura went pitch black. Suho instantly kicked himself. He sounded like a totally naive rookie, talking to a guy who literally saw unawakened humans as disposable trash. It was the exact same toxic mindset running through the president and VP's heads. Shifting gears, Chief Pai mentioned the big exam dropping at the end of the year. But let's be real, you've basically already aced it. Pai smirked. Suho gave a slow nod. Taking a long drag, The chief muttered that he actually used to think the kid was humble. Pai finally clocked that our boy was built different. Throwing an arm around Suho, he pitched a little roleplay, a strict boss and rookie dynamic. Since Suho was practically guaranteed to be his underling at the association, Suho played along without missing a beat, cracking Pai up. Then, he dropped the real question. Why not ditch gate grinding entirely and fast-track straight into the elite special forces? Suho stiffened. The dude was totally testing the waters. Watching Pai ash his cigarette, the pieces clicked into place. The chief didn't stick around just to squeeze him for intel, he was personally headhunting him. Forget Dong-hyuk's reports. Suddenly, Suho's emotion ring flared to life, bleeding a blinding white aura as he mentally locked onto Pai to pull his strings. Flashing a charismatic grin, Suho played the diplomat, hyping up how crucial the special forces were. The artifact did its magic, cranking up the good vibes, and wispy white trails leaked from Pai's eyes. The chief smirked, admitting he totally vibed with Suho's raw ambition, a massive upgrade from the delusional rookies he usually dealt with. Then came the interrogation. Just how tight was Suho with Chu Man over at the Gate Division? Suho kept his cards close. He admitted Chu Man was a solid ally, but made sure to drop that he was looking to get in good with both Pai and the top boss. He laid it on thick, manifesting a powerhouse team-up with the Special Forces commander. Eating it up, Pai clapped a heavy hand on Suho's shoulder, praising his insane networking skills. Suho took the win, politely thanking him while planting the seed about scoring a spot in the division through a VIP draft. Pai stroked his jaw, loudly calculating that the standard draft for level 5 hunters was already locked in for the end of the year, meaning pulling strings for a special entry felt like a massive reach for a guy destined to make the cut anyway. But Suho wasn't sweating it. He could literally feel the ring warping Pai's curiosity into a straight-up blind loyalty. Sure, the mind trick had an expiration date, but it was exactly the leverage he needed right now. Chilling side by side, Pai admitted he was shook by how thirsty Suho was to join the ranks. Circling back to the VIP draft idea, he confessed it was super rare, but definitely doable for the right candidate. Suho instantly gassed him up, calling him an absolute legend, which had the hardened chief literally covering a blush. Pai broke it down. The big bosses upstairs held the keys, but a staffing drought in his unit could easily excuse a fast-tracked hire. The catch? They needed hard evidence that Suho was an absolute unit. Suho tilted his head. Did he just need to steamroll some gates? Not even close. Pai hit him with a reality check. The special forces hunted rogue awakened criminals, a completely different beast. Oops. Suho had totally blanked on that detail. Pai warned him that superpowered felons were built different and insanely lethal. Slaying monsters was cool and all, but going toe-to-toe with a superhuman serial killer was a whole other ballpark. The challenge was set. Suho needed to hunt down a high-bounty target and drag them back to headquarters. Pull that off, and he'd be badged up in under 2 months. A sleek black ride rolled up. Pai smirked, noting that most rookies usually bricked it at the mere mention of rogue hunters. But Suho was ice cold. Flashing a final grin, Pai promised he'd be waiting for the good news. Flashback to his past life. Pai literally did not know Suho existed until he clapped the nameless swordsman. But this timeline completely flipped. Watching the taillights fade, Suho plotted his next chess move. He knew the local scumbags, and their goons were about to flood the rookie drafts, serving as the perfect cannon fodder for his master plan. Down the block, a row of identical apartments loomed, his elongated shadow slicing the concrete while stale smoke poured from a cracked window. He scoffed, realizing he'd just strolled straight into the Viper's den. Triggering his monoradar, a cluster of shady heat signatures lit up inside. Jackpot. He was exactly where he needed to be. Without skipping a beat, his left hand scooped up a random brick off the street, and in a split second, he absolutely launched it through the glass, right where the gang was chilling. Glass shattered everywhere, causing one goon to totally glitch out, screaming about what just exploded, while another lost his mind, roaring that some random kid was begging for a death wish. Tumbling over each other, the squad swarmed out into the alley to flex on the attacker. They slammed the brakes right in front of Suho, aggressively asking what his deal was. A bleached blonde thug sized him up, voice shaking as he asked if Suho was wasted or just completely unhinged. Suho just smiled, ice in his veins, and dropped the bomb that he was stone-cold sober. He then casually asked if they were the exact trash-tier scammers draining cryptocurrency wallets, with their garbage phishing links. Instant panic flashed across the mob's faces. Then came the kill shot. Suho asked if they were holding a dude named Seogi-1. The thugs traded hyperventilating looks, mind blown over how this random guy had their entire operation figured out. One whispered he was an undercover fed. Another growled that they needed to permanently silence him regardless. A third guy choked, terrified of the blowback, but his buddy shut that down real quick. This kid was already way too deep in their business. meaning flatlining him was their only ticket out of a life sentence. Suho just hit them with the most bored smirk imaginable. These mobs were absolute fodder, and mentally, he was daring them to step up. If they even managed to land a hit, they might actually be decent pawns. Instantly materializing his pitch-black shadow spear, he blasted a warning shot straight past a thug's skull. The heavy chains binding him completely shattered as a chaotic purple aura erupted from his trapped body. His bald buddy started screaming his name, totally losing it. A whole squad of goons rushed Suho, throwing wild trash talk, but our guy just weaved through them like they were moving in slow motion. This blonde dude actually managed to score a direct hit with his spear, but it literally bounced right off. The thug's jaw dropped as Suho, rocking a few stray blood splatters, flashed a wicked smirk. Right on cue, the system flashed, triggering his blood weapon as a massive, glowing red polearm materialized in his grip. He slammed it right into the attacker, launching him straight across the dirt. Suho reminded himself that taking their lives was strictly off the table. But hey, the rules never said he couldn't absolutely humble them. Another punk charged in, calling him a total scrub, just to get absolutely clapped and sent flying. In no time, the bald guy was the last man standing, shaking like a leaf and mumbling that this whole setup was rigged. He made a break for it, but Suho instantly pinned his leg with the crimson blade, chillingly asking if he actually thought he could dip. Surrounded by a floor full of groaning bodies, Suho shot them a dark warning to keep their mouths shut unless they were begging for round 2. He then tossed the entire crew right into his subspace inventory. Brushing the dirt off his hands, he mumbled that tracking down Seo Ji-won was the final piece of the puzzle. Walking into a kitchen that looked like a literal war zone, Suho finally spotted his target. Ji-won was just completely passed out on the tiles, dead to the world right next to his computer. Suho dropped his name, and the guy slowly blinked his eyes open, giving our overpowered main character a totally confused stare. When Suho checked if his brain was finally rebooting, Ji-won frantically scanned the room, his voice shaking as he asked what just went down. Suho gave him a super chill greeting and dropped his name. Ji-won literally froze, his face dropping in pure shock as he asked if he was looking at the actual viral sensation from the broadcasts. His brain was short-circuiting, trying to figure out why this legend was standing in his kitchen and where his vicious kidnappers vanished to. The dude looked like he had just seen a ghost. Suho flashed back to the details from Ji-won's future memoir, remembering how this poor guy got locked up and brutalized by those absolute scumbags for 6 straight months. Realizing the dude was way too shell-shocked to even hold a normal conversation, Suho just reached out his hand. The artifact on his finger instantly reacted to Ji-won's massive wave of panic, scanning the dark emotional energy as pitch black. Suho gently placed his palm flat against Ji-won's chest, draining all that heavy trauma right out of him. When he casually asked if that cleared his head, Ji-won was totally speechless, completely mind-blown that his body had actually stopped shivering. Suho dropped down to his eye level, calmly explaining that he looked like absolute garbage, so he fired off a quick skill to level out his vitals. Ji-won let out a sharp breath and nervously asked what his fate was going to be. Was he getting locked up next? Suho hit him with a confused look, asking why he would ever think that. Ji-won confessed his hands were completely dirty, but Suho quickly shut that down, reminding him that he was literally forced at gunpoint to do all of it, and victims do not belong behind bars. Ji-won slowly nodded, though he was still super suspicious, wondering aloud how Suho even tracked his location, especially since our boy wasn't even officially registered with the guild yet. Suho played it off, saying he used an exclusive tracking trick that no one else had unlocked, and he was spilling these secrets because he desperately needed his skills. Ji-won nervously gripped his own wrist, calling himself dead weight. Suho instantly rejected that nonsense. Ji-won was literally the single player in the entire country rocking the cyber-type class. Ji-won's eyes went wide as Suho dropped the lore, explaining that out of all the insane abilities across the globe, the cyber class was basically a mythic drop, letting a user's mind straight up dive into the internet. Only 2 humans in history had ever rolled it. One was him, and the other was this absolute menace known as Overload, who figured out how overpowered the digital realm really was and tried to hack the entire planet, turning into a boss-level threat, even surviving the system's global update. And the craziest part? The only dude who actually managed to put that villain in the dirt was Seo Ji-won. Just 1 year after breaking free from his captors, Ji-won completely vanished off the grid, giving up his own life just to delete Overload from existence. He basically became a legend after that. Every brutal detail of his dark timeline was permanently logged in his future biography. Running through those memories, Suho made a silent promise that he was completely rewriting the script. Overload was getting cancelled early, and Ji-won was staying alive. Looking right at him, Suho said this was the exact reason he was recruiting him. The Earth was on a crash course toward getting wiped out by the gates and the system, and Suho knew he couldn't solo this apocalyptic nightmare. He straight up asked for an alliance. Shaking all over again, Jiwon just stared at the hero like he was a god. As shadows started swirling out from the mystical ring, the user interface chimed, confirming another massive energy drain was complete. Jiwon shut his eyes, seriously doubting if a broken dude like him could actually be a global threat. He confessed that just a few hours ago, he would have made a deal with the devil just to get out of this room, but now, his only mission was to back up the legend, who literally saved his life. Dropping to his knees, he squeezed his fist tight, finally grasping that an evil clone with his exact skill set could glitch out the entire world. He admitted he had zero clue if he was actually built for this, but he was all in. In that moment, Suho saw the absolute legend from the history books, a guy who dragged himself through pure agony, yet never lost his humanity. Suho gave him a real, genuine thanks, declaring that phase 1 of their master plan was grabbing some food. When Jiwon awkwardly mentioned his bank account was at zero, Suho casually kicked a pair of slides his way, telling him to chill because dinner was completely on him. Still reeling, Jiwon asked how Suho had all this crazy intel, and our hero just rubbed his neck with an awkward smile, blaming it all on his mysterious passive trait. Real tears started pooling in Jiwon's eyes, right as Suho softly acknowledged the pure hell he had just survived. A little later, while crushing their meal, Jiwon kept apologizing for absolutely inhaling his food like a wild animal. The dude looked like he had not touched a real meal in forever. Suho just brushed it off, totally chill, polishing off his own bowl of soup before signaling the waiter for round 2. Muttering a shy thanks, Jiwon hesitated, clearly holding back a question. Suho caught the vibe instantly, reminding the guy that they were officially a squad now and could talk without walking on eggshells. Plus, with just a single year separating their ages, dropping the stiff formalities and just calling him by his first name was definitely the move. As the server swiped away yet another scraped clean bowl, Jiwon nodded, telling Suho to ditch the polite act 2 and just treat him like a day 1 homie. Then he dropped the heavy question. Why on earth did Suho lock in with the Hunter Association? Joining a top-tier guild, or even building his own empire, made way more sense, especially since government gigs were completely choked by endless red tape. Suho slowly closed his eyes, letting the ambient noise fade before dropping a cold, hard truth that it honestly did not matter how insanely overpowered a guild might be. Operating with capped powers, our guy needed a bulletproof way to block the apocalypse without racking up massive body counts. The Hunter Association was literally his only ticket to making that happen. Hearing this, the pieces finally clicked together in Jiwon's head. Dropping his spoon, Suho laid down an absolute vow. The second he secured his spot in the association, absolutely nobody would ever dare pull a stunt like this on Jiwon again. Flashing a deeply grateful smile, the kid locked in his trust. Suho casually stood up, declaring it was time to scrub the hacker's traumatic past clean. Completely lost, Jiwon trailed right behind him. Tossing on his jacket, our protagonist casually double-checked if those dirtbag kidnappers actually shared the same orphanage background as him. It was officially time for a totally brutal vibe check. The absolute second Jiwon locked eyes with his former tormentors, pure, unfiltered rage completely hijacked his system. He absolutely demolished them while they sobbed for mercy, throwing out the word brother and shrieking that they were literally going to die. With crimson dripping from his raw knuckles, he completely snapped, roaring at them to shut their mouths. The blonde scumbag was already slumped against the drywall, totally flatlined, but Jiwon coldly demanded another heal just to keep the beatdown going. Glancing over, Suho casually asked for the current combo count. Flashing a terrifyingly bright smile, the hacker chirped, 7. But our MC had to call it, warning him that the strike team was practically outside, meaning playtime was officially over. Pushing mana into the blonde rat, Suho reflected on the absolute hell Jiwon had survived thanks to this exact type of abuse, and genuinely hoped this brutal revenge therapy would finally shatter the kid's mental chains. Right on cue, a sleek gray sedan rolled up, dropping off Chief Pai Sungyeol. The top brass instantly noticed our guy already had the entire situation on lock. Looming over the knocked-out blonde, Suho threw out a respectful nod, thanking the chief for rolling up in person. Smirking, Pai admitted he practically had a soft spot for our protagonist, and simply couldn't stay away from the action. That specific phrasing definitely gave Suho major weird vibes. Scanning the room full of totally motionless bodies, the chief raised an eyebrow, questioning if these dudes were actually the dangerous targets. Our MC gave a solid yes. But Pai immediately caught the glitch in the matrix, pointing out that these thugs were out cold, yet their skin was completely flawless. Without missing a beat, Suho claimed they caught some hands while resisting, but he graciously healed them back up. Pai absolutely lost it, cracking up and praising the kid's savage aesthetic, a literal powerhouse, who didn't pull a single punch. Playing the humble card, Suho rubbed his neck and apologized, claiming he was just a total rookie at standard arrests. Waving off the apology, Pai clarified he was actually giving massive props. He straight up gave Suho the green light to leave villains hanging on a thread next time. After all, the association's medical team could literally wipe away any trace of assault. Casually crushing his dress shoe into the blonde's skull, Pai growled that these absolute parasites deserved an instant death penalty, but sadly, modern society was way too obsessed with bleeding heart human rights. Internally, Suho smirked, flashing back to his previous life where the Special Ops Division literally taught him this exact loophole. Spotting the quiet hacker hovering behind our MC, the chief mentioned the intel about this kid being the syndicate's ultimate pawn. He admitted seeing a legit cyber-awakened was a massive first. Flipping the switch, Pai declared the boy a massive security risk who needed to be detained immediately. Both guys instantly shot him absolute death glares. Keeping his cool, our protagonist questioned that logic, strictly defining the hacker as a helpless hostage. To back it up, he slapped a thick manila folder into Pai's hands, packed with ironclad statements and hardcore receipts, proving total innocence. The top dog was genuinely shook by the insane turnaround time. Pivoting, he interrogated them on whether this tech manipulation could actually do damage inside a dungeon gate. Instantly reading the executive's greedy mindset, Suho shut it down, clarifying the ability was strictly locked to the internet matrix, meaning it held zero utility in a monster brawl, but possessed absolute god-tier potential for back-end firewall defense. Skimming the intel, the chief bluntly stated that without heavy-hitting combat or buffing skills, his elite strike force had zero use for the kid. Dropping his tone, our hero smoothly requested absolute immunity for the boy. Pai chuckled, roasting Suho for acting like a protective dad, though the evidence was simply too solid to ignore. He fully acknowledged the sheer amount of trauma the hacker had eaten. Spinning around to his squad, the commander announced that their new recruit was spitting pure facts. Punishing a literal hostage was off the table. He ordered the files sealed and promised to fast-track a massive victim compensation payout. Dropping into a respectful 90-degree bow, Suho locked in his gratitude. Brushing it off as his duty to justice, the chief suddenly narrowed his eyes, demanding to know how a civilian even tracked this underground operation. Our MC was fully prepped for this exact pop quiz. Pointing a single finger up, he spun a slick lie about catching a highly encrypted digital SOS beacon broadcasted straight from the hacker's brain, leading him to run a quick fact check and go full solo raid. Staring him down, Pai asked if that cinematic story was actual reality. Internally screaming, absolutely not, our guy just maintained a stone-cold poker face. Tossing the paperwork to a grunt, the chief showered the kid with praise for always pulling flawless victories out of thin air. Shrugging it off, Suho blamed insane random number generation, but the veteran fired back, claiming that elite luck only spawns for elite players. Clamping a heavy hand onto the protagonist's shoulder, he locked in their fast-tracked VIP recruitment deal. With the coast clear, Jiwon cautiously crept up, totally clueless about his next move. Jerking a thumb over his shoulder, our hero bluntly stated they were officially a package deal. Cut to the kid absolutely jaw-dropped in the middle of an insane penthouse, while Suho casually raided the stainless steel fridge. The crib was heavily dripping with luxury, pushing the hacker to actually vocalize how crazy the flex was. Popping a tab, our MC casually dropped the bomb that he didn't even own the joint, revealing it as the personal fortress of that famous broadcasting reporter, Jo Jin-wee. Splashing the beverage over ice, he smoothly explained the actual landlord was grinding on an overseas corporate trip, leaving them total run of the mansion. Sweating bullets, the kid grabbed the glass, frantically asking if they were about to catch massive heat for squatting without clearance. Barely blinking, Suho totally waved off the panic, declaring the entire situation a massive nothing burger. Suho shot him a cold glare, ordering him to keep his mouth shut. Dramatically thumping his chest, Jiwon swore on his life he'd be quiet as a shadow, before immediately begging to know their next move. Taking a slow, calculated sip from his glass, Suho laid out the facts. Jiwon got snatched the exact second he hit level 50 and unlocked his awakening, correct? Jiwon nodded frantically. Suho dropped the harsh truth, and overload was coming for him. To survive the fallout, Jiwon had to grind incredibly fast, basically matching Suho's insanely high tier if they actually wanted to cancel the literal apocalypse together. Jaw-dropping, Jiwon panicked, assuming they were about to go raid dungeons side by side, but Suho just dismissed the idea, his fingers flying across the laptop keyboard. They were completely ditching the standard dungeon grind. Instead, the hacker needed to absolutely master his cyber abilities and max out his efficiency. Spinning the screen around to face him, Suho casually asked if he was down for a co-op run inside the web. Jiwon froze, wondering if that was even a real thing. Suho simply told him to check his own stat window, highlighting a massive loophole the system conveniently left out. Sure, Jiwon could upload his brain to the server, but absolutely nothing stopped him from dragging a +1 along for the ride. Staring at the guy like he was totally unhinged, Jiwon eventually caved. Hovering his palm over the keyboard, he triggered his digitization. A glowing neon ring booted up right over his skin, while a system prompt flashed before Suho player Ji-won was initiating a brain upload into the matrix, requesting access. Suho smashed accept. The AI immediately initiated the jump, and Suho's stoic face suddenly cracked with genuine shock. A split second later, he was physically standing inside an endless, sunlit vineyard. It hit him instantly. He just got transported into the literal Windows desktop wallpaper. That iconic background he had stared at a million times was suddenly his reality. Sprinting up from behind, Ji-won yelled out in pure hype. He admitted it was incredibly trippy having company in this dimension, since he had always soloed this virtual realm. Suho confessed he was completely new to this too, but it felt absolutely insane. Sweeping his gaze over the infinite rows of crops, Ji-won asked if they were actually trapped inside a JPEG. Suho nodded, confirming it was a fully rendered winery, complete with physical vines. Testing the limits, Suho ripped a grape off a branch and bit down. Ji-won burst out laughing, reminding the guy that the internet only provided graphics, offering zero flavor or scent. Spitting out the fake pixel fruit, Suho shrugged, claiming it was worth a shot. As they trekked through the fields, Ji-won questioned how he was supposed to farm experience points in here. Suho raised an eyebrow, genuinely shocked the guy didn't know. Experience is experience. The system literally did not care if your battles happened in reality or in the cloud. He threw it back to his own VR Hunter exam, pointing out that his blade skills had leveled up perfectly fine in a simulation. Still skeptical, Ji-won asked if boosting his base stats in a fake space was actually viable. Suho broke it down. Standard VR only buffed skills, never character levels. But this specific network, built entirely different. Die here, and there was absolutely zero respawn. The lethal threat was 100% authentic, which was exactly why the system recognized it as hardcore combat. They abruptly halted before massive, glitchy, double doors slapped with a file cleaner label. Staring at the sketchy directory, Ji-won asked what was inside. Popping it open triggered a ridiculously cheerful pop-up, promising to optimize their PC. Suho smirked. This was no security software. It was pure, unadulterated malware. Freaking out, Ji-won asked if they were seriously using a Trojan to power level. Suho nodded hard. Viruses acted exactly like dungeon mobs, aggressively tearing apart their environments. So, Ji-won basically had to bet his life and slaughter the corrupted code for that sweet experience. Shooting him one last deadly serious glare, Suho warned him. Game over in the Matrix meant a real-life body bag. Plus, under no circumstances was he allowed to answer the NPC guide. Otherwise, she would spawn endless waves of corruption. Breaching the room, a sickly sweet, blue-haired anime girl instantly popped up, eagerly offering her free optimization services. Chuckling darkly, Suho muttered that it was solid bait. Sweating bullets, Ji-won whispered. He had been a millisecond away from hitting yes. Tossing his partner a weapon, Suho assigned him the mage role camp, the backline, spam spells, scoop up the loot drops, while Suho pulled all the heavy aggro up front. Suddenly glitching back into view, the NPC girl's voice dropped an aggressive octave, demanding an answer. Boom! An entire squad of shadowy, glitching fiends with toxic neon eyes spawned right behind her. The UI couldn't even process their data. Their stat windows were just a chaotic mess of broken code and static. Panicking at the sheer mob size, Ji-won pointed shakily. Summoning his crimson blade, Suho remained completely iced out. He assured the kid that, while they were locked in, the bugs were also trapped inside this folder. It was a literal deathmatch, meaning Ji-won better start blasting spells if he wanted to see tomorrow. A colossal shadow skull blitzed them, but Suho casually sliced its head off in a single blink. Without missing a beat, he ordered Ji-won to charge his attack. A neon cyberglyph locked onto Ji-won's wrist as he shouted his readiness. Smirking, Suho dove headfirst into the absolute swarm, butchering the infected code left and right. After a brutally intense bloodbath, the viruses finally shattered into useless dust pixels as Suho delivered the final execution strike. Crashing hard to his knees, Ji-won trembled violently, absolutely gasping that he thought his run was permanently over. Suho simply reminded the guy he was breathing and newly promoted to level 59, before casually asking how his stats were looking. Ji-won confirmed he was officially hitting level 55. Suho instantly realized the kid was an absolute prodigy, way beyond his initial radar. Handled right, this guy was prime material to run with the Banshee squad. Yanking Ji-won up by the arm, Suho told him to pull the plug and catch some sleep. Ji-won did not hesitate. Snapping back to reality, Suho sank into his couch, downing an ice-cold Coke. He loved this zero-risk grinding method, gaining stats without actually stepping foot inside a death trap. Swiping his phone, he checked the massive online hype about his insane solo run through the swamp of despair. Netizens were totally losing their minds, literally begging the government to mint him a medal. Fans were screaming for merch and dropping endless praise. Suho flicked his nose, soaking up the ego boost. As long as he kept shredding dungeons, society would practically worship him. And honestly, chasing that kind of top-tier clout made the whole hustle completely worth it. With Phase 1 locked in flawlessly, he triggered the next move. Midnight rolled around, and Suho hit up. Guild leader Bei on speed dial. Zero small talk. He demanded clearance to raid an S-rank zone representing the Nexus Guild, dropping a massive bait. Every single drop and asset from the run would go straight into the guild's bank account. No hidden fees, no shady catches. Strictly for the XP grind. The target? The legendary Mole Mine. A nightmare S-rank cavern overflowing with pure mana crystals, but absolutely infested with mutant moles that practically glitch speedrun through the pitch black. Staring at the intel, Suho could already feel the incoming headache. The swarm was so brutally dense that mining a single rock felt like stealing candy from a pit of feral toddlers. Yet, he flashed a wicked grin. This entire death cave was honestly just another warm-up lap. He was going to wipe that mine completely clean. Across the line, Bei's brain went into overdrive, calculating the angles. If the body count in that dungeon spiked, the feds would instantly confiscate the gate, citing national security threats. Letting a monster like Suho solo, it was the ultimate insurance policy to keep Nexus on the deed. Bei thought the kid was pitching pure gold. He just could not figure out why Suho was rushing the timeline. Kicking his feet back, Suho casually dropped a bomb. The Korean Hunters Association was headhunting him way ahead of schedule, meaning his contract days were seriously numbered. Before totally dipping, he wanted to leave behind a massive parting gift for the crew. Think of it as clearing his tab before moving out. Bei caught the drift, fighting off a massive wave of bummed-out vibes. Honestly, he respected the hustle. At least Suho shot him straight instead of pulling. A toxic, overnight vanishing act, like most traders, flipping to the association. Suho even threw in a bonus. He would personally draft the strike team to handle the mutant moles. All the guild had to do was send the excavation crew. No panic, no rush. Bei officially greenlit the operation, promising to ping Suho the second the logistics were locked down. Fast forward to the next morning, inside the Nexus Academy lobby. Daewon practically lit up, throwing his hand out for a massive handshake. Suho locked grips, casually throwing out a quick, long time no see. He then turned to Jiwon, introducing Daewon as his absolute ride or die from the brutal entrance exams. Scratching his neck sheepishly, Daewon confessed he only survived that trial because Suho hard-carried him with pro advice. Kicking back around a table, Suho cut straight to business, asking if Daewon had locked down a squad yet. Daewon admitted he was strictly solo grinding, taking down minor gates to scrape up whatever XP he could. Suho's eyes locked onto him, running the math. Standard guild protocol threw rookies into veteran squads so they would not end up as monster snacks. A sly smirk crept onto his face. He casually offered Daewon a slot in his personal raid party, teasing that a massive dungeon dive was coming up, and they needed his muscle. Daewon looked totally shocked, but his face instantly lit up. If a beast like Suho wanted him, he was locking in unconditionally. The dude practically shouted that he would jump into the fire anytime. Suho chuckled. Bet. We roll right now, he said, leaving Daewon completely shook. Cut to the VR simulator. The entire Banshee crew was getting absolutely cooked by a digital Suho clone. Somebody screamed to flank the shadow from the blind spot. The arena was pure chaos, screams, heavy breathing, raw panic. Yeonhwa planted her feet, fists tightly locked, right as the phantom Suho blitzed her. One fluid slash. Her digital head completely popped off. The whole team froze in absolute horror, while a respawning Yeonhwa clamped her jaw. She hissed that she was going to literally end Suho herself one day. Forms looking way cleaner, honestly, real-life Suho, casually remarked from directly behind her. Jump scare of the century. The squad whipped their heads around, brains completely short-circuiting at his random physical spawn. Swiping through the hollow panels, Suho sensed the heavy, depressed vibes. Yeonhwa furiously vented. Getting executed 100 times back-to-back was completely nuking their mental health. Suho just beamed. He pointed out that their eyes showed zero fear of dying anymore. They treated getting killed like a minor inconvenience, which was the exact mindset he needed. Off to the side, Jiwon and Daewon watched the whole psycho training method, totally speechless. Suho dropped the news that his roster just leveled up, officially tossing the two rookies into the Banshee squad's territory. The veteran members sized up the fresh meat, while Suho casually dropped their stats and names, mentioning they clocked in a bit early. Daewon threw up a confident smirk, contrasting Jiwon's total panic mode. Smirking, Suho taunted the Banshee crew, asking if they were sick of this virtual sandbox yet. Yeonhwa's knuckles turned white. Bored? Not a chance. Eyes blazing with pure malice, she swore she wouldn't sleep. until she literally ripped Suho's head from his shoulders. Behind her, the whole Banshee lineup radiated absolute bloodlust. Suho just flashed a wicked grin. He loved that energy. He turned to the rookies, warning them to lock in and channel that exact same killer instinct. When Yeonhwa questioned the hardcore mindset, Suho's voice dropped to a dead serious whisper. If they wanted to walk out of actual gates breathing, they needed that ruthlessness. Starting right now, he announced. They were running gate-clearing drills as a single unit. Yeonhwa closed the distance. Suho quickly broke down the meta. One rookie was a mage, the other a tank. No sword practice required for these two. He tossed the leadership baton to her. Optimize the formation, exploit the clones, and grind everyone to the bone. Yeonhwa gave a curt nod, but demanded some actual intel on the gate they were facing. Swiping through his glowing holographic interface, Suho muttered about tweaking the clone difficulty sliders. He promised they'd figure out the mechanics real quick, so they better brace themselves. She pressed him on the specific dungeon type. Suho just shrugged, playing it off as a completely basic run. He then pointed out that screaming random nonsense during active combat was a fast track to getting wiped. They needed official call signs. Yeonhwa glared at him, flat out stating she'd literally choose death before ever calling him Appa. Without breaking focus from his digital screen, Suho compromised. Since they were officially a squad, boss or team leader would do just fine. She took the deal. Checking out, Suho mentioned he had offline business to handle, telling them to ping him once the setup was fully locked and loaded. The second he vanished, Daewon and Jiwon froze. The AI clone of Suho suddenly yanked a massive blade straight from the dirt. Panicking, they begged Yeonhwa for a strategy. She just scoffed, telling them they were about to get a painful reality check. The virtual Suho leveled his sword right at their throats, calling them absolute garbage and mocking them for standing around like sitting ducks. He barked at them to swing first instead of just gawking. Daewon was totally rattled, completely mind-blown by this psycho version of their chill boss. Yeonhwa dryly pointed out that this was his true vibe. She snapped at the newbies to pull their weight, unless they wanted to get one-shotted. Cut back to the real world. Suho stepped out of a yellow cab. The driver gave him a heads up that vehicles couldn't push past the blockade, leaving him on foot. Playing it cool, Suho paid up and marched toward the towering concrete ruins. With a mental flick, he triggered his ring, using the first nameless technique. A system alert popped up. The skill Monochrome Solitude was now live, wiping his physical footprint off the map like a ghost. Cruising down the shattered pavement, he scanned the Paju district. Back in the day, this place was literal prime real estate. Now, dodging people begging on the corners, the stark contrast between its flashy past and gritty present hit him hard. Dungeon breaks ruined everything. Too many monster portals popped up, and with barely enough hunters to raid them, the entire zone became a ghost town. Without the magical rifts, this would still be a luxury hub, not a dystopian wasteland. Gliding past the desperate locals, he took in the harsh reality. Gangs, illegal substances, and starvation ruled these streets. A dark thought crossed his mind. He wasn't a hero, and he couldn't save everyone. But the mission came first. He needed to speedrun this gate. Eventually, this lawless sector was going to be an insane tactical asset for his master plan. Scanning the crumbling skyline, he smirked. The absolute lack of cops meant the exact type of shady characters he needed were swarming this turf. He hit the brakes in front of a busted, familiar steel door, a major hotspot from his previous life. A sketchy guy peeked through the sliding peephole, demanding to know who was knocking. Suho didn't blink, coolly stating he was there to buy a mine. The moment his stealth passive dropped, the guard's eyes went wide, instantly recognizing the infamous An Suho. A cocky smile was all the confirmation he gave. Locks clicked, the heavy door swung open, and the guy gestured toward a beat-up leather couch inside. As they sat face to face, the guard clarified that they were technically off the clock, but top brass had already laid down VIP protocols for Suho's arrival. Trying to make small talk, he asked if Suho was familiar with the Paju slums. Suho flipped the script, casually asking if the guy was feeling a bit suffocated. Stuttering, the dude asked what he meant. Suho leaned in, pointing out that wearing a silicone disguise all day had to be a total drag. Flustered, the guy demanded to know how his cover got blown so fast. Suho waved it off, promising that since it was just the two of them, the secret was safe. The illusion shattered. The guy peeled away the fake face, revealing a drop-dead, gorgeous girl with fiery crimson hair. Tossing the mask aside, she smirked, noting she fully expected a guy who could solo 2 portals to have next-level perception like this. Suho clocked her identity instantly. Choi Yoon. She was destined to become the most legendary dungeon broker in the entire nation. In his first run, she was his main plug for premium portals, but in this timeline, she was practically a nobody. Crossing her legs with massive boss energy, Choi Yoon probed how he sniffed out her hideout. She found it super intriguing that he dropped the underground slang mine instead of the government-approved gate. Internally, Suho knew she wouldn't hit superstar status until she got drafted by the Union Korea's most notorious dark guild. Slapping his heavy metal briefcase down on the table, he cut straight to the chase. Suho made it clear he always gets the intel he wants, cutting straight to the chase. Gate business. Intrigued, she asked which specific portal he was hunting down. Do you have clearance for the Twisted Forest? He dropped the question. Choi Yoon physically froze up, and without missing a beat, Suho slid a heavy briefcase across the table right to her. His demand was simple. He wanted an entry pass, and he was running this dungeon completely solo. She tried to play it cool, explaining that the Twisted Forest had literally just dropped on the black market less than 3 days prior. It was totally underground, barely anyone even knew it existed. Narrowing her eyes, she demanded to know how he figured out she held the keys, let alone how he planned to foot the bill. Suho just brushed it off. In the underground market, over-explaining is a rookie mistake. He hit her with a hard truth. In the gate business, the less talking, the better. Portal deals always broke down into 2 flavors: copping the entire gate or just bagging a one-shot entry pass. Obviously, full ownership came with a massive price tag, but even a single run in a high-tier dungeon could drain your bank account. Sweating a little, Choi Yoon cleared her throat and dropped the bomb. A solo ticket into the Twisted Forest would run him a cool 100 million won. Plus, soloing this place was basically a death sentence. She seriously questioned if he actually wanted to risk his life for this. Suho didn't even flinch. He just casually flashed a massive stack of cash, telling her to chill out. Whatever went down inside was strictly on him. He offered a hefty down payment right then and there, promising the rest of the bag once they hit the gate. A smirk finally broke through Choi Yoon's tough exterior as she admitted he was full of surprises. That explained the intense interrogation. She agreed to be his hookup. Fast forward, they're cruising over a bridge when Suho spots a very specific logo chilling on the dashboard. One glance, and the puzzle pieces clicked. Choi Yoon was officially backed by the Union. Honestly, that was a massive win for him. Union backing meant zero unnecessary drama. Staring out the window into the bleak landscape, he tuned in as she asked if sneaking across the border into North Korea was sketching him out. He confessed it was definitely a wild trip. His mind drifted back to the lore. The second the portal spawned, North Korea basically imploded into absolute anarchy. China had tried to swoop in and take over, but the monster hordes guarding the borders completely wrecked their plans. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters basically had VIP access to roam the wasteland freely. Breaking the silence, Choi Yoon pointed out that Suho was way more blunt than she had anticipated. All the crazy articles about him painted a totally different picture. Suho just gave a slight grin, firing back that he was simply trying to flex a solid first impression. The car tires crunched to a halt. As they stepped out, they were instantly sized up by a heavily armed, shady-looking crew. Choi Yoon took the lead, projecting zero fear. She announced she had a VIP ready to dive into the Twisted Forest, making it crystal clear that the funds were already locked in. A thug rocking a nasty facial scar sneered, claiming he expected some random scrub, but catching sight of Sung Soo-ho actually shook him. Choi Yoon instantly barked at the guy to check his attitude and demanded to see the real boss. On cue, a bald, imposing dude pushed his way out of a grimy tent, hyping himself up as the top dog of this camp and claiming it was a massive honor to finally meet the infamous Suho. But Suho was just silently scanning him, instantly recognizing that ugly mug. It was Bang Doak. The underworld called him the Woodsman. This guy wasn't just a boss. He was a literal monster, a notorious human trafficker who built his empire on kidnapping innocent civilians. He sickeningly referred to his victims as logs, flipping them for profit like cheap inventory. Back in Suho's previous life, this scumbag had eventually been hunted down and slapped with a permanent prison sentence. But here was the glitch. Suho had zero memory of this psycho ever teaming up with the Union or controlling a dungeon. Standing right next to a white transport rig, Choi Yoon pressed the issue, asking to unlock the gate right this second. The woodsman smirked, claiming the gate was open, but slapped a sudden veto on the deal, saying a savage hunter who solo cleared 2 portals had no business going inside. Choi Yoon's brow furrowed, totally lost as to why. Slowly taking off his shades, Bang Doak revealed his twisted hustle. They strictly sold tickets to weaklings who had absolute zero chance of surviving the dungeon. And an absolute unit like Suho? He totally broke their business model. A dark scowl crept onto Suho's face. Sending people to die to harvest their gear, that was exactly the sick logic a human trafficker would use. Choi Yoon wasn't having it. She stepped right up to his face, demanding to know if this was some cheap tactic to hike up the price tag. Crossing her arms like a boss, she dropped a hard warning that the Union wouldn't tolerate getting jerked around. Sweating under the pressure, the woodsman instantly flashed a cowardly grin and backed off, claiming it was just dark humor. Suho saw right through it. Even a psycho like the woodsman didn't have the guts to wage war against a connected Union broker. Muttering under his breath about how everyone was too sensitive these days, Bang Doak, gestured for the duo to trail behind him. Slipping back into professional mode, Choi Yun politely signaled for Suho to take the lead, swearing on her life that she had his back covered. All around them, grimy thugs were burning holes into the back of Suho's head with pure killing intent. Suho already did the math. If he actually managed to conquer this dungeon, he'd be walking straight into a massive ambush the second he stepped back out. That exact scenario was why hiring a high-tier broker to watch the exit was mandatory, and why finding a legit one was so insanely rare. Suddenly, a massive metal shutter rolled up, revealing the blinding, swirling energy of the portal. The woodsman couldn't resist one final taunt, questioning if Suho was actually crazy enough to dive into the abyss totally solo, mocking his god complex. Suho treated him like literal white noise, blowing past him and stepping straight into the dimensional rift. A deep blue vortex swallowed him whole as the system interface flashed. "Welcome to the Twisted Forest." A holographic warning instantly popped up with the raid conditions. Strict level cap at 99, and absolute maximum raid party capped at 8 players. Suho's boots hit the unnatural soil. He tilted his head back, taking in the absolutely cursed, rotting canopy surrounding him. Honestly, this haunted wasteland was the last place he ever expected to find himself. Even back in his past timeline, he had completely dodged this specific dungeon. But the horrific rumors? He'd heard enough campfire horror stories to know exactly what kind of nightmare was lurking in the shadows. Without hesitating, black smoke erupted from his palm, materializing into his deadly shadow spear. Time to scavenge the area for anything that could give him an edge. Shutting his eyes, he instantly pinged his magic radar. Eerie purple mana trails snaked through the air. Suddenly, a gigantic, terrifying yellow eye snapped open in the darkness, locking right onto his soul. The terrifying realization hit him like a truck. The dead trees weren't just scenery. They were the actual monsters. The system tagged the massive wooden beasts instantly. Twisted Ents, clocking in at level 93. In a flash of motion, Suho launched his spear, exploding the bark right next to the creature's massive eye. Staring down the towering wood demon, a simple, brutal thought crossed his mind. A heavy-duty axe would be way better for this fight. Right now, though, he was fresh out of options. That oversized bug unleashed an ear-shattering screech, prompting Suho to manifest his blood-soaked blade. Honestly, that giant mole boss back in the mine was a way bigger headache than these creepy crawlies. Just like his brawl with that anonymous blade master, he knew he had to grind some serious experience points before he could absolutely roll over enemies like this. He dashed in, cleanly slicing the monster's strike right down the middle. Right as the system pinged the activation of his decapitation skill, gripping his hilt until his knuckles turned white, he felt the massive power gap. A solid 30-level difference separated him from this insect, making it completely logical that he couldn't just one-shot the thing. He made up his mind to throw down, relying strictly on his pure sword mastery. His weapon painted a crimson arc through the air, while another guttural screech ripped through the zone. Moments later, he was standing tall over the diced-up insect parts, his blade vibrating faintly in his grip. Taking down even one of these bugs was an absolute sweatfest, but he could literally feel his stats creeping upward. He pressed deeper into the zone, figuring that this massive swarm of mobs turned this whole area into the ultimate farming spot. Suddenly, a hideous, jagged maw snapped open right below another ant's compound eye, right as Suho vaulted himself high into the sky, swearing under his breath that he would chop this ugly creature into kindling. Shattered tree trunks piled up below him as he perched on top of a literal mountain of slaughtered bugs, letting out a breath and muttering that he finally pulled it off. Swiping open his holographic interface, he noticed that despite the absolute grind, he had finally hit his target milestone. His eyes widened in pure shock when the system flashed a massive congratulations banner. His light of healing had officially hit max level. The prompt broke it down, explaining that his rank F healing spell now sipped mana way more efficiently, seriously buffed his recovery rate, and slashed his cooldown times. The interface mapped out his grind from rank 50 all the way to 100, bringing back memories of how, prior to hitting level 40, he was hardlocked to just a single class ability. Reaching level 50 had bumped his class skills up to rank A, passing level 60 pushed them even higher, and once he capped out at level 100, he would unlock a total class awakening. Leaping off the mountain of splintered wood, Suho casually strolled forward with his hands shoved deep in his pockets, guessing that the area boss had to spawn at any second. Cut to the center of a dead silent lake, where a shadowy, horned beast sat meditating. Its glowing eyes snapped open just as the system tagged it as Malion, the absolute ruler of the Twisted Forest, and a brutal level 100 boss. Suho rolled up and stopped dead in his tracks before the imposing figure, realizing he was finally squaring off against his very first one-star threat. He remembered the lore, how mobs below level 99 never got special tags, but the moment they crossed the level 100 threshold, they earned a star for every 100 levels stacked. Meleon broke the silence, his voice booming out that a gatecrasher had stepped into his domain. Suho just smirked and fired back that he never asked to be dropped into this messed-up world anyway. Seeing as the monsters were the ones tearing open portals to begin with, playing the victim card now was wildly hypocritical. Finding the whole situation completely hilarious, he materialized his pitch-black shadow spear and told Meleon he was utterly clueless about how things actually worked. The interface chimed with the activation of divine power as Suho blitzed forward, launching the weapon like a missile. The boss snatched the projectile right out of the air, single-handedly, detecting the holy aura and demanding to know if Suho was some lapdog for the gods. Suho casually conjured a glowing crimson sphere of blood right in his palm, giving the beast a sarcastic nod. He blasted the bloody orb forward, slamming it directly into the back of the spear and driving the blade clean through Meleon's thick chest. Suho practically yawned, taunting the creature that he expected way more heat from a one-star heavy hitter, yanking the spearhead out of his own flesh. A completely psychotic grin stretched across Meleon's face as he coldly announced that the human 40 Mafter 22 had just dug his own grave. Urgent red warnings flooded the system screen as the entire forest began to literally earthquake from the boss's blinding rage, and an absolutely suffocating bloodlust crushed down on Suho, right up until the dormant dragon blood in his veins violently reacted, triggering his dragon armor and completely tanking the massive pressure. Suho mentally noted that this guy's spiritual aura was no joke, but right now, this matchup was basically a helpless deer staring down an apex dragon. Furious, Meleon roared, demanding to know what kind of twisted dark arts were keeping the boy alive. Suho shrugged it off, claiming it wasn't some cheap magic trick, just the ultimate payoff for pure hard work. He recalled his shadow spear back to his grip. The horned beast laughed in his face, mocking him, and asking if that was his only party trick. Suho flashed a cold smile, whispering that his bag was bottomless. He slammed the spear down into the dirt right at Meleon's feet, causing massive, pitch-black chains to violently erupt and snake around the boss's limbs as the system locked in both shadow binding and shadow bleeding. Meleon flexed and shattered the dark iron links like fragile glass, sneering at the hunter and asking if he seriously thought those baby tier debuffs would hold him down. Throwing his massive arms wide, the lake beneath him literally boiled as toxic black energy skyrocketed into the atmosphere. Nightmarish, jagged spikes violently burst out from the water's surface. Flashing a deeply arrogant smirk, the ruler of the forest dared Suho to finally understand the terrifying gap in their power levels. Suho just stood there, entirely unfazed, simply stating that he was actually hyped to see what the guy had. A devastating kinetic blast ripped toward him, but the hunter side stepped it effortlessly, clapping back with a brutal flurry of blood-fueled sword slashes. His weapon ignited with a glowing crimson aura as the system confirmed the decapitation skill was locked and loaded. Internally, Suho had to give props. This boss was built totally different from those mindless drone bugs. He backflipped out of the danger zone to dodge a colossal tree root, slicing a second incoming vine right into ribbons. Meleon scoffed in disgust, trashing Suho's technique and telling him his swordplay was complete garbage. Suho just flashed a cocky grin and fully agreed, casually dropping the hint that he only needed to stall for just a few more seconds. The horned beast locked eyes with him, completely paranoid about what the human was plotting. Suho kept chaining his wild slashes, leaving faint, glowing red target markers all over the severed vines. Suddenly, it clicked in Meleon's head. The kid had completely cut off his divine power supply. The boss was completely clueless. To Meleon, Suho's light taps looked like absolute garbage tier gameplay. Throwing his arms wide, the monster spammed a massive wave of roots right at him. He literally promised to shred our boy into confetti. But the second that deadly wave closed the gap, those massive roots just sliced apart like warm butter. Chilling on a floating rock, Suho didn't even blink. Meleon was absolutely losing it, desperately trying to cope by assuming the kid just got lucky with a few weak spots. But as chunks of wood kept raining down with razor-sharp cuts, Suho just smirked. His little experiment was a total success. He was purposely spamming his decapitation skill just to force the system to analyze his technique. And the moment it recognized his big brain moves, massive buff. Gripping his wicked red and black blade, a glowing prompt popped up, confirming his swordsmanship had literally eclipsed everyone else. Decapitation skyrocketed straight to S rank, and right on cue, the will of the nameless sword resonated with his crazy new power level. Suho flashed a savage grin as the notifications kept rolling in. The blade's ancient consciousness was finally waking up. It hit him with a massive blessing, locked onto a fresh target, and bam, the system officially crowned him the successor of the legendary Void style. Throwing a total tantrum, Meleon unleashed another chaotic swarm of roots, screaming that this was unavoidable. Suho just tilted his head. One single, blinding flash of steel, and the colossal root split perfectly down the middle. The system registered it. Void style / first form. Seething with rage, the boss screamed, demanding to know what kind of broken magic this was. Suho deadpanned that magic had nothing to do with it. Pointing his blood-soaked katana straight at the monster, he let him know the real boss fight was just getting started. A system alert echoed, declaring Suho's absolute mastery over the blade was now officially locked into the system's global database. It took him back to his early days of grinding out this style, back when he falsely assumed he had already hit the level cap. That was before he realized absolute units like the Nameless Swordsman existed monsters, whose raw skill shattered the human limit. The very first move he picked up after that reality check was the Void-style Steel Cutter, and in this life, he unlocked it way faster. Meanwhile, Malayan was losing his mind, vowing to crush this dark sorcery. Suho just sighed, asking if this guy ever learned anything. The system triggered Steel Cutter. Suho swung. Malayan stared at his severed limbs in pure denial, his brain completely blue-screening. Taunting him, Suho asked if the old man needed glasses, before promising to put him in the dirt. Refusing to take the L, the boss summoned a horde of towering beasts right behind him. The system flagged them, Twisted Forest Golems, levels 96 through 98. Taking one look at them, Suho roasted Malayan for summoning such bottom-tier trash. The boss just sneered. He ordered his rock monsters to crush the kid. Suho didn't hesitate, blitzing forward and obliterating the first golem with a single flick of his wrist. With Steel Cutter running on overdrive, the massive beasts dropped like flies, scattering green loot drops everywhere, standing casually in the graveyard of monsters. Suho looked Malayan dead in the eye and told him cutting actual steel was light work now, so these overgrown pebbles never stood a chance. Barking like a cornered dog, Malayan threw out a pathetic last wave of vines. Suho shredded them instantly, calling out the boss for finally running out of mana. Parkouring off the floating debris, Suho announced it was game over. Launching himself airborne, he delivered a brutal flying kick right to the boss's chest. Malayan crashed hard into the swamp below. As dark water dripped off the stunned monster, Suho manifested a crackling shadow spear and bound the boss entirely in jet-black chains. Thrashing around, Malayan ordered the kid to shut his mouth, screaming about how disrespectful it was to mock a top-tier entity like himself. But the shadow chains didn't budge. Suho casually raised his blade and swiped clean through his neck, decapitating him on the spot. System announcement: Malayan, King of the Twisted Forest, was dead. Gate cleared. Suho secured the MVP title, bagging massive bonus XP, 1 free skill point, and a bonus point, as his stats spiked from the level up. A glowing green orb drifted out of the boss's remains. Suho snatched it up. This was the real prize. The system identified it as the Cursed Druid Sphere, a corrupted artifact literally banned by the gods themselves, designed to hijack and rot weak minds. It was the exact cheat code Malayan used to monopolize the Twisted Forest. Inspecting the glowing loot, Suho realized the new sword style was a massive flex, but this orb? That was his main quest all along. Mission accomplished. He turned to leave. Cut to the outside world, where the crowd was hyperventilating over the gate's sudden clear status. Choyun's jaw was practically on the floor. Bang Duek stared at the portal, absolutely mauling, as their previous argument echoed in his head. This was an S-rank raid, capped at 8 players, widely known as an impossible death trap. But to him, it was his personal, infinite money glitch. He flashed back to all the shady bribes and sweat it took to buy the rights to this dungeon. And now, some random kid just hijacked his entire business model. Completely unhinged, he screamed at Choyun, spitting that she had no idea the amount of cash he poured into this, and that even 100 million won wouldn't cover his losses. His goons cracked their knuckles with sick grins as he gave the order, "Skin Suho alive." Choyun stepped up, totally fearless, warning them they had no idea what kind of heat they were bringing down on themselves. Bang Duek just spit on the ground, screaming about how the Hunters' Union was utterly useless to him anyway. But before the words even left his mouth, a shadow spear exploded right out of his chest. Eyes wide with horror, he stared at his own blood pouring out before face-planting the dirt. As his mafia goons absolutely lost their minds, Suho casually strolled out of the portal. Suho casually strolled up to the terrified thugs huddled over their wrecked boss, his eyes narrowing into cold slits. He glanced at Choyun, asking if they were good to dip. The leftover goons glared daggers, barking at him to get lost. But Suho wasn't finished, demanding to know if they planned on coughing up the cash he just paid. The lethal edge of his blade tapped a guy's shoulder before he pinned the crimson and black steel against his throat. Suho coldly whispered that since their bosses wrecked the rules, they had to pay the toll. He demanded a full refund, and the guy stammered out a panicked agreement before a car door violently slammed, and they peeled out of the chaotic scene. Behind the wheel, Choyun finally exhaled and thanked him. Suho smirked, telling her she absolutely owed him one, but added that gratitude doesn't pay the bills, so a little something extra wouldn't hurt. She laughed, calling out his razor-sharp tongue, and he shot back that it came with the territory of swinging a sword. Tossing her his phone, he told her to drop her digits so they could stay linked. Cho-yoon deflected, promising she would hit his line first instead. Suho told her to bring it on, especially if she scouted another juicy dungeon. He hopped out, tossing a final goodbye. Watching him walk away, Cho-yoon murmured to herself, realizing the guy was way softer than his brutal reputation suggested. Cut to 9 a.m. at Nexus Academy. Boots hammered the pavement as someone questioned their destination. Slamming a car trunk shut, Suho promised a full debrief once they hit the drop zone. "Let us not keep the big guy waiting," he smirked. Hyping up his squad, he announced they were hitting the miner's quarry, instantly sparking massive cheers from the crew. The group rolled up to a massive containment grid, securing a portal just as a fresh ride pulled in. Bae Dongwook stepped out, hyping Suho up for showing, while Suho casually brushed it off as a smooth commute. Staring down the massive iron barricades, Suho asked if the Landkeeper's mine was locked inside. Dongwook nodded, pointing out the heavy-duty safety perimeter built to bottle up the gate's wild energy, backed by a swarm of yellow-hatted crew members standing by. He confirmed the mining team was prepped exactly to Suho's specs. Suho threw him a nod, suggesting they run the playbook. "Time to lock in," Dongwook agreed. Inside the war room, Suho swiped through a glowing tablet, breaking down the intel. He explained that the mine was crawling with mutated beasts called Landkeeper kobolds. Wiping them out meant securing an insane stash of monastones. The game plan? Pure basics. Obliterate every monster, bag the loot, crush the final boss, and conquer the gate. A guild secretary blinked in disbelief, asking if it was genuinely that easy. The room went dead silent, minds racing as someone pointed out the glaring lack of boss intel in the briefing. Suho barely blinked, declaring he was taking the boss solo, so nobody else needed to stress over it. Holding up a single finger, he dropped the ultimate flex, reminding them that, just like they agreed, every single penny from this clear would go straight to the Nexus Guild. He clasped hands with Dongwook, who admitted he was betting everything on this run. Suho thanked him for backing his play and swore he wouldn't let him down. Flashing a confident grin at the head miner, he ordered their crew to hang back and wait for his green light before digging in. The miner gave a solid nod of understanding. Suho spun around, locking eyes with his squad, asking if they were locked and loaded. Since it was their rookie portal dive, he asked if the nerves were kicking in. Instantly, a haunting flashback of a demonic, overpowered Suho flashed through their minds. Wiping actual tears from her eyes, Yunho confessed. They were just having PTSD from his hellish training camp. "Do not be dramatic," Suho scoffed. Pacing before his team, he laid down the law. This was going to be a marathon, so managing their stamina was crucial. He ordered Daehan to stick to Jiwon like glue and locked the rest into rigid formations. Their absolute #1 priority, he barked, was keeping those miners breathing. This was not the Kunlun Mountains. If you die here, you stay dead. 0 respawns. They had to stay razor sharp. A blood-red rift throbbed in the air. Suho commanded them to move out, and the squad charged in without hesitation. The system chimed, confirming their dive. Shadows swallowed them as they navigated a pitch-black corridor. Neon blue system specs flashed for the Landkeeper's mine. Max level, 88. Player cap, 56. Suddenly, bam, a spear violently crunched right through a kobold's skull. Suho was already a blur, lunging at another beast with a bizarre, blood-soaked polearm, deleting it from existence in a heartbeat. Toxic blue gore gushed from the creature's jaws, instantly absorbed by a blood jade that drank the carnage. Suho smirked, genuinely impressed by the low mob count, realizing it gave him all the time in the world to harvest their life force. A nearby miner dropped his jaw, completely mind-blown that Suho was one-shotting these nightmares. A Banshee Squad rookie aggressively nodded in agreement, and when the miner asked if the kid had seriously never watched Suho fight, Gawon sheepishly admitted the truth. Noting their boss usually just did the talking, Yonghwa snapped them out of it, barking at everyone to keep pushing forward. The crew charged straight into the chaos. Their mission was crystal clear: wipe out the kobold swarm and keep the diggers breathing. Jiwon threw his hands up, sparking a glowing magic circle as he locked down their cover fire. Right next to him, Daehan was straight up executing kobolds, sending another head rolling. "Hold the line, don't get reckless," Yonghwa barked. Catching this, Suho shot a quick glance over his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. His squad was actually listening. So far, 0 casualties. Once the hunters carved out enough breathing room, Yonghwa signaled the extraction crew to get their hands dirty. Pickaxes hit dirt immediately, revealing massive, glowing crystals that lit up the cavern like a neon dream. "Hall's almost packed up," one of the workers shouted, signaling for the massive payload to be hoisted topside. He ordered his guys to sweep for missed loot and drag the monster carcasses out of the way. But right then, something chilling caught a worker's eye. "Yo, what are you staring at?" his buddy muttered. The guy was completely paralyzed, watching a totally insane bloodbath unfold as beasts spewed neon blue gore all over the cavern walls. Suho was an absolute blur, slicing with surgical precision before skewering a goblin dead in its tracks. Gripping his hilt, his weapon flared up, dripping with raw, crimson energy. His eyes flashed a blinding white as a literal mountain of corpses piled up at his feet. Tossing his blood-soaked blade over his shoulder, he stood over the carnage like a total raid boss. The extraction crew was totally awestruck. Guys were literally cheering, hyping him up and screaming that raiding with Suho was the ultimate flex. But Suho's instincts suddenly flared. "Group up! Now!" he commanded, and Yonhwa snapped to attention without missing a beat. He leveled his blade toward a hidden, winding corridor buried deep in the cavern's shadows, which the rest of the crew quickly spotted. "This right here is why the Nexus Guild tapped out," Suho explained. "They kept getting totally overrun by a never-ending wave of these mutts." "So, we splitting the party?" a hunter asked. Summoning his crimson blade, Suho just shook his head. "Nah, I'm taking this solo." The squad gasped, thinking he was tripping, but he just readied his stance and dropped the bomb. There was a boss lurking inside. Boom. Debris blasted everywhere as his cutting steel skill triggered in a single, devastating swing. Daehan's jaw practically hit the floor. The dude had just cleaved through solid rock like it was nothing. Yonhwa stared at the rubble, totally shook, wondering how anyone could pack that much raw power. Standing in front of the freshly carved tunnel, Suho broke down his strategy. He made the gap insanely tight to bottleneck the mobs, stopping them from rushing out all at once. He ordered the squad to lock down the right flank while he pushed into the left path completely alone. "So we just spawn kill anything that crawls out of here?" One of them double-checked. Suho gave a firm nod. Honestly, he wanted to seal the whole entrance off, but realized that would totally rob his crew of their EXP farming. Turning his back to the group, his tone turned dead serious. No matter what goes down, they were not to come looking for him. If 12 hours passed and he was still MIA, they needed to evacuate the dungeon immediately. Yonhwa promised they would. Honestly, Suho knew he was going to need every single second of those 12 hours to pull off his crazy plan. Looking back one last time, he promised he'd catch them on the flip side. Staring at the blocked entrance, Daehan muttered that their boss was absolutely unhinged. Hyunmin chimed in, pointing out that even for a squad leader, trying to solo a boss room was a total suicide mission, and he was low-key terrified for him. But Jiwon shut that doubt down instantly. He hit them with the facts. Their guy had already solo-cleared 2 sealed gates and a bunch of high-tier portals without breaking a sweat. Yonhwa cracked a confident smile. They all knew his track record, now they just needed to trust the process and hold the line. "Bet," one of the hunters agreed. "Let's grind so hard that he's totally blown away by our level-ups when he walks back out." Fists clenched and auras flaring, the whole squad was totally locked in, ready to flex every single skill they'd been training. Deep in the cave, stepping over massive jagged rocks, Suho cracked his knuckles. Finally, the training weights were off. An endless, gnarly ocean of kobolds swarmed the cavern ahead. "All right," he whispered. "Showtime." A savage smirk crept onto his face as he took in the sheer, ridiculous mob density waiting to tear him apart. But honestly, quantity meant absolutely nothing to a predator like him. The landkeeper kobolds started snarling as the system flashed red, tagging them between level 72 and 74. Suho didn't even flinch, he just blitzed straight into the horde. The beasts lunged with vicious roars, but he was a tornado of blinding slashes. Suddenly, a smaller, stealthy mob dive bombed him from the ceiling. But Suho's reflexes were god tier. He casually flicked his blade up, parrying the ambush with a totally amused smirk. "Okay, so you mutts actually have some brain cells," he scoffed. Not that it mattered, it just made the extermination slightly more annoying. Ping! The system confirmed the massive kobold wipeout. Meanwhile, back at the bottleneck, Daehan savagely drop-kicked an enemy into the dirt. Wiping sweat from his brow, he grinned at the crew, calling out that the trash mobs were finally cleared. A Banshee Guild member nodded, agreeing that if they just kept their guard up, this raid was a breeze. Catching the vibe, one of the diggers yelled out that it was prime time to spark a campfire and cook up some grub. Totally gassed out, the extraction team slumped against the glowing crystals, endlessly thankful that the lunch bell had finally rung. "Bro, is half the shift already over?" one guy gasped. Another worker walked over to the young hunters, checking if they were burned out and gassing them up for an absolutely flawless carry. Giwon brushed off the earlier chaos, soaking in the newfound peace while Yonhwa stood right behind him, totally zoning in on a miner, hyping Jiwon up for soloing that massive kobold mob. But Jiwon kept it real, they only survived because Suho carved out a tight escape route. If that monster wave had rushed them in an open space, it would have been game over in less than an hour. Yonhwa stared down at the slaughtered kobolds, her gut telling her Suho had already cleared this zone. She silently prayed he was safe. Flashing back to their first run-in, she cringed at how disastrously awkward it had been. and how she had completely written him off as an absolute lunatic. Fast forward to now, and she was actually stressing over the guy. A tiny smirk crossed her face as she faced facts. She was totally useless to him right now, and honestly, he was probably the one who should be pitying her. Cut to the deepest depths of the cavern. Suho chilled on a boulder, gripping his blood-drenched blade. Snacking casually on a chocolate bar, he groaned about the sheer disrespect the kobolds were literally refusing to aggro while he took a snack break right in their faces. Pushing himself up with a heavy sigh, he locked eyes with the snarling beasts, yet they stayed frozen in pure terror. He smirked, wondering out loud if he had finally broken their spirits. Shrugging it off, he muttered that these low-tier mobs were not even worth his time anymore. Perched on the edge of a massive drop, his objective was dead simple: hunt down the dungeon boss. The pitch-black darkness was killing his vibe, so he whipped out a flare gun. The system pinged, confirming this little toy would keep the whole zone lit up for a solid minute. He pulled the trigger, blasting blinding sparks that violently pushed back the shadows. Right in the dead center of the glowing cavern, a freakish, mutated elephant beast loomed out of the dark. The system tagged the monster instantly. A level 99 Bulgasari. Suho paused. The lore on this thing was insane. It literally munched on raw ore, giving it a tank build harder than basically any other mob. Closing the gap with stealthy steps, he remembered this beast was ranked in the top 3 most lethal non-star threats out there. Conjuring a spear of pure shadow, Suho smirked playtime was over. He launched the weapon straight at its skull, but the massive boss barely even blinked. His confident grin cracked. The dark spear had literally deflected off its hide like a toy hitting reinforced concrete. The Bulgasari was officially awake. Its razor-sharp claws shredded the rocky floor as it reared back, unleashing a shockwave of a roar that shattered the silence. The surviving kobolds violently clutched their ears, shrieking. Miles back, the rescue team froze in pure dread. A miner screamed that the earth was splitting open, while another cried out, cursing his luck for dying in this hellhole. Younghwa watched massive boulders snap off the ceiling, instantly putting 2 and 2 together. The epicenter of this massive quake was exactly where Suho went rogue. Cold sweat dripped down her chin as panic set in. Cut back to the boss room, where Suho stared down the raging behemoth, flashing a reckless grin. Someone clearly woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Sirens blared in his head as the system flagged an incoming boss-tier fear debuff. The monster blasted another deafening shriek, but Suho did not even flinch. His internal system chimed, confirming the dragon blood coursing through his veins had just kicked in, completely nullifying the psychological attack. The boss locked onto him, eyes burning with absolute murder, just as Suho manifested his crimson blade, taunting the Titan to make the first move. The beast did not hesitate, snapping its trunk forward and blasting a massive steel bullet straight at his face. His mental database clicked. The Bulgasari essentially smelted its rock diet into heavy artillery, firing it like a biological railgun. It was a caveman-style attack, but the raw, bone-crushing kinetic energy behind it was no joke. Locking both hands around his hilt, he knew he was staring down pure, dense steel, one of the absolute hardest materials on the planet. With a flawless, fluid motion, he cleaved the bullet straight down the middle. The system flared. Steel Slash was online. A wicked smile crossed his face. Time to put this oversized pet on a leash. Thank God he had farmed all that extra blood beforehand. Pushed to the brink, the Bulgasari roared and rushed him head-on. Blinding white aura erupted from the Titan's hide as its colossal footfalls shook the earth. It unhinged its jaw, closing the distance with terrifying, glitch-like speed. Suho scoffed, admitting that mobility on a tank build was straight-up broken. The beast violently crash-landed right into the cavern wall, as the hunter barely dodged out of the strike zone. Adrenaline pumping, he knew playing defense would get him killed here. This entire dungeon was seconds away from completely caving in. Launching himself off a shattered boulder, he gripped his crimson broadsword. Channeling every last ounce of the blood pool he had grinded for, he supercharged his weapon for the ultimate finishing move. In one brutal, lightning-fast swing, he triggered Steel Slash and perfectly severed one of the beast's massive trunks. The Titan screamed in pure, unadulterated agony as the heavy chunk of flesh crashed onto the rocky floor. Touching down smoothly on one knee, Suho locked onto his bleeding target, realizing the true hack of his Steel Slash. It did not give a damn about depth or durability. No matter how busted the enemy's armor stats were, this blade forced guaranteed maximum damage on impact. Staring at the amputated limb, a massive rush of hype hit him. This boss fight was absolutely winnable. He briefly mentally checked the standard Bulgasari raid guide, just use fire. In the old timelines, hunters only managed to put this raid boss down with insane, localized infernos. But reality checked him real quick. Pulling off a stunt like that required top-tier magical nukes, and since he definitely was not rolling a mage class, he was stuck handling this the hard way, armed with nothing but his blood-soaked blade. Suho knew the drill. It was just him, his blade, and pure survival instinct. Across the dirt, Bulgasari's massive claw tore into the earth, hyping itself up. A guttural, bone-chilling growl ripped from the beast. Its chaotic eye locked onto him, and suddenly, the vibe shifted. A massive shockwave of pure energy blasted outward, triggering blazing red system alerts. The raid boss was compressing its massive frame to pop a rapid heal. The bloody stump where its trunk used to be started throbbing. Suho knew the lore on this thing's crazy healing factor. The second this tank took damage, it packed its mass down tight, burning through absorbed minerals to literally rebuild itself from scratch. That absurd mechanic was exactly why hunters called it the unkillable raid boss. Right before his eyes, a tiny, goofy-looking trunk started pushing its way out of the gaping wound. As the regeneration kicked into overdrive, Suho just smirked. Did this overgrown rock really think he was going to just stand around and let it buff up? Suddenly, chaotic yellow aura waves spiraled around the monster, and the system flashed another warning. Bulgasari was popping, its ultimate enhancement skill. A brutal new exoskeleton ripped through its skin, the absorbed minerals hardening into a jagged, nightmare-inducing armor. The standoff was absolutely electric. Suho instantly realized the boss was burning through its entire skill tree, dumping every ounce of its raw power, just to take him out. The monster absolutely knew this was a do-or-die situation, and it was risking it all on one final clash. Never dropping that cocky grin, Suho welcomed the smoke. The colossal beast exploded off the ground like a missile, the system declaring it was spamming its ultra-rotation skill. Gripping his blood-drenched blade tight, Suho locked his stance. He had always been hyped to see what an absolute unit like Bulgasari could actually dish out, and he was desperately itching to find out if his own strike could shatter that insane defensive stat. Boom. The impact shook the earth. His steel slammed right into the monster's spinning armor with an ear-splitting crack. The beast's eyes burned with fury, but Suho did not even flinch, carving right into its defenses. Instantly, the beast's massive limbs gave out, ragdolling violently across the dirt. Bulgasari let out a pathetic whimper, staring up at the ceiling, totally clueless about how it just got completely, utterly destroyed. Suho blinked, trying to process if he had really just one-shotted the legend. Hoisting his blade toward the sky, system alerts blared as he popped Steel Slash. Suho brought the weapon down with god-tier force, cleaving the massive raid boss straight down the middle in one buttery smooth motion. A deafening shockwave erupted, the beast's last eye glowing wildly, right as Suho whipped out a glowing green orb, flat out declaring that this boss was his new pet. Meanwhile, just outside the boss room, the mining crew and the hunter squad were sweating bullets near a caved-in wall. One of the dudes mumbled that the insane earthquake had finally died down. Yunhua peeked up, while Ji-won, chilling right next to her, pointed out that the endless waves of kobolds had totally stopped spawning, meaning their raid had officially farmed enough mana stones to pack it up. The girl just looked down, anxiety written all over her face. Ji-won let out a sigh, telling everyone they just had to hold the line and pray. Suddenly, Yunhua's eyes lit up like fireworks. A massive holographic alert popped up, flashing in big, bold letters that the dungeon gate was officially cleared. The miners literally gasped as the universal notification hit their screens, crowning Sung Suho as the undisputed MVP of the raid. Yunhua and Ji-won exchanged huge, relieved grins, with Ji-won flexing that he knew his boss was basically a walking cheat code all along. Cutting back to the boss room, Suho's vision was absolutely flooded with system prompts, hyping up his insane solo clear and rewarding him with 5 massive skill points. Flexing a huge grin, he stared at the pulsing green orb as the system showered him with even more bonus points, triggering a massive level up and permanently boosting his baseline stats across the board. Cradling the glowing orb like a trophy, he whispered to himself that he actually pulled off the impossible. Replaying that brutal final strike in his head, he knew for a fact that literally any other boss in the game would have been instantly deleted by that hit. But catching a body was never the plan today. The orb was literally leaking neon green aura, as Suho mentally hyped himself up, knowing his entire goal was just to capture this S-tier beast using the control orb he looted off Malayan's dead body. He casually tossed the sphere onto the rocky floor. It popped open like a loot box, and out popped this ridiculously tiny, elephant-looking critter. The system instantly tagged the little guy as a level 99 Bulgasari, packed with absolutely broken endgame skills. Suho was in awe, realizing that rocking passives like Phantom Beast and Species Domination alone pushed a monster straight into S-tier territory, and his new pocket pet casually had both. He dropped to one knee in front of the mini-tank as the system automatically popped a healing skill. He hovered his hand right above the little guy, who was completely passed out. Suho softly whispered a gentle greeting, and the mini-beast squeaked back with the weirdest sound ever. Wobbling up onto its stubby legs, Bulgasari locked eyes with its new master. Suho hit it with a serious boss tone, telling the little guy to listen up. Standing in a literal cavern of massive mana crystals, He explained that, while he respected the hype, they were never stepping foot in this dungeon again, meaning they had to absolutely strip mine every single ore in the room right now. The tiny Bulgasari wildly flapped its giant ears, looking hyped beyond belief. Suho asked if they were ready to grind, and the creature let out another series of insanely goofy squeaks. Meanwhile, his entire squad was still chilling at the dungeon entrance, sweating buckets and absolutely stressing over why their raid leader was taking forever to loot the boss room. Cut to Suho casually chilling inside his mind-blowingly overpowered subspace mansion, a hidden flex dimension that literally only top-tier 0.1%ers could even dream of unlocking. Standing in the dead silence of his massive domain, he zoned out, falling down a total rabbit hole about his past life and the insane cheat codes he picked up from literally surviving the apocalypse twice in his previous run. Before now, only one legendary player had ever tamed the mighty Bulgasari, the Earthmaster herself, Gaia. Her god-tier reputation was built completely on the back of this insanely overpowered beast, and Suho had her entire playbook memorized. We are talking about a literal myth, a titan, that could feast on any scrap of metal and forge it straight into raw, devastating power. Not only that, but it hoarded massive amounts of minerals deep within its core, basically turning itself into a walking, breathing nuke of compressed energy. But right now, chilling inside the subspace house, the newly dubbed Bulbul looked nothing like a nightmare. Shrink down the terror, and you get this ridiculously adorable, metallic-plated, little gray hippo just bouncing off the walls. Suddenly, Bulbul unhinged its jaw and sucked up a massive pile of glowing, magic stones, like a living, breathing Dyson vacuum. The second the buffet was over, the little guy flopped onto his back, pulsing with a heavy, intense neon aura. Suho grinned, totally hyped, realizing he had just secured the absolute greatest cheat code miner on the planet. A sly smirk crossed his face. The Nexus crew out in the main tunnel had probably bagged their official cut by now, following their contract to the letter. But every single rock left in this hidden realm, that was his personal stash, and he made damn sure of it. Back on the outside, Daehan, Yeonhwa, Jiwon, and the rest of the squad were still camping out by the blocked-off tunnel. Daehan was pacing like a caged animal, stressing out over how long Suho had been ghosting them. Paranoia started spreading through the crew, with rumors flying that their boss-slaying leader might be bleeding out somewhere in the dark. A few guys actually geared up to stage a rescue mission, but Jiwon physically blocked them, stubbornly demanding they stick to Suho's ironclad commands. Yeonhwa instantly backed him up. Even with panic gnawing at the back of her mind, she laid down the law. A squad that second-guesses its captain is doomed to fail, and Suho gave them a crystal-clear order to stay put for a solid 12 hours. Nobody dared cross that line. And then, out of nowhere, the solid rock barricade violently shattered, erupting in a massive wave of blinding purple energy. The smoke cleared, and there was Suho strolling out looking flawlessly chill, like he just wrapped up a light morning jog, instead of surviving a brutal deathmatch. His crew instantly mobbed him, practically screaming about the insane wait time. Jiwon, acting totally extra, threw himself right into Suho's personal space. With a playful smirk, Suho roasted them, asking why they didn't just bust in if they were sweating it that much. The whole gang immediately clapped back, loudly reminding him of his own strict lockdown rules. The teasing glint in Suho's eyes faded into something warmer, as he, proving that betting on her was a massive W, even if she low-key hated being babied. Suho kept it totally real, stating that their paths had been complete polar opposites, and that was just straight facts. But the grim destiny that once haunted them was totally rewritten, and he felt this massive, silent wave of pride, knowing he actually flipped the script on their fate. Wrapping things up, Suho gave major props to the mining crew, and announced it was officially time to ditch this underground nightmare. The whole squad absolutely lost it, roaring with hype and completely starved for fresh air. Cut back to headquarters, where Guildmaster Bae Dong-yuk was literally pacing holes into his office floor. Every ticking second of radio silence just made his knuckles turn whiter. If our boy Suho caught a bad break in there, the catastrophic fallout would land entirely on his shoulders, sinking the entire Nexus Guild straight to rock bottom. But then boom, the heavy oak doors slammed open. A scout rushed in, screaming out that Suho and his full squad had made it out alive. Dong-yuk nearly tripped over himself, rushing out to welcome them back. Cool as ice, Suho confirmed the dungeon was wiped clean, and demanded the clear get stamped into the official records immediately. Fast forward, the heavy hitters are huddled in the boss's room, jaw dropped over the raw data and insane loot stash. Dong-yuk's brain essentially short-circuited. Even with Suho basically speedrunning his contract, the sheer profit margin was absolutely mind-blowing. We are talking a casual 7.2 billion won in raw drops, easily cracking the 10 billion mark once refined. Meanwhile, Suho was holding back a smirk, thinking about the mountain of premium mana cores he had already pocketed right off the bat. His personal, off-the-book stash was basically enough to buy a small country. Trying to play nice, Dong-yuk tossed a fat 10% cut of the entire dungeon's haul to Suho's crew as a bonus. Our MC completely faked a shocked expression, even though deep down he knew that was a ridiculous overpay. Bro had already ghosted with the absolute best loot, so pushing for more would honestly just be straight-up villainous greed. After tossing some fake humbleness back and forth, they shook hands on a super balanced payout that left everyone grinning from ear to ear. But the second the cash talk wrapped, Suho dropped his real agenda. He pitched the creation of a completely off-the-grid Black Ops strike team, operating right under the Nexus Guild's nose. Knowing he was about to get drafted into the association as an official Fed-backed hunter, there was zero chance he could front his own crew in broad daylight. He looked Dong-yuk dead in the eye, asking him to ghost fund the squad and bury their paperwork inside the guild, letting them operate as his ultimate shadow legion in the background. Dong-yuk absolutely devoured the concept, signing off on it without a single second thought. Taking a mental step back, Suho realized that rewinding time was the ultimate cheat code. It let him forge this unbreakable empire from scratch, dodge the backstabbing snakes from his first life, and put every single piece on the board through a trial by fire until their loyalty was cemented. In this timeline, he wasn't carrying dead weight. He wanted absolute ride-or-die warriors flanking his every move, not some clout-chasing leeches. Scene change. Suho finally pushed open the locker room doors, stepping right into the chaotic energy of his fully assembled strike team, still totally hyped from their last raid. Jiwon practically launched himself at him, bringing that signature, kicking things off with massive energy. Suho circled up the squad and dropped the ultimate bombshell. Starting today, every single one of them was officially repping Nexus. The crew was totally speechless. A bunch of the Banshee guys had flat out quit their day jobs just to ride with him, and now they were looking at real paychecks, crystal clear career paths, and legit B-rank status, with a straight shot at hitting A rank. Daewon and the boys lost their minds, hyping each other up like they just hit the absolute jackpot. Right on cue, Suho's phone buzzed. It was Chief Pai ringing him up with even crazier news. His special draft into the Hunter Association was officially greenlit. Any day now, he would sign the papers, bag a massive commendation, and lock in that government contract. Chief Pai laughed, teasing that Suho was getting way too overpowered, and Suho just fired right back, that he was just getting started and planned on dropping jaws for a long time. Cut to the very next day, chilling inside the Nexus Lounge, the whole Banshee squad was completely dialed into the virtual battleground, spawned by Jiwon's digitization ability. From the outside, the glowing white room looked straight out of a sci-fi flick, but step inside, and it was an absolute nightmare. Glitching, red-eyed abominations were literally clawing their way out of shattered, corrupted data streams. The freaks shrieked in distorted static as they rushed the squad. Everyone held the line, while Daewon screamed out tactics, anchoring the formation before the absolute chaos could swallow them whole. Yunhua shot a look at Jiwon, who was totally gassed, practically using his staff as a crutch just to stay on his feet. She checked to see if he was breathing okay. Jiwon brushed it off, swearing he was good, even though he was clearly running on fumes. He refused to look soft, desperate to prove he actually deserved his spot in the Banshee lineup. One of the veteran members slapped him on the back a little too hard, almost sending the kid flying, joking that their rookie was absolutely crashing out today. Another guy jumped in to catch him, grabbing his shoulder and telling the squad to chill out. Yunhua grabbed Jiwon's arm, hauling him totally upright, and told him straight up that flashing weakness wasn't an option if they planned on grinding all the way to level 100. If they actually wanted to stand next to a boss like Suho, they had massive shoes to fill. The squad instantly agreed. If Jiwon wanted respect, he had to earn it in blood. The energy in the room totally shifted. The entire crew roared in sync, swearing that no matter how brutal the grind got, they were leaving it all on the battlefield. Just a few feet away, Suho was casually watching them, completely surrounded by the pixelated ashes of corrupted boss monsters he had already shredded. Their pure hype actually cracked him up. Honestly, the team was acting a little too hyper. He had told Jiwon to crank the simulation to hard mode, but even he was low-key shocked at how insane things got. He chuckled to himself, thinking that if a virus like this ever leaked online, the entire internet would instantly melt down. Walking over to the breathless rookie, Suho casually checked in on him. Jiwon tried to play it cool, panting out that he was just taking a micro-breather before jumping back into the meat grinder. Suho just shook his head and called it. They were logging out for the day. Jiwon completely froze, his jaw hitting the floor when he realized Suho had solo cleared the entire stage. The rest of the squad, absolutely wrecked but annoyed, felt like their boss was hacking a completely different game. They practically begged to keep grinding. Suho just gave a quiet smirk. He realized they were grinding themselves to the bone just to keep up with him. He pulled the plug on the server. Cut to reality. Suho was chilling solo inside Angel and Us Coffee, a dead quiet spot tucked away in Seoul. He was scrolling his phone, mapping out his master plan. Since the Hunter Association draft was officially moving forward, his downtime was about to hit 0. He had to speedrun this. Priority number 1, tracking down a highly specific target. Right on cue, a slick white whip pulled up. Choi-yoon stepped out, radiating main character energy, and strolled inside like she paid the rent. She immediately demanded a strawberry frap. Suho humbled her real quick, reminding her she had 0 leverage to demand free drinks since she was strictly here to clear her massive debt to him. But before she could snap back, the barista slid her exact order right onto the table. Suho had already paid for it. She blinked, totally glitched out, trying to figure out how he predicted her exact craving, down to the actual second she walked in. Suho played it totally cool, calling it basic intuition. The reality? The massive database of past life memories, hardwired into his brain, literally held cheat codes to her favorite snacks. Flipping the script, he demanded the intel he asked for. She slid a dossier across the table, totally baffled why a heavy hitter like him was hunting down some random street junkie. Suho shut that down fast. The guy he was hunting was an absolute god-tier artisan. In Suho's past life, that so-called junkie evolved into the undisputed greatest blacksmith on the entire planet, Nam Hee-won. Suho realized right then that pulling ghost-level intel on a guy like Hee-won was nearly impossible. But Choi-yoon somehow pulled it off. She was an absolute beast at her job. Leaning in, Suho dropped the next phase of the op. They were moving out to a secure Union safe house out in Cheongdam. The girl completely froze in her tracks. Sure, she knew these underground safe houses existed, but the Cheongdam spot? That was strictly VIP territory, and only the absolute top brass had the clearance to use it. Even top-tier brokers barely got a foot in the door. Panic spiked in her chest as she stammered out that just having the intel on this place was sketchy as hell. Suho didn't miss a beat, hitting her with a cold reminder that she was still deep in his debt. She scrambled to bargain, but he just cranked up the pressure, totally roasting her by dropping that if her actual life was only worth a few stacks of paperwork, maybe saving her was a massive waste of his time. Sweating bullets and backed into a corner, she started spitting out pathetic, kindergarten-level excuses. Waving the white flag, she finally muttered that she'd make the call and stepped out. Suho just chilled, ice-cold, knowing damn well the union always followed the math. They were going to greenlight his demand, no questions asked. Trudging back and looking totally drained, she begged to know if it absolutely had to be Cheongdam. That wicked smirk creeping onto Suho's face gave her all the answers she needed. Instant regret washed over her. The crazy part? He only picked the spot because it was a short commute. Defeated, she gave him the go-ahead, but slapped a massive catch onto the deal. She broke it down. If he could actually pull off this one massive favor, he'd score VIP access to the Cheongdam vault for 50% off, which, realistically, was still an insane amount of cash. Whipping out her phone, she geared up to lock in the union's contract, but Suho instantly cut her off. Nobody signs anything blindly. He needed the full tea on this so-called condition first. In her head, he was acting way too arrogant for a guy begging for a hookup, but Suho just hit her with a totally unbothered shrug, dropping the facts he had to stay sharp if he was stepping into the Hunter Association's arena. Taking a deep breath, Cho-yoon finally spilled the secret. He needed to carry a raid on a brand new, totally off-the-grid gate. The Union was desperately trying to keep it hushed up because it literally popped open in a hyper-public zone right at Namhansan. Suho immediately interrogated her about the mob types lurking inside. She dropped the lore. They called this dungeon Sky Mountain, and it was absolutely swarming with wyverns. We're talking colossal, hyperspeed, sky blue dragons that could easily pack up elite veterans. The system slapped a massive restriction on it. 0 entry for anyone over level 110. She quickly clarified that this wasn't some insane solo suicide mission. Suho's only job was to tag along with the main squad and play backup. Little did she know, Suho already had the entire Sky Mountain meta memorized. He specifically double-checked if the drakes were sky blue. Shocked, she nodded, demanding to know how he had that intel. Getting to his feet, he demanded the launch time. She stuttered out that he could literally drop in right now. Flashing a dangerously confident grin, Suho told her to rip up the contract and change the terms he was going to solo wipe the entire dungeon. Cut to a couple of days later, sunlight dumped over a dead silent forest clearing. Dead center sat a swirling, electric blue portal, pulsing like a massive, breathing lung. Mountains of raid gear and supply crates were dumped near the entrance, but Suho completely ghosted the loot pile, not dropping his pace for a second. He marched straight into the abyss. Lurking in the background, Cho-yoon watched him go, flanked by a Union heavy hitter named Kim Soo-won. Soo-won shook his head, totally blown away that this kid actually rejected top-tier gear to run a suicide solo queue. Cho-yoon just gave a passive shrug. She knew the guy was playing chess while everyone else played checkers, plus their boss practically ordered them to grab some popcorn. Whether Suho clutched up or caught a massive L, the show was going to be pure cinema. Deep down, she was betting the house on him. Suho made a living out of shattering the ceiling. Honestly, Suwon was hooked. If this crazy bastard actually managed to solo clear this nightmare, his myth status would hit god tier. If he choked, the crash out would be legendary. Either way, Suwon was absolutely invested in the chaos. The second he crossed the threshold, the system rendered a massive new zone, Celestial Mountain. Jagged rock formations jutted everywhere, suspended in blinding sunlight way past the cloud line, while brutal, howling winds whipped violently through the crags. A system prompt flashed. Entry capped below level 110, with a max party size of 31 players. And yet, there stood Suho, flying entirely solo, completely dialed in to annihilate the entire map single-handedly. His brain instantly pulled up the association's leaked intel on this death trap. On paper, the guild bureaucrats rated it as manageable, but the reality was a total slaughterfest. Squads had been wiped here, and the body count was very real. Because these flying lizards absolutely owned the airspace, the standard meta was to spam mages and rangers. Melee fighters were aggressively told to sit this one out, because trying to sword fight in the sky was basically an instant game over. But Suho, he didn't care about their pathetic rules. Pooling dark, raw blood into his palm, he triggered his signature blood art. A brutal, crimson blade materialized right into his grip. Staring down the long, twisted dirt path snaking up the cliffs, he decided to straight up bypass the tutorial. Popping his leap skill, he launched himself vertically, slicing through the razor-sharp gales like they were nothing but a soft summer breeze. Totally ditching the mapped-out paths, he parkoured straight up the sheer vertical rock face. In a matter of seconds, he touched down on a massive plateau, absolutely crawling with skydrakes. One scan told him everything. Every single mob here broke past level 100. Towering in the center was the Alpha, a massive beast resting at level 109. Catching sight of Suho casually strolling up, the beasts snapped to attention, completely baffled and pissed off that a fleshy little human had the audacity to push their territory solo. One Drake instantly lunged in for the kill, but Suho's reflexes were godlike, bisecting the monster in a blur of crimson with a flawless quick draw. The rest of the pack violently flinched back, a sudden wave of primal terror hitting them as they realized this guy wasn't just another midnight snack. But predators don't play fair. The second their lizard brains processed that stepping to him one-on-one was pure suicide, the entire flock swarmed, trying to jump him from every possible blind spot. Suho's eyes darted around. This wasn't random aggro. This was a highly calculated raid formation. The frontline dive bombers were nothing but cheap bait. The actual kill shot was coming from the Alpha, silently diving in right at his back. The boss beast went in for a sneaky ambush, but Suho cleanly sidestepped and ripped his blade upward, scoring an absolutely flawless strike. Completely triggered, the Sky Wyvern unleashed its terrifying fear aura. A massive shockwave of blue energy blasted across the mountain peak, but thanks to the literal dragon blood pumping through his veins, Suho just shrugged it right off. Honestly, the monster's attempt at intimidation was a total joke to him. It would take a genuine, full-blooded dragon to actually make this guy flinch. These fake wyverns were nothing but cheap knockoffs. Losing its mind over the massive disrespect, the Alpha monster cracked its jaws wide open and blasted out its ultimate breath attack.